The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 101. Secret Dream. Lex internally raised an eyebrow as he was surprised at the hidden quest notification. The last time he got it was when he completed a hidden requirement, but this time his conversation with Alexander triggered the quest. He couldn't tell what exactly was the difference between triggering a normal quest and a hidden one, but based on the rewards he got last time he was looking forward to it. He quickly read the quest. Hidden quest. Despite your lackluster performance, a guest has become interested in becoming a permanent resident of the Midnight Inn. Develop a permanent guest district. To develop a permanent guest district you must purchase a permanent guest district pass, allocate area of permanent guest district, raise in rating to 3 stars, grow a winding road vine, have at least 1 karmic lily, time limit, none quest reward, subject to change based on performance. Lex was quite surprised. This was the first time he encountered a quest that had multiple requirements, with each one being very difficult to achieve. Along with the details of each step in the quest, Lex also received additional information about the last 2 parts of the quest. They were extremely difficult, as at least the first 3 could be completed with the system's help. The last 2 were plants that Lex needed to grow, but first he would need to find their seeds or the actual plants themselves. Winding road vine was an unusual vine that only grew in the cracks between space, whatever that meant. The karmic lily itself had no use, but was used as a supplementary ingredient for many things, from alchemy to crafting items to setting up arrays and more. The reason why it was so useful was that it enabled one to influence karma. He was also given brief requirements from guests to be able to get a permanent residence at the Midnight Inn, which made him breathe a sigh of relief, as even the Morrisons would not be able to get a permanent residence, giving him plenty of time to set it up. Yes, Lex replied to Alexander, we offer permanent residences instead of rooms to guests. But before one can get a permanent room they need to fulfill certain requirements. The first one is to spend 1 trillion megapixel at the inn. Lex's smile did not waver as he spoke, but Alexander was visibly shook. But he recovered quickly. It made sense. The inn catered to the whole universe. How can the wealth of a family that only owns 1 planet compare to the wealth to those that might even own entire solar systems, or more? In that case, I'd just like the courtyard for 2 weeks. Of course, replied Lex and charged Helen. The duo was just about to head out when they saw a strange shadow pass them by, and looked up into the air to see Aisha flying with little Blue. Alexander only took a moment before he started walking to Main Street. He had quickly adjusted his mindset to not be bothered by what he saw at the inn. Furthermore, he had another objective in coming here. Last time he returned to Earth he received a message from Russian Princess 77. She asked him to send her money in a certain account, and in exchange she will give him some very useful information. Since he had not been disappointed by her before, Alexander transferred the money. She responded by telling him he should see John at the Midnight Inn to get something useful. Most likely, Alexander would have encountered John anyway, so the mischievous girl extorted him for some money before he got the chance. As Lex watched them go he smiled as he was ready to do something he had been wanting to do for a while now. He simply had to wait for a few guests to appear before he could do what he wanted, yet right before he was about to leave he felt more guests coming. This time the guests were coming through the golden door, and since its origin planet was Vegas Minima he readied his butter knife. Fortunately, the guest that appeared this time was not a zombie. A man came limping out of the door, moving as quickly as he could manage. He was bleeding from his forehead and his right arm and leg seemed to be severely hurt. He must have been running from something because it took him a moment to realize his surroundings had changed. Alarmed, he stopped to survey his new environment, and when he saw Lex he quickly took a step back and assumed a defensive position. Name: Slag. Age: 99. Sex: male. Cultivation details: golden core mid-species, human. Midnight Inn. Prestige level 1. Condition: debilitating wounds across his body, but his cultivation is secure and will heal quickly given the chance. Remarks: he has the smell of a soldier all over him. He's probably broke. Meh. No need to be alarmed, dear guest. No one will harm you. Welcome to the Midnight Inn, you may call me the Innkeeper. As soon as Slag heard the term, Midnight, he was greatly surprised. All captain-level soldiers and above were briefed a few days ago that they might be embarking on mission, midnight, and all non-essential operations were halted for the time. He did not know the details nor the relevance of the term, but he did not believe for even a second that the term being repeated here was a coincidence. It appears as though you are injured. Would you like to go to the recovery room? Slag quickly realized that he hadn't responded to the innkeeper and quickly gathered his thoughts. His priority in this situation was to quickly learn his new circumstances, gather as much information as possible and return to Vegas Minima as soon as possible. Where are my manners? Excuse me. I am Lieutenant Slag of the 7th Forward Battalion, under the command of General Ragnar of the Jotun Empire. If you have any medical facility, then I would be grateful for your timely assistance, and be sure to pass on news of your aid to the Empire. Informing the other of his true background may seem like a stupid idea to some, but Slag had enough training to judge the situation accurately. The innkeeper was clearly someone with a higher cultivation than himself, and usually it was very difficult to lie or keep secrets when the difference in cultivation between two people was massive. Furthermore, the identity of belonging to a battalion from the Jotun Empire was nothing to scoff at, and carried sufficient deterrence to assure his safety in most situations. In fact, very few other than demons would even consider any kind of hostility against him. Yet he was slightly disappointed when he saw the other had no significant reaction at the mention of the Empire. "Follow me," said the innkeeper warmly, and started leading Slag towards the recovery room. The Midnight Inn offers many services, not just medical attention. Once you have recovered, I encourage you to tour the place. In a couple of days we're going to be having a grand event hosting dignitaries from many planets. If you're free, then you might want to stay for the event. Slag mentally linked the date of the event with the date for Operation Midnight and confirmed that this place definitely had something to do with the operation. When they reached the recovery room, Slag was dumbfounded to learn that he was expected to pay. He had no money on his person, and no payment tool. You just need to agree to pay and decide which of your assets you want to pay with, and the inn will take care of it. Or, you can forward the bill to your battalion, as this is technically an operational expense, don't you think? Slag was dumbfounded and confused by what the innkeeper said, but then found a digital panel that appeared in the air in front of him that required his signature. Should he sign, his expenses from the inn would be forwarded to the battalion. Unsure if this was a scam, Slag eventually signed, as he was sure no one could scam the battalion, and got in the recovery pod. Leaving his newest guest to recover, Lex was finally free to do what he had wanted earlier. He returned to his residence, removed his suit and wore the Clark Kent glasses. Donning the appearance of Leo, Lex quickly teleported to the gamer's den, ready to finally interact with his guests without worry. He found Z sobbing in the corner as he watched an episode of My Truth in December, "Can you guess this one?" and shook his head. This kid had too much time. Lex should think of ways to go and play outside. He froze as soon as that thought came to him. Great, now I'm sounding like my parents, he complained, but quickly put it behind him. He would start laying the road for his secret dream of hosting an interplanetary gaming tournament today. Chapter 102. The Mind of the Weak, the Will of the Strong. With a wide grin, Leo walked out of the gamer's den and looked around. Other than the patrolling guards, he didn't see anyone. He had already planted the seeds of becoming a gamer in Helen, so she would be an easy pull, therefore he should look for other unsuspecting targets. Lily and Chen were decent options. As natives of Earth, he doubted he could entice Hera and William, and Jimmy was still too young. He also doubted that he could get Slag to put up his feet and game casually. With his decision made, he strode into the guild room to find the pair having a discussion with the staff. Clearly they were interested in what the guild offered. "Hello, hope I'm not disturbing anything important. I just wanted to introduce myself," Leo said enthusiastically. "My name's Leo, the owner of the humble gamer's den next door." Lily and Chen looked at the young man, responding politely with a "hello." They were not sure what services the gamer's den offered, but nothing here was simple, so they dared not dismiss it. "I'm sure you're wondering what the gamer's den does, and what we have to offer. Let me cut right to the chase. What we offer is nothing short of enriching your life and elevating your state of mind." Leo's words clearly attracted their attention. But Leo smirked. He would not tell them all the details directly. Building suspense and curiosity were an integral part of of enlightening non-gamers into entering a new world. "I don't want to take up too much of your time, clearly you are busy. But when you get the chance, do drop by. We have something for everyone." "We will definitely drop by," said Lily politely. It was evident that they would not leave until they finished their business with the Morrison family, so he didn't even try to pull them away right now. He wondered where the others were. Without the host attire connecting him to the inn, he could not do his usual scan to locate all his guests. It was an unfortunate drawback. Maybe once his authority increased he would be able to do it even without the suit. He exited the guild room just in time to see Alexander and Helen enter the battle axe. Finally, John would get his first customer. Since no one else was in view, he retreated to the gamer's den and teleported back to his residence and donned the host attire. He would use it to spy on how things were going with Alexander and monitor everyone else. As soon as they entered Main Street, he would return as Leo and proceed with his plan. In the battle axe, Alexander and Helen politely told Do that they wanted to meet with John. After only a few moments, John let them into his office. Alexander did not show any reaction at the appearance of the man covered in chains, but Helen looked at him oddly. "Well, then, which one of you wants it done? Or is it both of you?" John asked excitedly. He finally had some customers and could earn some MP. "Before anything, could you tell me what exactly you are going to do?" "Huh, don't you know?" John asked them, surprised. Then it occurred to him that he had put up no details outside his shop, nor advertised his service. How was anyone supposed to know what he did? A significant oversight, but it was not too late to fix it now. "Well, let me explain. I design spirit techniques most suited to a person. You can tell me what kind of technique you want, and based on your cultivation, affinity, strength and many more things, I will design the technique for you. That's not to say that if you teach it to others they won't be able to perform the technique as well, but if, say for example, you can use 100% of the technique's capabilities, others might be able to use 50%. For once, the duo was not surprised. They had surprise fatigue. Nothing could surprise them anymore. Nodding as if he had heard the most natural thing, Alexander took out the 6 floating blades behind him. "These are my weapons. I can move them freely within 100 meters of myself and can imbue them with my spirit energy regardless of how far they are. I have various techniques that allow me to attack with them, but I want a stronger attack. A secret technique or trump card, whatever you want to call it, I want a technique that will maximize their damage." John smiled at the young man who did not even ask him the price. If it were up to him, he would charge him a ridiculous amount. Unfortunately, Do handled the transactions and the price for each cultivation level was fixed. Furthermore, the innkeeper would directly deduct 50% of all his income as payment for keeping him here. The fee for making a technique for a Foundation Realm cultivator was 1000 megapixels, so John would make 500 megapixels, just enough to go to the mystery trial. "I want a technique to detect if someone is spying on me," Helen interrupted his thoughts with her own request. John, however, was not irritated at the interruption but happy instead. 2 customers. Even though the fee for a chi training cultivator was only 300 megapixels, income was still income. "Let's start with the young lady first," John said as he began questioning Helen in detail. The duo stayed at the battle axe for well over an hour, adding an expense of another 1300 megapixels under Helen's prestige counter. During that time, Will and Hera visited the guild room as well. Recognizing each other from their previous visit, the 2 groups started chatting. Learning that Lily and Chen were here for trade, Hera quickly offered them a few deals as well. Since they already had an agreement with the Morrisons, they did not give up any of their current haul, but agreed to conduct future trades with them as well. Eventually, Will and Hera left as well, and Chen and Lily decided it was unwise to simply wait for the Morrisons. They asked the staff member to inform them when the Morians came, and left to investigate the gamer's den. Lex immediately returned to the den in the appearance of Leo and awaited his clients. Behind the counter, Z was dozing off on the keyboard. Even though the child had his own residence, he barely left the den. He had fallen asleep watching anime, again. Leo really would have to think of a solution for this. But his thoughts were interrupted by Chen entering the shop, looking around curiously. "Welcome guests, I'm glad you decided to drop by," Leo said, rubbing his hands like a merchant ready to rip some people off. Chen and Lily looked around the shop, but did not recognize the computers. Even though their own civilization was more advanced, the way their technology advanced was different, so they did not have computers that looked like this. "I must admit, I was curious about how this place could enrich my life," said Lily. Leo laughed. Of course this place could enrich their lives, but he could not do so by saying they should play games. People who had spent their entire lives fighting for survival, combating vicious enemies and barely scraping by would not have the temperament to relax and play games. They would not be able to immerse themselves in the game with that mentality. Leo would have to prime them first. How the gamer's den does that is very simple, yet at the same time very sophisticated. Please, have a seat. Let me ask you a few questions first. Lily sat down on one of the gamer chairs and looked at Leo, awaiting his instructions. Now close your eyes and relax. Let your body loosen up, relax your shoulders, and your back. For a moment, remove all the thoughts of your various responsibilities from your mind. For a few moments Leo stopped talking, letting Lily reach the mental state he had described. Now, tell me, if you could do anything you wanted, what would you do? If you could learn anything, what would it be? Don't think about what the world demands from you, about others' expectations. For now, simply tell me, in your heart, with all the distractions gone, what do you want? Leo's voice echoed in Lily's mind, as if hypnotizing her. But contrary to what Leo said, she was unable to let go of her worries. One by one, all the important moments in her life flashed in her mind. And as they flashed through her mind, it wasn't all the pain, the struggle, the fighting that affected her. It was the loss of her settlement that sat heaviest in her mind. Watching the people she had protected die one by one, unable to do anything else. Making the difficult decision to move, and look for safety elsewhere. Letting all her trusted soldiers go, one by one, on suicide missions to protect her caravan, and when the number of soldiers finally dwindled, ordering her own brother to sacrifice himself to protect the caravan. And after all that, when they finally found salvation under the protection of the Empire, losing all of her followers in a few days. She could not blame them for wanting a better life. But when they ultimately all left her, despite all her sacrifices to protect them, they left her feeling hollow. It was the most painful day of her life. But she was not dragged down by the pain, or the memory of it. Weak-minded people, people who could not endure pain to grow stronger, were the first ones to die in the zombie apocalypse. The pain only made her feel one thing, the desire to grow stronger. To be better. No, not better. To be the best. I want to be the best leader. To be able to lead my followers through rain and drought, through war and terror, and come out only stronger, not weaker. The conviction in her voice was strong and moved Leo. He understood immediately what the woman was saying. She wanted to play a colony management game. Great, now let me get you started, Leo said, as he searched for a very specific game and turned it on. Chapter 103. Filthy human. Leo did not even need to browse through the list, he directly searched Brimworld and started the game. While he turned the game on in one screen, he opened some tutorial videos on another screen next to her. I suggest you go through the tutorial once before starting a colony, but if you're not able to understand the mechanics thoroughly or get confused, you can watch the videos on the other screen. Lily nodded and after quickly understanding the role of the mouse and keyboard began her journey. The price for playing games at the gamer's den was only 1 megapixel per day, so Lex directly paid the amount for their first experience himself. Then he turned his attention towards Chen, who was silently looking at Lily. Only he had some idea of the pain his sister endured, but it was not the way of the survivors of Vegas Minima to point it out. She was not weak, and did not need his pity. The best thing he could do for her was grow stronger himself. Chen looked directly at Leo and said, I don't need anything like my sister. I just need to get acquainted with my own strength. I recently raised my cultivation and I still feel like I'm not using my strength to the best of my capabilities. Hearing Chen's request, Leo frowned a bit. Clearly Chen wanted to play a game that included physical movement, so VR could work for that. But it would not allow him to use his strength and experiment freely. The best thing for that would be going to the training room. But while fighting dummies was challenging, Leo felt that it still didn't provide the immersion and nuances that a game provided with. Training would always only feel like training, and would not provide the weight and tension of a real combat situation that games could build using rich environments and timely music cues. If only he could integrate the training room dummies with his gamer's den. Wait. Leo's eyes lit up. Why couldn't he do that? Mary had told him that he should find loopholes in the system to get the result he wanted. The training room was strictly a system-provided service and could not be changed by him, but the gamer's den was created by him directly using the host interface. So why was he limited to having a regular gaming setup? He could make it as advanced or different as he wanted so long as he had enough MP. Opening the midnight market in his mind, he searched for training dummies or robots with high strength and durability. He didn't want to use an AI staff since he was treating them like real people. He found a permanent training robot that could be programmed at initial Foundation realm for 35,000 megapixels. This price seemed like a lot when considering he got 260 guards for 450,000 megapixels, all of them at higher cultivation levels. That came out to be around 1730 MP per guard. But those guards were temporary, and would disappear once the event period ended. The training robot was permanent. Or at least until it was damaged. "Please, follow me," Leo said casually, leading Chen upstairs to the VR rooms. The entire top floor was divided into only 3 VR rooms, so there was plenty of space for Chen to move around and fight in there. But to do what Leo had in mind, he would still need some new additions, so he spent 3,000 megapixels renovating the rooms and reinforcing them. This would no longer be only a VR room, but also an augmented reality AR room. The training robot was waiting at the opposite end of the room, but Leo didn't address it yet. He set the room to the theme of a game called Immortal Kombat, and suddenly the appearance of the room changed. It looked like they were standing in the remains of a difficult battle, with debris and corpses everywhere. Music started playing in the background, and though at first Chen thought it was strange, he quickly realized that the music fit the atmosphere well. The appearance of the training dummy changed as well, and he looked like a demon garbed in yellow clothing. His movement and combat style was adapted to a specific character from the game. You can change the difficulty by saying easy, regular or hard before you start the fight. If you get too used to the combat, you can also change the enemy combat style by selecting the enemy you want to face. All you need to do is say menu to open up the character selection panel. Furthermore, you won't be fighting to defeat the enemy. Both you and the enemy will have a health bar above your heads. If your health bar runs out, it will automatically be considered your loss. Similarly, if the enemy's health bar runs out, it will be considered your win. Please, enjoy. Leo left Chen to explore his newest installed feature. For the AR segment he was planning on charging more, maybe around 200 megapixels a day, but for now he wouldn't charge Chen. He had to get them hooked first. Leo chuckled as he went downstairs. Lily was already engrossed in the game in the few minutes she'd been playing, and wore an extremely serious face as she navigated the obstacles. "Z, keep an eye on the guests. If they need anything, make sure to help them out, alright?" The boy nodded firmly before returning to watch some more anime. Leo didn't know which one he was watching, but it occurred to him the boy was watching multiple anime concurrently. Somehow, that just seemed wrong. But traumatized by the thought that he may be acting like his parents, Leo said nothing and returned to his residence. He scanned the inn once again to check everyone's location, but no one was walking around. Alexander and Helen were still at Battle Axe, and Will and Hera were in their courtyard having a meeting. He waited for a while for someone to become accessible for him to trap, but after a while he got tired. Instead of waiting, he decided to meditate and check up on everyone once he was done. A few hours went by, and as the sun set, the inn looked beautiful under the warm, yellow light of all the sky lanterns. Lex just finished a round of meditation and immediately scanned the inn just in time to catch Lily and Chen walking towards the manor, both seriously discussing their experience at the Gamer's Den. What surprised him was that Alexander and Helen were sitting in the restaurant in the manor, and so were Will, Hera and Jimmy. Aisha was also sitting in the corner, looking tired, and maybe sad. He realized that almost all of his guests would soon be gathered in the restaurant in the manor. If he appeared as the bartender, casually wiping the bar with a cloth, he could recreate the perfect mental image of what he imagined an inn was like the first time he thought of the inn. Of course, he was not about to wipe the bar, but he changed into his host attire and teleported to the restaurant. Alexander and Helen were having burgers, Aisha was wallowing over a large plate of fries, Jimmy was having dinosaur-shaped nuggets, his mother was only having a cup of coffee, and Will having a cup of mint green tea. The food items weren't exactly what Lex envisioned when he thought of food served at an inn, but who cared? Lily and Chen sat down in a corner and ordered 2 steaks, 2 salads and a lot of fruit. They weren't picky eaters but understood better than everyone else here the importance of nutrition. Even Foundation realm cultivators hadn't gotten rid of their dependence on food, and improper nutrition not only affected their health and combat performance, it affected cultivation as well. Not eating properly was a mistake they would never make. Lex enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere. Everyone was gathered together in the same room, and though they kept to themselves, their general presence created a merry environment. A short while later, Slag also joined in. He was not completely healed, but he was healed enough that he gave priority to his mission of reconnaissance. The room went silent for a second when he entered, as everyone turned to look at the new guest, but they all quickly resumed their own conversations. Lily and Chen recognized his uniform and started whispering to one another, trying to not attract his attention. Slag came and sat at the bar, directly opposite to Lex. Would you happen to have a nutritional supplement drink? Yes, but wouldn't you rather prefer a fruit juice or something? It doesn't sound very appealing. Slag shook his head, indicating he was fine with choice in drink, then turned around to look at all the guests in the room. So these guests are all from Minima Vegas. I cannot share the private details of our guests. But in general, we accept guests from all over the universe, so naturally Minima Vegas is included. Entire universe, Slag repeated, confused. How do they get here? Using our keys, naturally. Or they encounter the golden door, the same way you did. Either way, everyone is teleported here directly. Slag frowned, but said nothing. Teleportation, even across a solar system, was very costly. He could not fathom what it would require to have teleportation on such a large scale. While they were talking, Lex felt another guest entering the inn, but since he was in the middle of a conversation with Slag, he mentally told Gerard to greet the guest once he made sure it wasn't a zombie. But only a few seconds later a loud roar reverberated through the manor. Kneel, you filthy human. Chapter 104. Useless scrub. The conversations in the restaurant hushed. All the guests looked at each other, then turned to look at the innkeeper who stood behind the bar. Excuse me for a moment, the innkeeper said to Slag calmly, as if he was in no hurry, but then disappeared from his place. The resident teenagers, namely Alexander, Helen and Aisha, rushed to the window to peek at what was happening outside. After a few moments, the rest joined them. Outside, a pale and trembling Gerard stood before an 8-feet-tall beast that looked something akin to a liger. Its whiskers were thick and long, waving in the air with ferocity. Its feline eyes stared angrily at the human before it, its fangs exposed threateningly. Lex quickly looked at its status. Name: useless scrub. Age: 432. Sex: male. Cultivation details: doesn't matter. Species: dead meat. Midnight in prestige level: no remarks. Those who disrespect the inn do not deserve to live. If Lex wasn't in such a serious situation, he would have chuckled. The system was clearly pissed. What seems to be the issue here? Lex asked calmly. He thought that as the great and noble innkeeper, he needed to handle the situation maturely. And another cretin. How dare you stand while in my prescience? The liger roared. Its anger lit its fur in a blue flame, causing the air to ripple from the heat. Calm down, you are. Lex's speech was cut short by the liger roaring in anger and smashing its paw towards him. Its claws extended out, covered in blue flames as well. Yet before the claw could even reach near Lex, it was stopped mid-air by a hand. The hand did not belong to Lex's bodyguard, who would have simply disintegrated the liger, but one of the 10 security guards above the nascent realm that Lex hand rented for the Midnight Games. The liger tried to pull back its hand, but realized it could not. Sensing that the situation may be getting out of hand, the liger tried to retreat, but discovered that its entire body was frozen solid by an extremely domineering aura. It could not move, it could not speak, and it could not even initialize its spirit energy anymore. Looking at the liger, Lex frowned. Screw maturity. Now Lex was pissed. But he did not want to kill the liger directly, the way the liger had tried to do to him. No, he was not so easily satisfied. Even if he knew his emotions were running amok, this time he did not try to control them. Sometimes, it was better to let himself feel whatever it was he was feeling. Silently Lex spent 2,500 megapixels, then looked at the guard and said, I've created a detention room in the greenhouse. Take this. Well, it's no longer a guest, so take this deviant and hold him in the detention room. I will join you shortly. The guard nodded with an emotionless face and effortlessly used his spiritual sense and carried it in the air behind him as he casually walked towards the greenhouse. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Lex asked, looking at Gerard. The old man was still trembling, but he tried to put on a brave face. I'm good, sir, thank you for asking. Go to the recovery room and have Nurse Jubilation check you out. Then take a rest, you've earned some time off. Thank you, sir, Gerard replied, and teleported away. Lex looked back at his guests who were peeking from the window and smiled at them, then disappeared as well. In the forest near the greenhouse, a square building had cropped up. It was gray and had no windows, only a single door in the front. This was the detention room Lex had spent 2,500 megapixels making. It was small compared to his other buildings such as the gamer's den and the barbershop because Lex didn't need much out of it. It was a small, reinforced and soundproof building where Lex was planning on interrogating the liger. Sorry, where Lex was planning on interrogating useless scrub. The reason it was near the greenhouse was because he didn't want customers accidentally finding it. Inside the room was simply an incredibly bright room with chains on the far wall, and a chair for Lex to sit in. He waited a few minutes before the guard finally showed up with useless scrub, who now looked incredibly afraid. It had been trying for a long time to get loose, but still could not move. I want to know everything about it. I want to know where it came from, what its background is, what it does, everything, Lex instructed the security guard. While Lex wanted information, that did not mean he was condoning violence or torture. He was angry, not cruel. The security guard was of such a high cultivation level, if he had no methods to extract a truthful confession, then Lex would be disappointed. Even simple intimidation should probably work. Back at the manor, everyone returned to their seats, not at all surprised by the outcome. Yet despite that, the mood in the room was much more serious. The beast that had attacked clearly gave off an aura of a golden core beast. Many of the guests there recognized that. It was the security guard that had most of them confused. He was so immensely powerful but gave off no aura at all. Only Slag saw some signs of what the guard's cultivation level could be, only because of the kind of exposure he had as a lieutenant. He was suddenly very happy that he left the recovery pod early. Well, at least we know the upcoming event will be secure, said Will. He was speaking to Hera, but his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. The man's words immediately caught Slag's attention. The soldier immediately made sure he looked presentable before approaching the old man. Excuse me, I couldn't help but overhear. Did you say there's going to be an event here? Do you know what it's about? Slag paused for a moment, before continuing, where are my manners? Let me introduce myself first. Lieutenant Slag of the 7th Forward Battalion of the Jodam Empire, at your service. Slag analyzed the two as he introduced himself. The innkeeper was a different matter, but he was sure he could easily read these two who had a lower cultivation than him. Their lack of reaction at the mention of the Jodam Empire told him they either also had a similarly powerful background or were unaware of the empire. He was more willing to bet on the latter, which only meant one thing. They were from an uncharted part of the universe. That in itself was very important information. My name is Will, said the old man. This is Hera and little Jimmy. Please, have a seat. Slag took a seat at the table with them and carefully analyzed them without making it obvious. Their cultivation levels were pathetically low, that much Slag could tell even without scanning them with his spiritual sense. For now he was avoiding scanning his guests with his spiritual sense, as he felt his host might not like that. In around a week's time, the innkeeper is planning on having an event for the guests of 3 different worlds, namely Earth, Vegas Minima and Nibiru. In 2 days, the innkeeper will release the details of the event so that interested guests may prepare. There will be a cultural portion of the event, as well as a combat one. Do you know the purpose of the event? He asked, slightly confused. Why would half of it be cultural and half combat? And why was the event targeted towards these 3 planets? What was the innkeeper trying to achieve? How will it benefit him? Little did he know that Lex's bodyguard was also wondering the exact same thing since he arrived. When Will indicated that he did not know the exact purpose of the innkeeper, Slag asked, I am not familiar with Earth and Nibiru. Are they a part of some empire? Or alliance? He was hoping to get more information about why these 2 planets would be selected in addition to Vegas Minima, but his question only confused the two. Will and Hera looked at one another, unsure of how to answer. Will was fairly certain that Earth had never contacted any other civilization out in space, so could not join any alliance, nor was it under the rule of any empire. The closest thing he could think of was the Morrison family owning. Speaking of the Morrisons, Will looked towards Alexander and Helen, who were sitting nearby. Perhaps it was best if they were involved in this conversation as well. Will himself wasn't so sure if he should share information about Earth to begin with. But he also did not want to completely end this conversation, as this lieutenant could be a great source of information on other civilizations. I think I know someone else better suited for this conversation. Follow me. The old man got up and walked towards the teenagers. Excuse me, Your Highness, Will said, bowing to Alexander. I was meeting with Lieutenant Slag of the Jodam Empire, who was curious about Earth. I thought perhaps it would be better that you answered his questions. Chapter 105, Painful Decisions. Alexander looked at Will and then Slag. He immediately understood the situation. Foreign civilizations might have ulterior intentions and sharing information about Earth might end up being detrimental. Alexander himself raised the same concern with his grandfather. His grandfather told him that they could stop people for some time, but as more people started frequenting the inn they would not be able to stop people from talking. To paraphrase what he said next, he should use his advantage to glean as much information about others as he could. The actual phrase about stripping and whipping others Alexander didn't want to think about. Please, no need for such formalities, Alexander said to Will, and gestured to them to have a seat. Lieutenant Slag, please have a seat as well. My name is Alexander. The lieutenant saluted Alexander but did not bow. As a proud member of the Jotun Empire he did not need to bow before others, but he was still respectful. This youth seemed to be someone important on Earth and had a very decent cultivation for his age. It was not unprecedented to him, but he would definitely be acknowledged as someone very capable even in the Empire. I am not familiar with the Jotun Empire, so, please excuse any lack in my etiquettes, Alexander said, taking the lead in the conversation. Is this your first time at the inn? Instead of asking directly about the Empire, Alexander asked about how much they frequent the inn. This would give the other an opportunity to talk a little about himself and introduce information about the Empire that Alexander could then use to further the conversation. It was quite fortunate that he began the conversation this way, because in Alexander's mind the Empire was perhaps based on a continent, or a planet. It did not even occur to him that it spanned entire galaxies. Haha, yes, this is my first time visiting the Midnight Inn. As for etiquette, no need to worry at all, the Empire is quite liberal in such matters. After all, with so many galaxies and cultures under the Empire's control, who can keep track of etiquettes? Since you are not familiar with the Empire, I will give a brief introduction. The Jotun Empire is one of the leading forces in the known universe, with control over various galaxies, and a proud member of the Henley Alliance. We have a proud history of over 400,000 years and have played a vital role in reclaiming numerous worlds from the grasp of demons. Alexander did not show any look of surprise or shock as he heard Slag's introduction, though the same could not be said of Will. Not even considering the matter of whether Alexander actually believed what Slag said, the inn had trained him in the subtle art of not being surprised. It is very impressive to be able to maintain control over so much space, Alexander said after a moment of careful consideration. We on Earth are still gaining control over our solar system. Alexander's answer was vague, but gave Slag enough detail to let him know the background of Earth. From what Slag knew, there were no inhabited planets outside the Vegas system in its proximity, and if the Empire hadn't interfered, it could be considered a planet with a weak population. Based on Alexander's explanation, Earth might not be much better than Vegas minima. In that case, maybe the inn was promoting the growth of weak planets. Suddenly Slag felt enlightened, as if he had gleaned some inner purpose behind the mysterious man's actions. It was not enough to uncover his complete intentions, but it was a start. Tell me, Lieutenant Slag, will your empire be participating in the upcoming event? Alexander asked, waking the man from his reverie. He still did not know if what he claimed was true, but if it was there would be no competition in the combat portion at least. I cannot speculate on the intentions of the Empire, but I see no reason not to. The Innkeeper has been very hospitable and I'm sure whatever he has planned will be worth the effort. Both of them were speaking politely and vaguely, but neither of them were lying. Will, who was good at reading people, could understand the subtleties of what was going on, but did not feel qualified enough to participate. Tell me, young Alexander, have you ever wanted to explore the universe? You seem like a very talented and bright man, and the Empire loves to nurture young talents. If you know, at a glance your routine sure looks like that of a kidnapper, a booming voice interrupted Slag, attracting everyone's attention. A lean and handsome man was sauntering through the restaurant door. Without his truckload worth of muscles Marlowe looked a lot less intimidating, but Slag immediately felt like someone had their hand wrapped around his heart. It was not the feeling of danger, or an impending threat, but the feeling of impending certain death. Slag immediately stood up and readied himself for a fight, even though his instincts were telling him he could not survive a clash, and his mind was telling him that the Innkeeper would not allow a fight. As a soldier of the Empire he feared no enemy and shied away from no fight. This must be Alexander's protector, Slag thought. He must have assumed I have ulterior motives. Before Slag could rationalize the situation some more Marlowe roared, I'm 100 times more talented than my stupid student. If you want to poach someone, poach me. With that, The man burst into a round of laughter as he came and sat down at the table. Velma, give me food. And lots of it, I haven't eaten in days. What would you like? She asked, appearing beside the former behemoth. Anything, everything. Bring me different dishes, and bring me lots of them. I'm not used to being so tiny, I feel uncomfortable. I need to put some more meat on my bones. Chef's choice, I understand, she said, before disappearing once again. Turning back to Slag, Marlowe gave a wide grin. He was feeling great today, he had almost fixed the issue with his blood. He came out to celebrate and overheard Slag's introduction. His instincts were telling him Slag was not lying, so he immediately became curious. Earth could no longer satisfy him, he wanted a larger stage. If this so-called Jotun Empire was poaching talents, he would happily volunteer. Now tell me Slag, what do I need to do to explore the universe? Lex was standing silently in the detention room, looking directly at useless Scrub. The investigation was much easier than he had anticipated. Faced with a much stronger enemy, the Liger was extremely cooperative. On the question of what planet he was from, the Liger was completely lost. He had no concept of what a planet was. A few more questions later Lex could safely deduce that it was from Nibiru, as previously suspected. It was an overlord and in its territory it treated humans as slaves or servants. He did not completely oppress them, but only because he discovered that too much fear and oppression would only reduce their productivity. Just because he was arrogant did not mean he was stupid. Humans were the best farmers, miners, carpenters and all in all general workers around. It grew up in an environment of the survival of the fittest, and after many years of not only surviving but thriving it became extremely arrogant. Seeing a human standing upright in its prescience the Liger could not tolerate it, as it considered humans beneath it. To be clear, it was not discriminating towards humans specifically. All non-feline animals in its opinions were base creatures. As a ruler, it treated its feline followers extremely well and had created a very intricate society based on promoting its followers' strength. With such a mind and experience, if it had not offended the system and then Lex, the Liger could have greatly benefited from the inn. But its fate would be very different now. Lex's anger had already waned by now. His impulsive desire to have the guard kill the beast had also diminished. Lex looked the beast directly in the eyes as he thought about what to decide. Lex saw intelligence, fear, and confusion. No longer being threatened for his life, Lex thought he would feel guilty if he ordered his death. After all, the situation arose from the beast's ignorance. If he was taught there was a larger world outside the one it knew, and that humans and other animals weren't inherently worse than it, then perhaps the Liger would not react that way in the future. Perhaps, the Liger could be re-educated and reintroduced into its world to bring a larger positive impact. These were the thoughts going through Lex's mind. Or rather, his heart. For in his mind he knew that regardless of the reason, the animal had tried to kill him without a second's hesitation. He could not show mercy to such an animal, now or in the future. So while his heart was still full of reluctance he simply ordered, "Kill it." The guard shot a single ray of spirit energy into the Liger's skull, and it died like the useless Scrub the system had named it after. Lex had killed zombies before, and wolves. Both of them were in situations where his life was in danger. This was the first time he was responsible for a death while he himself was not being actively threatened, and while his heart was full of guilt, this was a decision he made with his mind. He could allow himself to feel pain over a difficult decision, but he could not allow himself to get into the habit of making stupid decisions out of guilt. Chapter 106. Shenanigans. Once the Liger was dead, Lex told the guard to pass the body to the gardener. The body of a powerful beast would probably serve as a wonderful fertilizer. Lex didn't know the exact details of how to use it, but he didn't doubt that the gardener or turtle knew how to. Once that was done, Lex stayed in the detention room for a few moments longer, looking at where the Liger was held. Just as he was about to leave, his bodyguard appeared beside him. "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" the bodyguard asked. His voice was deep and smooth, making it very pleasant to hear. "Go ahead," Lex responded. "Why do you care so much about the beast? Why did it affect you?" The bodyguard was genuinely curious. In his mind, the Innkeeper was an existence close to itself, otherwise the bodyguard would have been able to view the Innkeeper's cultivation. At their level, a lot of things became irrelevant. So then the bodyguard could not understand why Lex was burdening himself so much by caring, or to be more specific, by having an emotional response to killing an enemy. "I just think it's a pity," Lex said, looking back at where the body of the beast used to be. It was not a bad leader, and it stumbled upon an immense opportunity by coming here. It could have not only raised its own cultivation but also of all its followers, and exposed them to a much wider horizon than the one they lived with. Yet instead of availing the opportunity, in its arrogance it chose to become my enemy. Even when I tried to give it a second chance, it wasted it. The bodyguard shook his head. What Lex said was true, the liger did waste an amazing opportunity, but he did not understand why Lex cared one way or another about the beast. It doesn't matter if you understand or not, said Lex, feeling slightly contemplative after the incident. Your belief or understanding of something only affects how you experience life, nothing else. Whether you believe you are the best, or the strongest, or better than others does not affect the universe at all. It only affects how you perceive the universe around you. And if one day, you encounter someone or something that challenges your belief, how well you can adapt will determine your outcome. The beast believed it was superior to humans, and thus lost the opportunity to better itself using an opportunity provided by humans. Similarly, if you believe that you are the best, you will never surpass your current self since you have already deemed it the best. The bodyguard quietly listened, trying to dissect what Lex had said. He was attempting to see the relevance or purpose behind Lex's actions using this logic. Whether he would be able to succeed or not didn't matter, for Lex only felt like being randomly philosophical. With his emotions vented, Lex put on a wide grin and returned to the manor. He returned to the unusual scene of Marlowe stuffing his face with spaghetti and meatballs with his left hand and arm wrestling Alexander, Helen and Jimmy with his right. A pale and obviously defeated Slag was standing in the corner, observing the situation. Hera was watching with a smile, and she watched her son finally interact with others. Even the previously morose Aisha was standing in the crowd, cheering on the kids. Harry and John had also appeared in the room and seemed to be egging them on. Harry was playing intense music on his phone, as if to set the scene. That made Lex realize he should hire a musician, but he put it at the back of his mind and watched his guests goof off. He did not know how the situation became like this, but he was suddenly tempted to offer Marlowe another job as the resident joker. Just as Marlowe finished his food, his right arm came crashing down, defeating the kids without any suspense. Who's next? The now giant wannabe Marlowe screamed as he swapped out the empty plate for a dish of lasagna. Lex felt personally offended when he saw Marlowe eat the lasagna with a spoon. Surprisingly, Chen stood up and sat opposite to Marlowe, replacing the defeated kids. As he grabbed Marlowe's hand, Lily tied a rope around their hands and stood on the side, ready to pull Marlowe's hand down. I'm going to need some help. Who else hasn't gone yet? Lily asked, looking around the room. Harry raised his hand as he hopped towards Lily and grabbed the rope. He changed the music as well, pumping himself up. At this point no one noticed Lex disappearing, and Leo running into the room. Lex's bodyguard simply lost track of the innkeeper, but did not put it to heart. His job was only to protect the innkeeper while he was in the inn. If he left of his own accord, the bodyguard did not need to be bothered. Leo grabbed onto the rope excitedly as well, asking Harry, "What's going on?" Harry did not react at all to Leo's sudden appearance and said, "The loud guy sealed his body cultivation and challenged everyone to an arm wrestling match. He said he won't use any strength while he eats, but once he finishes you will win the match. The goal is to beat him before he finishes his meal." At this point Chen started trying to push Marlowe's hand down, and the others pulled on the rope. As one of the weakest cultivators there, Lex did not expect his contribution to matter, but he was getting severe FOMO, fear of missing out, just standing there watching. The trio pulled hard on the rope and it seemed for a moment that Marlowe's hand moved down a bit, but no one could be too sure. Only a few moments later Marlowe had finished the lasagna like a vacuum sucking up dirt, and slammed Chen's hand down. Next, he roared, though whether he meant the next meal or arm wrestler, no one could be sure. Velma hopped towards him and put down a plate of fresh barbecue, politely handing him a fork as well. At this point, almost everyone in the room had already lost. Just when everyone thought that no one would step up, one of the suited guards sat opposite to Marlowe. This guard's cultivation was peak golden core, so he was not weak at all. Yet the look Slag gave the guard was one of ridicule. The people in the room cheered as the new match started, and someone started a chant of, "Kick Marlowe's butt." Jimmy was the most vocal with that chant, and stood up on a table to watch the exciting match. Hera almost cried, watching her son enjoying the festivity. Jimmy had been so reclusive the past few months, he was finally behaving like a child again. The guard surprised everyone by putting up a strong fight. Marlowe's hand moved down till it was at a 45 degrees angle, but before he could move it down further, Marlowe had devoured his food and started fighting back. Unlike the previous matches, he was not able to simply slam down the guard, which prompted another round of cheering. "You're getting weak, old-timer," Alexander yelled, smirking at his former teacher. As if to answer Alexander, Marlowe started exerting even more strength. His shirt, ripped at the bicep and veins started running up his arm. Finally, after a tough fight, the guard was defeated. A round of booing and cheering took place as Marlowe chugged down a jar of meat and slammed it down on the ground. Next, his roar echoed, prompting Velma to reappear with a plate of deep-fried cheeseballs, nuggets, sausages and French fries. Marlowe, like a ravenous animal, set upon the plate without waiting for his next opponent. While everyone waited to see if anyone would step up, perhaps another guard, John casually strolled to the table. In a great show of arrogance, instead of clasping Marlowe's hand, he only stuck out a single finger. "Velma, be a dear and get me that drink you offered last time." "What was it called?" "Piña Colorado." "Piña colada," she said, handing him the drink. John accepted the drink with a smile, and looked at Marlowe. "I'll give you until I finish this glass to defeat me. By the way, all my spirit energy is already sealed, so you don't need to worry about that." Marlowe let out a viscous grin and grabbed the man's finger. The match started immediately, but neither the hand nor the finger moved from the middle. The room was full of hooting and chanting, with Leo participating as well. John casually drank his drink while Marlowe hurriedly swallowed his food. The two finished at the same time and after giving each other a dirty look, began using full force. The table cracked immediately, but they continued to wrestle as if the air itself was solid. For exactly 1 second it looked like it would be a tie, but then John smashed his finger down hard, throwing Marlowe's body across the room after a crushing defeat. Marlowe's body hit a window, and though the window did not break, cracks appeared. The whole room exploded in celebration as almost everyone had been defeated by Marlowe. Even Slag let out a smirk. To everyone here, this victory was more dear than if they themselves had won. The celebration, however, was interrupted by the innkeeper's voice giving an announcement in the room saying, "For broken and damaged furniture, Marlowe and John will be fined 300 megapixels each." Everyone started laughing. Marlowe shrugged it off, but John started scowling. He was the most broke person here. Chapter 107. Assembly. With Marlowe's devastating defeat, the merrymaking and festivities slowly came to a close. Will, Hera and Jimmy eventually returned to their rooms, Jimmy still bouncing up and down from the excitement. Aisha stayed a while longer, but then took a look at her watch and eventually returned. Slag, who no longer wished to associate with anyone in Marlowe's prescience, went out to stroll about the inn and collect more information. Maybe Lex should just make a booklet for new guests so that they don't need to explore themselves. John, whose sense of satisfaction from the victory had been ruined, returned to the battle axe and Harry returned to Earth. Eventually it was just Marlowe, Alexander and Helen left, mainly because Marlowe was still eating like a ravenous wolf. At a certain point Lex realized that he wasn't just being a glutton, his body needed sustenance, and since he could no longer absorb spirit energy due to his broken core, food was his primary source. "Would you like to try our spirit food instead of just regular meals?" the innkeeper asked, finally halting the man's actions. Lex reminded himself that despite Marlowe's bombastic actions, the man was a very focused and dedicated individual. Everything he did served a hidden purpose, so he should have realized sooner that he was finally suffering the toll of trying to resolve the issue with his blood without the support of the recovery pod. "Why not? Send them my way," he finally said after swallowing, but then continued to eat the food that he had. Marlowe was the first person trying the spirit food made from the vegetables Lex had grown in the greenhouse. In terms of price, it was still very reasonable, changing the price for a single meal from 1 megapixel to 10. As much as Lex wanted to watch Marlowe try out the new food, see him discover the brilliance of the inn's cooking that would bring him to a world where champagne flowed from the sky and rose petals appeared beneath his feet, maybe Lex had spent some time watching a certain cooking anime in the past, he decided to leave. Although he felt well enough, he wanted to meditate some more and calibrate his mood for the upcoming meeting. Today's incident also reminded him that not everyone would go along with his designs willy-nilly, and he needed to be in best form. Back at the manor, with some privacy finally, Alexander turned to Marlowe with a serious matter to discuss. "When are you going back to Earth?" Your disappearance has caused some issues. Your wife has caused a lot of problems. Even Bluebird finally could not ignore it and sanctioned her, but that has not redeemed the situation. Marlowe did not slow down eating, and it didn't look like he cared much either way, but a careful observer would notice the flashing sadness in his eyes. I cannot leave this place until I finish my new method of cultivation. The meditation room speeds up my progress astronomically, and I might need to go to the recovery room at a moment's notice if something goes wrong. Alexander sat in silence as he contemplated what Marlowe told him. Like his grandfather, all the nascent level cultivators on Earth reached that level through unique and unrepeatable ways. Following that road, Marlowe had devised a new cultivation technique that could be summed up by describing it as rapid evolution under the influence of spirit energy. With his core crippled and no resources to push his body cultivation further, this is the solution he came up with. The rapid evolution would be induced under the influence of spirit energy, but by doing so he would essentially be changing his very body. This change went beyond the scope of change brought about by cultivation, and would bring his body's natural state to be equivalent to higher cultivation levels. This was a theory that Marlowe came up with based on his study of beasts, as they had no problem reaching the nascent realm even when humans could not. What Marlowe did not know was that he had embarked on a path that was already known by some in the universe, but very few tried and even fewer succeeded in, the path of the prime. In fact, without the aid of the Inn, Marlowe would never have even made it this far. And how long do you think that will take? Will you be able to join the Midnight Games? I'm not sure, Marlowe replied. I feel like I'm on the verge of success. But like any breakthrough, that last step could come quickly or it could take years. After a moment of silence, well, even if you miss the games, I think you should take some time when you're able to go back and settle things on Earth before they become too ugly. Speaking of things getting ugly, what are the geezers planning on doing about the inn? I don't know if what Slag said was true, but it's only a matter of time before someone sends a tracker or something of the sort back to Earth with a guest who wants to venture out into the universe. Or someone who gets bribed. Or tricked. Either way, the end result will not be good. I asked my grandfather, Alexander said with a confused expression. He only said that I don't need to worry about it, and if possible, accept the biggest bribes. He told me to get the most I can out of anyone who is willing to throw money our way, and then continue to get some more. The room returned to silence, as everyone contemplated the future. Eventually they parted ways, and as Marlowe walked back towards the meditation room his eyes became resolute and a Tier 5 zombie core appeared in his hand. The rest of the day passed peacefully. After a round of meditation Lex eventually went to bed. For some reason, his meditation was extremely fruitful today. He felt like he was on the verge of stabilizing his spirit. He didn't know if his progress was faster than normal, but since his cultivation technique was unorthodox he simply accepted it. Not that he was complaining, he wanted to become stronger as fast as possible. The next day, Lex held an assembly for all his guards. He was not sure if his guards were very well designed robots or constructs of the system or real people, like he suspected his bodyguard might be. Either way, instructing them once himself would not be a bad idea. In the forest surrounding the greenhouse 260 guards stood in 10 straight lines, facing the Innkeeper. The AI staff was also standing on the side even though Lex could pass orders to them mentally. They didn't want to feel left out. I've been observing you and you've been doing a good job. I can see you patrolling the grounds diligently, and even the quick response to yesterday's event made me proud. Tomorrow we'll be expecting a lot more guests, and with more people I expect there will be more altercations. You have to stop any incidents before any of the guests can get hurt. Should anyone cause an issue, you should only detain them, try not to harm them. Once you've detained them, hold them until you can contact me, no need to be polite against offenders. If the opponent is too strong or attacks with intention to kill, then no need to hold back. You can attack with extreme prejudice. This meeting will be practice for the much larger event in a few days, so make sure to perfect your rounds. Lex did not give them too many instructions, they were doing their job well enough and probably knew what to know better than he did. It was just, he needed to make sure they knew how to handle most situations. He did not want guards killing or crippling any guests, at least on their own discretion. Then he informed them on the protocol for various different situations from medical emergencies to massive zombie invasions to lost children and more. Honestly, he did not expect any such situation to arise, but he had learned that he could never adequately predict things when it came to the system. When it came to his regular staff, he did not give them many instructions, but instead told them to note down areas where they were lacking that they noticed during the larger crowd. This would be a good time to test the limits of how the inn was running and what things needed to be changed. Finally, he also told them not to overburden themselves, as he had arranged for temp staff for each guest during the event. Before Lex could finish his briefing, Z raised his hand and asked if he could go back to the gamer's den. Lex mentally facepalmed, but nodded nonetheless. He needed to find this little boy some friends. That was the only solution. Chapter 108. Lex freaking Williams. Lex rubbed his forehead with index and middle fingers as he worried about Z. But this was not the time or the place for that. He forced his attention back to the matter at hand and gave the rest of the staff a motivational speech. He needed them to be at their best. With that done, he sent the rest to return to their duties, but told Gerard and Velma to stay back. Something important he realized, only while giving them the speech, was that he had been giving them instructions but never received any feedback from them. Other than when they responded to his requests, he never really talked to his staff. This was not good practice. Even if he did not become friends with them, he should at least know their thoughts in regards to the inn. What do you guys think of the preparations? Do you think there's anything we need to do? He asked them. Since they were his oldest employees, they would have the most insight. The duo looked at each other, confused, then thought about the answer for a moment. You should choose a second in charge to tackle any situation while you're busy. If there are too many guests, waiting till you're free to resolve the issue would take up a lot of time, said Gerard after a moment. That makes sense, Lex replied thoughtfully. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, for now Mary will be second in charge. Since others can't communicate with her, Gerard, you can act as her communicator. Others can come to you with their issues, and then you can communicate her instructions. Very good, sir, Gerard responded with a bow. Anything else? I think having maps would be a good idea, said Velma. All the guests have to walk around themselves if they want to find out about the inn. A map would make it much easier. Excellent, why didn't I think of that? Lex said, surprised by his own obtuseness. He went directly to the midnight market and looked at what options he had. Simple printed maps that would be updated every time he made an addition to the inn would be the cheapest and cost him 10,000 megapixels total. Once paid, he could have an unlimited amount of such maps. Maps that would pin the user around as they traveled on the map were even more expensive, going directly up to 50,000 MP. There were more sophisticated maps as well, such as digital or holographic maps, but Lex didn't even bother with those at the moment. He directly bought the cheapest option for 10,000 megapixels. That was a great suggestion. Anything else? The both of them thought for a minute, and could not come up with anything else, so they just shook their heads. Alright, then what about yourselves? How are your work hours? Do you need more rest? What about your residences, are they satisfactory? Do you want anything more? Honestly, Lex felt a little bad as their residences were very bare and without a lot of furniture, and they didn't really do much else other than work or cultivate. It's more than enough, answered Gerard truthfully. Yes, I never even thought about having a place of my own. It's already very great, we don't need anything else. Velma answered with a lot of enthusiasm. Watching their earnest faces and listening to their satisfied responses, Lex felt even more guilty. The simple-minded AI staff were too easily placated. He vowed to himself that the next time he made a lot of MP he would do more for them. With everything done, he sent them off and returned to his own residence. A fact that he didn't want to acknowledge was that he was actually feeling quite a bit nervous. Thinking about speaking to a large crowd consisting of the most powerful people from several planets made his heart jitter, just a little bit. It was not like he'd never given a speech or presentation to a crowd before. He did it often while he was working, but this was an entirely different scale of things. Not to mention, all of them probably had monumentally high cultivation levels and he was barely a beginner. Even with a cheat such as the system, he felt dwarfed. He didn't want to distract himself from the feeling, however. He had a gut feeling that if he didn't acknowledge it and plan for it, even with the help of the host attire, he'd mess up tomorrow. So he did not shy away from the feeling, nor did he go to meditate. He let himself feel the nervousness for a while. He felt his gut plummeting, his muscles tightening up, nerves jittering. He felt his bones tremble. He felt his hairs stand on their ends. He felt the dread setting in. Then, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, holding the air in. When he could hold it in no longer, he released his breath slowly. When he opened his eyes, despite his anxiety and apprehension, they were filled with conviction. Fear would not stop him, anxiety would not deter him, and the unknown would not slow his steps. His audience for tomorrow might consist of the leaders of 3 different planets, but he was Lex freaking Williams, the goddamn innkeeper. They should be the ones nervous in his presence, not the other way around. He went back to his study and prepared all his talking points. He did not write a speech, but jotted down a list of all the important things he needed to discuss. He wrote down all the rules for the events and repeated them in his mind multiple times, so that he would not forget to inform them. He imagined questions others would ask, and jotted down potential answers. He thought of various scenarios he could encounter tomorrow, and prepared his responses. He visualized himself on stage, and thought about how exactly he needed to speak. He thought about his body language and gestures. Most of the time, Lex was a pretty relaxed fellow. Even though he had decided to keep his persona as the innkeeper mysterious, he could not help himself from chatting and occasionally joking with his guests because it was hard to act as someone he wasn't. But tomorrow, even if he maintained his relaxed demeanor, he could not allow others to take him lightly. As he prepared for the following day and imagined the various scenarios, his nervousness did not actually fade. The bottomless feeling in his gut remained with him, and occasionally he even felt randomly cold, but he let none of that deter his actions. As a result, something unexpected happened. Through working amidst difficulty, he honed his spirit faster and better than during any meditation session. By the time night fell, his spirit completely stabilized and he was ready for the next procedure. Lex felt as if his spirit made a pop sound, and suddenly the world became much clearer. It was as if previously he had been trudging through mud, exerting all his strength with each step he took, but now suddenly he had been freed to walk freely. No, it did not feel like he was walking freely, but that he was walking along a travelator that was going in the same direction. He did not need Mary to tell him what had happened, he realized on his own. But right now was not the time to undergo a procedure and raise his cultivation. He would have to wait until after the meeting. Even though he didn't need to anymore, he got up and went to meditate. He stabilized his thoughts and let his body relax. He did not let his thoughts return to tomorrow's meetings, and completely freed himself of all future worries. Eventually, he reached a mental state equivalent of floating freely in a swimming pool. When he was done, he got up, showered and went directly to bed. The shower was warm and the sleep deep and dreamless. As the innkeeper slept silently, countless people around the universe waited impatiently for the next day to arrive. They did not dare to relax, lest they miss their opportunity. Others were not impatient, but looked at their silver keys with eager attitudes. Others simply didn't care. Some people summoned countless soldiers and guards, with weapons equipped and armors worn. Others called for translator and dignitaries. Others yet collected their best booze and hallucinogens. A specific fellow on Earth prepared his visiting cards, each one handmade with the best calligraphy he could muster. On Nibiru, a sloth lazily opened its eyes. The world seemed to distort under the weight of his vision, so he closed his eyes again. On Vegas Minima, a youth landed. On the planet, surrounded by some of the most elite guards of the Empire. He was reading a briefing of the reason he was sent here. The Empire had certain suspicions. As unlikely as they were, some things could not be put to chance, so he was sent. Somewhere in a realm known as Garvitz, a small gathering of elite demons was gathered. Surprisingly, all of them looked like humans. Well, mostly human. An occasional pair of horns or wings and such were still visible. They were oddly disciplined, and stood according to rank and position. At the forefront sat a pure-blooded devil. His smirk was remarkably enchanting and his eyes full of mischief. Back at the inn, as the sun rose, the innkeeper opened his eyes. Chapter 109. Respect. Lex did not wake up groggy, nor was it a slow process. The moment his eyes opened he was wide awake, fully aware that today was the day he had been preparing for. He got up, showered and put on his suit. But he did not leave his residence, he simply scanned the inn. His guards were already patrolling the grounds and all his staff was in place. Even Harry, who originally had a commitment back on Earth today, was here. It was around 8:20 a.m. right now, and the keys would activate at 9 a.m. He did not select his targets individually, that would have cost too much MP, but set a general criteria of leadership of an adequate number of living beings. Then he chose to launch 300 silver keys per planet. Each key would allow the main guest to bring up to 2 other guests, so at minimum he was expecting 300 guests per planet and at most 900. This was not including the few random guests who already had golden keys. So if each guest brought along 2 colleagues or guards, he could have up to 2,700 guests here today. 2,700 guests who were all at a much higher cultivation level than him. Suddenly, he stopped himself. His thoughts were spiraling again. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. He was not in a meditative state, as he still kept an eye on the inn, but he had a strict control over his wandering thoughts. Time ticked by slowly, and as soon as it was 9 a.m., Lex exhaled slowly, then opened his eyes. Right now, he was no longer a young man who had made a simple wish for excitement in his life. Right now, he was the innkeeper. His heart no longer beat irregularly and his nerves no longer tingled him. He had no distracting thoughts. Normally, the host attire helped him keep composure, but it did little in the way of elevating his mind and body language. Yet now, not only was he composed, even with his casual smile his demeanor demanded the utmost respect. Lex had somehow entered a state of total concentration, similar to what he had so long ago when he was fighting zombies. Every thought, every nerve, every instinct was honed on the mission he had set for himself. The first portal finally opened, and out stepped a massive, 9-foot-tall wolf with green fur. Behind it, 2 other canines followed closely. The wolf's followers had black fur, and were in fact much larger than the wolf, at nearly 15 feet, but made sure to stay a step behind the wolf. Lex instantly checked the wolf's status. Name: Bloodfang. Age: 4,555. Sex: male. Cultivation details: too high for host of U species. Inferior Lycaios. Midnight in prestige level 1. Bloodline: inferior Lycaios. Unique variant. Remarks: unsatisfied with its stock in life, the wolf has decided to carve out its own path. A hungry, ambitious and cunning beast like this is excellent prey for price gouging, charge without restraint. Lex was happy that the wolf's status could be viewed, even if he could not tell its cultivation. With back-to-back error warnings lately, he was getting concerned that most high-leveled cultivators would have ways to avoid detection from his system scan. Yet even as he scanned Bloodfang, Lex made no move to greet it. There was no way he could individually greet all guests, so he would greet none of them. Instead, the personal hologram staff that he hired was responsible for the greeting. A holographic wolf appeared before Bloodfang, though its size was nowhere near that of Bloodfang and its entourage. It was sized according to a normal wolf on Earth. Greetings guests, and welcome to the Midnight Inn, the best inn that caters to the entire universe. The hologram said, I am your personal hologram, there to assist you with anything you need and answer all of your questions. The meeting will begin shortly. Would you like me to take you to the Colosseum, where the meeting will be held, or would you like a tour first? The wolf stared silently at the hologram, and Lex stared silently at the wolf. He hoped the wolf would not do anything drastic, but if it did his guards were there to resolve the situation. As he could not see their cultivation levels, he was not sure if his guards could handle it, but if they couldn't he would step in personally and his bodyguard would be forced to intervene. Lex had every confidence in his bodyguard that cost him a ridiculous amount of money. Just as the wolf was about to speak, another portal opened nearby. A massive, 98-foot-tall gorilla stepped through. After sweeping the area for immediate threats or traps, the gorilla stepped aside and allowed a deer to enter. The deer was not only normal-sized, it actually looked petite, yet the obvious deference of the giant gorilla spoke volumes of its status. The deer was followed by a stag. Green's Haven, Bloodfang called out to the deer, and gave it an acknowledging nod. Good to see you, Bloodfang, the deer responded casually, and took a look around. A holographic deer appeared before Green's Haven, and repeated the exact line that had been said to Bloodfang. This is so interesting, the deer said to the stag. It's like a picture, but it has a spirit. Tell me, spirit, what do you mean by universe? The landmass on which you live is known as a planet, and exists in space. It revolves around your sun, along with a collection of other planets, although not all of them may contain life. This collection of planets that revolve around a sun form a cohesive system called a solar system. A galaxy is formed of millions or billions of solar systems, and there are billions of galaxies. The space which these galaxies exist in, and more, is known as the universe. Nonsense. Bloodfang roared angrily. Nothing that big can exist. What lies are you spouting? What is your purpose? The holograms were not affected, but the guards surrounding them suddenly became alert. Fortunately, That seemed to have an effect as both the deer and wolf felt the intimidation of the 10 guards with unknown cultivations. Now, Blood Fang, no need to be so closed-minded. Don't tell me you can't feel that the spiritual energy of this place is different from our planet. This at least proves that there are lands other than ours, far away from our reach. The wolf reluctantly nodded. Before they could continue their conversation, more portals opened and new beasts started emerging from them. It seemed that Nibiru was the first planet to be connected, as only beasts were coming through the portal. Fortunately, the beasts that were coming out now were mostly at the Golden Core realm, with an occasional nascent realm 1. Lex was slightly concerned that if all of them were at the unknown level, his 10 measly guards would not be enough to maintain the peace. And the peace definitely needed to be maintained, as only a few minutes after beasts started emerging through, 2 enemy beasts identified each other. The first one did not look like any animal Lex knew. It stood on 6 legs with a massive hairy torso connecting them. Instead of hands or claws, it had wings and tentacles, and on its 3 heads it had horns, tusks and protruding fangs respectively. The other animal was a fairly ordinary-looking fox. Yet their encounter was anything but ordinary. The 2 beasts did not seem to care that they were surrounded by other beasts and immediately launched an assault, along with the guards they brought along. The 6 beasts had a single exchange that caused shockwaves to spread throughout the inn. The few guests who still did not know that beasts had made an appearance, namely, Alexander, Will and Chen's parties, instantly woke up from the noise. The fight had only begun and the beasts were already launching their next attacks when they were all suppressed by a massive force. All 6 animals were sprawled on the ground, unable to move and barely able to breathe under the suppressive force. Confusion and fear filled their eyes, as they had never been suppressed so completely since they had started their reign. The other beasts that surrounded them that were previously enjoying the show all took a few steps back, afraid to become involved. No free fighting is allowed on the inn premises. A voice boomed through the inn. It was Lex's voice, firmly laying down the law. Guests who wish to engage in combat may request to go to the combat arena, but due to today's occasion the combat arena is not available. Well, also because Lex hadn't made a combat arena at all, but that was an irrelevant detail. This is your first, and only warning. Anyone who engages in a fight, or tries to harm other guests will be strictly punished, and banned from the inn. With that announcement concluded and the force suppressing the 6 beasts disappeared, yet they were too afraid to stand up. The force had been the combined effort of all 10 guards above the nascent realm, suppressing these beasts with their spiritual force. It was not something lightly endured, and probably left mental trauma in the victims, not to mention the physical trauma they experienced being squeezed into the ground. This was something Lex had expected, and already instructed the guards on how to react. This was the Midnight Inn, a place people came to rest and relax, but also a place that must be respected. Chapter 110. Happy Sloth. For a moment the crowd hushed as everyone whispered to one another. They waited for a while, but when nothing else happened the beasts finally relaxed. The beasts slowly formed into small clusters, gathering with those they knew and were on good terms with. They whispered amongst themselves, discussing what they thought was happening. Some of them were gravely intimidated by the 6 beasts getting suppressed, as they themselves were weaker than them. Others smugly gloated over their stupidity. A very few of them silently observed the gathering. In the history of Nibiru there had never been an incident where so many top-tiered cultivators gathered together. This was not only because the planet was divided into multiple continents that were kept apart by the ocean, it was also because beasts were generally territorial. This meant that not only would they stay in their own lands to protect them if other powerful beasts entered their territory, even if only to travel, they would view it with hostility. Eventually the clusters started breaking apart, as some of the beasts headed towards the Colosseum while others roamed about to explore the inn. Noticing this, and realizing the variable sizes of the beasts, Lex quickly opened the event management panel and quickly rented the size regulator for 20,000 megapixels. With this, once any beast tries to approach any building their size would automatically be reduced to a maximum of 7 feet without affecting their strength of abilities. This feature was actually quite expensive to buy. Fortunately to rent for a single event it was relatively cheap. This left Lex with 125,106 megapixels in total. This was cutting his budget a little close, as he wanted to spend a lot of souvenirs for his new guests to buy. Basic souvenirs would be cheap, less than 10,000 megapixels for enough to last the whole event in fact, but Lex wanted ones that had some use or ability. After a moment's consideration, Lex decided to take a risk. He wanted to save MP in case of emergencies, but retail was an excellent way to earn back some of what he spent. Lex spent 50,000 megapixels to purchase commemorative golden coins. On one side of the coin was an image of the Midnight Manor, with the initials MI on it. On the other side was a giant number 1. The initials as well as the number weren't written in English, but were written using a special crafting technique so that they would change so that whoever viewed the coin would always see and understand those initials and number. The coin served no purpose, but simply acted as a commemorative souvenir to celebrate the first ever Midnight Games. Another thing to note, the coin was golden in color but was not made of actual gold. It was made from a much tougher, much rarer metal and more durable metal. The engravings would not fade as a result of time and the coin was extremely resistant to any kind of damage. Maybe, after a long time once the inn became more popular, these coins would be worth a lot to collectors. Each coin could be purchased for 500 megapixels, from either the gift shop or through the assistants, for now. If he made enough MP and he could add more stuff to sell, he would place stalls near the Colosseum. Lex had stopped viewing the statuses for his guests as they were just too many coming in now. There were already over 500 beasts, and more coming. Alexander, Helen, Will, Hera, Jimmy, Chen and Lily all watched the gathering from the lobby of Midnight Manor. Even knowing that the inn would protect them, looking at the massive beasts roaming around, some of them felt intimidated. Since Lex had stopped viewing statuses, he missed out on a single sloth that stood alone in the crowd. It had no followers, and no one interacted with it. The sloth simply stood amongst the crowd, looking around with interest. The world did not seem to distort under its gaze, and even if it moved around the ground would not crack. A small, innocent smile grew out on the sloth's face. Slowly as it could physically manage, the sloth moved a single claw on its foot and its position changed. The sloth was no longer in the crowd, but in a strange little building. It looked at a human who had been startled by its appearance, and its smile grew even wider. The human did not die under its gaze. The rules of this world protected the human. The human, who finally gathered himself, smiled and said, "Welcome to Harry's barber shop. Would you like a makeover?" To be clear, the rules of the inn weren't protecting Harry from an attack by the sloth. The sloth naturally released an aura that was harmful to those around it if they were not of a certain cultivation level. Since this was not an active act, the system deemed it acceptable to curb the aura so that others would not be affected by it. This was similar to how Chen and Blaine were unaffected by Falok's natural aura when they were talking to him, whereas should they have tried on Earth without Falok actively withdrawing his aura, they would have immediately died. The difference here was that the sloth was incapable of withdrawing its aura. "Go ahead," the sloth answered, amused by the human. "Please, take a seat," Harry instructed as he turned the chair for the sloth. He had no idea of the sloth's cultivation and normally should not know how to groom a beast. But his sorcery heritage was extremely thorough, and the species of his target was irrelevant as he was not grooming the physical body, but the soul and spirit directly. The physical changes that appeared after his grooming were an indirect result of that. Once the sloth was seated, Harry's eyes started to glow purple again and a pair of flying scissors appeared beside him. After careful consideration of what to do, Harry proceeded to cut the sloth's hair. That is when something unexpected happened. After a single cut, Harry collapsed on the floor, fainting due to exhaustion. The scissors that he used had also snapped. On the sloth's body, the top 1 millimeter of a single hair had changed color from its natural light brown to a much deeper brown. The sloth was not alarmed by this, but in fact marveled at the change it felt in its single hair. It was the most pleasant sensation it had felt in a long, long time. A holographic sloth appeared before it and said, "Don't forget to pay when you leave. You can pay me directly, and I will transfer the money." The sloth smiled and summoned a single, glowing spirit stone. "Keep the change and tip the little human. I enjoyed the makeover very much." The spirit stone disappeared from its hand, along with the hologram. The sloth was now very curious about the inn. It moved another claw and suddenly appeared in a forest. Once it entered, the sloth got completely lost and was unable to exit at all. Eventually it decided to climb one of the trees and take a nap. Someone would wake it up once the meeting started. As Lex was overlooking his some 700 plus guests, Mary informed him that Harry had collapsed due to overconsumption of his soul power, and Mary had transferred him to the recovery room. Harry would fully recover, but it was unlikely that he would wake up today. After making sure that Harry had not been attacked, Lex turned his attention back to his guests. Despite his earlier warning, the newer beasts who entered had no prior knowledge of it, and so a few more fights broke out. Fortunately, all the fights were handled quickly and safely, without anyone getting hurt. Since none of the offenders were repeat offenders, Lex could not ban them from the inn for violating his rules since they did not know them. To fix this issue, he made a little change. He arranged his 10 most powerful guards, who he had decided to call his Tier 7 guards since he did not know their cultivation level, at the entrance and had them blast their spirit senses in full. All new guests would undergo a single, quick wave of pressure from his guards before a hologram would appear and tell them the no combat rule of the inn. This seemed to solve the issue. As for why the guards were called Tier 7, he numbered it according to the cultivation realm. Mortals was Tier 1, Body Tempering was Tier 2, Chi Training was Tier 3, Foundation was Tier 4, Golden Core was Tier 5, Nascent was Tier 6, and the Unknown was Tier 7. This division also intimidated Lex a bit. He never thought about it, so he never realized how far he really was in terms of cultivation levels, but dividing it in terms of numbers made it a lot more obvious. Yet he put that thought out of his mind. Just because he was not there yet did not mean he would not get there eventually. His focus returned to the inn. It had been exactly 3 minutes since a new beast entered the inn, and at a total of 798 beasts, it seemed that would most likely be all the guests he would get from Nibiru. Soon, guests from Earth would start to arrive. Having humans and beasts mixed together might cause some problems initially, so he needed to be focused to solve them. Speaking of which, Blood Fang had just made its way to the Midnight Manor and was about to encounter his other guests. He silently transferred some guards nearby to handle any potential issues. Chapter 111. Not a coward. A holographic wolf was giving Blood Fang a tour and was leading it to the Midnight Manor when it halted in its steps. It saw humans standing in the building, looking out at it. These humans were clearly different from the so-called guards. It suspected that they were also guests. Truth be told, Blood Fang has great trouble adjusting to the fact that these humans were so powerful. On its planet they were nothing more than insects. In fact, since insects could also cultivate, calling them insects was a compliment. They were simply humans, the name an insult unto itself. Yet now in this mysterious place it encountered countless humans who were ridiculously strong, some even stronger than itself. This enraged Blood Fang, yet it dared not do anything lest he upset its host. Blood Fang firmly decided to vent his anger on the humans back on its own planet once it returned. For now, it would adapt. As the wolf walked towards the manor it felt its height shrink, until it was no more than 7 feet. Even its guards were suppressed to 7 feet, though nothing else seemed to change. This made Blood Fang uncomfortable, but it understood that the buildings here weren't designed for beasts and thus some changes were needed. "Greetings, humans," Blood Fang said in a low, throaty voice. Perhaps it tried to be friendly, but his voice was too full of disdain. Yet none of the humans reacted to it. The beast was clearly extremely powerful, and had a right to be disdainful towards them. "Greetings, sir," Alexander responded with a slight, respectful bow. "You must be from the planet called Nibiru, I assume. I look forward to your participation in the Midnight Games." "Yes. The planet Nibiru," the wolf responded. It was still struggling with the concept of a planet and had never heard the name Nibiru before, but how could it say that to a measly human? "What planet do you humans come from?" "We come from Earth," Alexander said simply. "And we come from Vegas Minima," replied Lily. 2 different planets. The wolf contemplated. It had difficulty accepting this new change, but it considered the possibility. Should such planets exist, its path would open exponentially. It only needed to find a planet with weaker beings and conquer it. The wolf was on a journey to replace the bloodline it was born with one of its own design. Such an endeavor required countless resources, but the wolf only had a limited supply in its territory. It could not expand further because it controlled an entire continent, albeit a small one, and could not venture out to the sea. Not to mention, the deer had strongly threatened it. Should the wolf start a senseless massacre, the deer would not sit still. How could the wolf conquer more land without exhibiting its might? Yet the deer was stronger, so the wolf had to obey. The exchange ended there. The wolf said nothing more, and the humans did not question it. The hologram continued to give the tour, and Blood Fang continued to follow it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief that there was no conflict, and everyone mentally prepared themselves for more such encounters in the future. Lex simply accepted it. Even if there was a conflict he could handle it. Everything was in his control. 10 minutes had passed since the last portal opened, bringing a beast, when finally new portals started opening. They did not open one by one, but simultaneously, as if they had been orchestrated as such. Dozens of humans stepped forth, entering the inn for the first time. These humans had a much lower cultivation compared to the beasts, mostly belonging to the late Foundation realm, with one or two golden core cultivators here and there. Yet even so, with prior experience the guards took no risk, and a wave of spiritual force passed over all of them before a hologram appeared in front of each guest, welcoming them and giving them instructions about fighting. Lex kept an eye on the people from Earth to see if he recognized anyone. Most of the people were strangers, but he managed to see a few familiar faces belonging to popular Tempest profiles. If it could be said that the beasts from Nibiru had him on guard, the people from Earth only provided him with entertainment. Firstly, everyone was dressed strangely. He expected a lot of suits, but it seemed everyone wore very traditional attire. It seemed that Lex still didn't fully understand the cultivation culture of Earth. He saw everything from kimonos to plated armors to quilts to skirts to this one particular hairy lad who was wearing uncomfortably short shorts. As in, Lex had never seen a man wear such short shorts. Who the hell was he and how did he get here? Lex decided to look away. He wanted to forget the image the very next moment. The next thing that amused me was that the humans did not realize that they could communicate without utilizing their spirit sense. This caused a small verbal argument when an Estonian man passed a comment on an Arabic woman to one of his followers. Almost the entire crowd surrounding him froze when they realized they could understand him. This was followed by a very aggressive argument that would no doubt have turned into a fight had they been anywhere else other than the inn. In the Estonian man's defense, he was only admiring her thick mustache. Fortunately, the embarrassment the humans were causing themselves was lost on all the beasts, otherwise Lex would have been ashamed to associate with Earthlings. A few moments later, more leaders arrived and the situation finally took a more formal tone. This was because, amongst the newest arrivals was the Queen, the one true monarch widely recognized on Earth. Of course, although recognition did not mean approval, as there were a few people who gave her frustrated looks. But that was the extent of what they did. Who had the guts to go against her? Even Lex recognized her, and was surprised to realize that it never occurred to him that she was a cultivator. While Lex was undergoing his own epiphany, the Queen and her followers were undergoing a realization of their own. Brandon's claims about being able to cultivate here were real. This was groundbreaking news. This would drastically affect the power dynamics of Earth. They had to be sure to maintain their lead in utilizing this new resource over the rest of Earth. "You may begin the tour," the Queen said to her hologram, ignoring the crowd of beasts staring at them from a distance. Even though they were powerful, the humans from Earth had never been afraid of beasts. On Earth it was early morning, and all seemed normal. Everyone was going about their day, no one realizing that some of the top leadership on all of Earth had almost simultaneously disappeared. Well, almost no one. After waiting 30 minutes and ensuring that enough time had passed, in a bunker under the Sahara a meeting was started. "We have official confirmation, wherever they have gone they do not have access to communication. Immediately begin the operation," said a hoarse voice. "Begin moving all units into place. However, only move the units into place. No one, I repeat, no one is to start any action right now. Establish reconnaissance on the 5 families and start repositioning troops worldwide. Make sure everything looks official and there are no loopholes. This opportunity is too good to miss." All the members of the meeting turned off their holograms and began taking actions personally. This opportunity was heaven sent, they could not mess this up. Troops started to be repositioned all over Earth, under the guise of drills, or practice, or some reassignment. Various companies started relocating valuable resources, many banks raised their interest rates on loans, various currencies strengthened and many others weakened. No pattern or correlation could be seen between these seemingly separate incidents. Only very few people knew what they signified. One of those people was a soldier, following his troops' repositioning. Only, these troops weren't on Earth, they were on the moon. A few hours after leaving their original base, they arrived at an underground base full of various kinds of jets and ships. Under orders from their superiors, some of the soldiers started climbing into the ships. Others started loading supplies. The only soldier here who knew what was actually happening stood quietly as he waited his turn to board a ship. His actions seemed completely normal, and no one could tell something was amiss, So it was fortunate that he was wearing a helmet that covered his face, otherwise someone would see the nervous eyes of a teenager. Even as he climbed onto the ship and the doors closed behind him, he said or did nothing suspicious. But in his mind, he only hoped that what he was doing would redeem him, and that he lived long enough to go back and tell his friend Alexander that he, Zeus Leventus, was not a coward. As the ship lifted off, Zeus' knees trembled. Well, he was mostly not a coward. Chapter 112. Underwear models. Unaware of the silent changes happening on Earth, the leaders of the various factions on Earth began to tour the inn guided by their holograms. All of the leaders had already been identified by the 5 families in the days leading up to the meeting, and had been given a non-interference order. They could do as they wished as individuals, but only the 5 families would represent Earth and make appropriate decisions. This may seem like bullying, but the fact that they were allowed to come to such a place at all was generous in the eyes of the 5 families. Besides, as Brandon put it, "I'm a bully, what can you do about it?" The answer was nothing. They could do nothing about it, so they all accepted. So they all simply toured the place. Honestly, even if there was nothing here and it was a barren land, just based on the premise that it could aid their cultivation, they would consider it a holy land. Yet even as the humans spread out in small clusters, they avoided the beasts. None of them wanted to be the first to experiment by talking to them, and since none of them were the main characters here anyway, why should they take a risk? Soon the other members of the 5 families arrived as well. There was a stark difference between the Morrison family and the rest, however. While the other families only came with 2 followers each, the Morrison family, which had access to the golden keys, appeared with over 20 golden core cultivators, not including Rorik and Audrey. "Show off," the fat man, the only fat nascent cultivator in sight, muttered. Instead of getting offended, Brandon grinned at the remark. Yes, he did in fact like showing off. In fact, in the 1970s Brandon traveled the Earth as the world's most successful underwear model. His youthful looks and well-sculpted body drew admiration and praise everywhere he went, not to mention various sponsorships. Yet he decided to stop when Audrey, following in his footsteps, also became a model. Alas, while Brandon listened to his wife dutifully, she herself didn't give a rat's behind what anyone told her and did as she pleased, and only gave up the career when she grew bored of it. Those were some of the darkest days of Rorik Morrison's life. "Shall we head to the Colosseum?" asked Sam, ignoring the gloating narcissist. "Wait for my grandson. I sent him here a few days in advance, he will update us on the matters here." Richard, the fat man, and Sam only nodded, and patiently waited for Alexander. The Queen had not bothered waiting for them as she had another objective. One of her 2 designated followers was someone sent by the lady in the hologram that the 5 nascents had reported to. His only job was to observe everything so that he could report back once he returned. The Queen had volunteered for the job and the rest decided to keep their distance. Even though they knew it was a fundamental truth, none of the nascents liked being reminded that they reported to someone higher up. On Earth they were without equal, but in the vast universe that meant little. It did not take long before Alexander found the group. Helen had to stay back at the manor this time, as they may need to discuss sensitive matters and her presence might be inappropriate. No one asked it of her, she volunteered on her own, but the effect was the same. "Little man, you're growing up so fast. When I was your age, I hadn't even embarked on the path of cultivation." Ah, those summer days, working in the city, flirting with girls. The fat man seemed to be reminiscing, but his casual musings were cut short by Audrey, who said, "Are you telling my grandson to go around flirting with girls? I suppose you have a few candidates in mind." The fat man froze, feeling awkward. Compared to the rest, the fat man had a very casual attitude and almost behaved like a mortal. In his views, there was nothing wrong with a teenager flirting with some girls, right? However, for some reason he didn't understand, every one of the other nascent families assumed he was always trying to set up his daughters or granddaughters to their families. Please, he couldn't be bothered with such old-fashioned thoughts, yet somehow that was the impression everyone had of him. "Little Alexander, tell Grandpa, has anything interesting happened so far?" Alexander quickly briefed everyone on his encounter with Slag, and shared the information that he got from him. He was observing everyone else's reactions, hoping to learn something. They were curious, and asked many questions about the Empire, but none of them seemed surprised by the talk of galaxies of empires. Alexander said nothing, countless thoughts were running through his head. After asking Alexander a few more questions, Sam said, "So only representatives from 2 planets have made it here so far?" The third planet, this Vegas Minima, must be next then. We should wait and see what they look like. The rest were about to nod at his suggestion, but then, just as he finished speaking, 200 portals opened simultaneously. The timing was oddly coincidental, and not at all purposeful, the work of mystical forces that did not want to waste more time on idle conversations. In true military fashion, 600 uniformed men and women stepped through the portal at the exact same time. Most of them were Golden Core cultivators, but there were at least 80 nascent realm cultivators and at least a couple above that realm. Lex focused all his attention on this new incoming force, as their strength was by far the biggest and most dangerous. It was clear that these newcomers were a part of an army, and Lex did not even need to guess to know that they must be from the same battalion as Slag. The army underwent the same pressure of the Tier 7 guards as well as the warning and welcome from the hologram, but had the smallest reaction. Quickly, the 600 men started arranging themselves in small teams that they had probably agreed upon beforehand. They did not take combat stances and appeared only to be standing together in small groups of 10, yet Lex could feel that not a single one of these soldiers had their guards down. They were ready to fight to the death at a moment's notice. General Ragnar, who stood with an entourage of 9 people behind him, looked at the various guests at the inn. He noticed all the beasts in the vicinity eyeing them, as well as oddly dressed humans that were from a different planet. Before he could do anything, Slag marched as quickly as he could without breaking into a run and appeared before the general and saluted him. "Lieutenant Slag of the 7th Forward Battalion, reporting for duty, sir," he said in a very robotic fashion. "Authenticate," Ragnar said, and one of his followers stepped forward with a machine that he placed in front of Slag's eye. The machine scanned not only his face and eye, but his brain directly. A green light lit up on the machine, along with details about Slag. "Lieutenant Slag, according to reports, you went MIA a few days ago. What are you doing here?" Ragnar asked, directly using his spirit sense to speak into Slag's mind. "I stumbled through a golden door while escaping enemy combatants and arrived here, sir. I thought it would be more useful if I collect data about the Midnight Inn than return immediately. I have compiled a report of my findings." "All right, fall into line," Ragnar said, indicating that Slag should join his personal entourage. "Tell the soldiers to disperse and act according to their directives. We will regroup at the Colosseum." His orders were passed down and the soldiers had just started to move around when the remaining 100 portals opened up simultaneously as well. The latest arrivals did not come in the uniform style of the military, and walked through the portals one by one, yet the impact of their arrival was the biggest so far. The beasts, the humans from Earth and especially the soldiers of the Empire all tensed up when they saw zombies walking through. In fact, unseen by everyone, it was Lex who was shocked the most. Zombies. How could they come? He had made sure in his selection parameters for the silver keys to enter that the leaders should be sentient and intelligent. These zombies, that ranged all the way from Tier 2 to Tier 5, definitely should have not entered. Although immediately he noticed that the zombies at Tier 5 showed a remarkable level of intelligence, for a zombie that is. Finally, out of the last few portals stepped a few more guests who looked human at first glance. Yet it was only limited to the first glance, as one would quickly notice the various horns and tails these guests so proudly brandished. "Devils," Ragnar muttered through gritted teeth. Chapter 113. Cross-dressing devil. Even though Ragnar was not loud, as Lex was paying extra attention, he clearly heard the term, devil. Were these the leaders of the zombies? Did they get the keys? That was the only explanation. The atmosphere was extremely tense as the 600 Jotun soldiers immediately got in position for battle. The humans from Earth were dumbstruck watching these supposed fictional horror story creations appear. When they noticed the soldiers gearing up for a battle, they started backing away quickly, so as not to get caught in the crossfire. Unexpectedly, it was the beasts who had no affiliation with the humans and should not have known the demons who showed the greatest hostility. In fact, were it not for the quick reminder by a few smart beasts about the inn's non-combat rules, they may have already attacked. The devil did not seem to notice the ridiculous hostility pointed at them, and took a look around the inn as if they were truly admiring their latest vacation destination. They were amused by the holograms that took on the shape of the kind of devil. They were, as they did not believe real devils would ever work here. Lex did not make any early announcements or reminders. After he calmed down from his initial shock, he did not panic either. He was still in a state of flow, and his mind and body were reacting perfectly to his intentions. His guards seemed insufficient to handle the situation should a battle arise, simply because he had not planned for them to deal with a battle. They were supposed to stop random fights and minor incidents. Individually or even in small groups, his guards could handle most situations that could arise. However, an organized fight between hundreds of soldiers and demons that not only outnumbered them but were also stronger than them overall was not something they could face. Yet what allowed Lex to remain calm was the knowledge that his bodyguard should be able to handle any of the leaders here. He did not need to fight the entire army, simply intimidate the leaders. Yet while intimidating them, he still had to maintain the facade of the strong yet mysterious Innkeeper. If he reacted preemptively to prevent a fight, it could be viewed as him acting out of fear for the situation to deteriorate. He had to wait for someone to take the first step, and then he would react. He was very grateful he hadn't been a miser and spent lavishly on his bodyguard. Yet it was not as if Lex did nothing at all. He identified the devil as well as the man that looked like leaders of the two armies and checked their statuses. Name: Ragnar. Sulf. Age: 3574. Sex: male. Cultivation details: too high for host to view. Species: human. Midnight in prestige level 1. Condition: remarks: knock knock, who's there? It doesn't matter, because Hell's Butcher does not crack jokes, he cracks his enemies' will to fight. Name: Loretta Pendle Val Kilger. Age: 971. Sex: female. Cultivation details: too high for host to view. Species: devil. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: don't look into her eyes, she's very shy. She may just blush and kill you. Lex's flow almost collapsed and the strict control he had on his twitchy lip almost broke when he read Loretta's status. That was because while the status clearly stated Loretta was a female, and even had a feminine name, sort of, he was clearly looking at a man. Or maybe the difference was curtailed in devils, he was not sure, but if Lex had to guess he would have clearly guessed that this was a man wearing cosplay horns. Even the black, leathery wings behind his daughter back looked like a mons.eh, looked masculine. Maybe Loretta was just wearing a disguise. Yes, that must be it. Not that he needed any new reasons to discriminate against devils, but seriously, if that's how female devils looked, he knew a lot of anime-crazed humans who would be seriously disappointed. The silence was going on for too long. Lex decided to proceed with the event as planned and deal with any situation that arises as it happens. The holograms for all the guests appeared simultaneously and said, "Now that all the guests are here, the event will begin shortly. Please make your way to the Colosseum." Somewhere on the other side of the inn in a forest, a sloth was woken up from its slumber, only to see a whale staring at it directly in the eye. Holding onto the whale's tie was a turtle that seemed to be whispering something to one of the trees nearby. Back at the inn's entrance, the tension could be cut with a knife, yet no one dared to be the first one to act. It was one of the devils who finally chuckled and said, "Oh children, why don't you take a seat while Papa goes for a round with the boys? Don't do anything naughty while I'm gone." The zombies, as if taking his instructions very seriously, sat down on the ground, taking a seat on the dirt. Lex looked at this devil's information, curious to see if he could get any information on how he ordered the zombies. Was it something all devils could do, or this specific one? Name: Warhale Heil Fendel. Age: 12,100. Sex: male. Cultivation details: too high for host to view. Species: devil. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: don't be fooled by appearances, the clothes he's wearing are worth more MP than you've ever collected. Quick, offer him some cake. This was by far the oldest guest Lex ever had, so he naturally assumed he was probably very strong. For a moment, he started feeling doubtful, would his bodyguard be enough? But the doubt was momentary. He spent 1 million on a single individual. Whatever his realm was, Lex was sure that it would be enough. Warhale may have started first, but he was careful to stay one step behind Loretta, something that everyone noticed. Ragnar was struggling with a decision. His instinct was to immediately take this opportunity to kill the devils, yet logic told him that they would not have appeared in public unprepared for an assault. Furthermore, he had yet to learn anything about the Midnight Inn. If the owner of the inn was able to contact him directly, as well as others all over the world without leaving a trace, he was not a simple man. Not to mention, even the Jotun Empire did not lightly use interplanetary teleportation, yet here it was being used casually to teleport random beasts and people over. But Ragnar was not an indecisive man. He hesitated but for a few moments, before he ordered his troops to march towards the Colosseum. The holograms guided everyone, but the building was massive and clearly visible, so they really didn't need any help. Seeing that both the devils as well as the soldiers were moving without incident, the beasts as well as the earthlings decided to do the same. "Alexander, listen to me," said Brandon seriously. "Go call Marlowe, tell him to come to me immediately. Once that is done, you and Helen both return to Earth immediately. Once there, I want you to seal yourself in the safety bunker, don't let anyone know you're back. I will summon you out once I return to Earth." "Marlowe's in the meditation room, I don't think he'll be able to go in," he replied. "Do what you can. He's faced zombies before in combat, his experience will guide us if things take a turn for the worse. Not to mention, it isn't only for us. If something were to happen and he was meditating, then he would be gravely injured." "I'll see what I can do," Alexander said, and started sprinting towards the manor. He planned on getting Helen first, then going to fetch Marlowe. Everyone moved towards the Colosseum. The original jovial mood changed drastically. Even Will and Hera, who originally planned on attending the meeting, returned back to Earth. Will briefly considered sending Hugo, but then decided that to be safe he would wait until tomorrow. At that time he could directly ask the Innkeeper or some of the staff the details for the event. Soon, nearly 2,700 guests were seated in the Colosseum, leaving large empty gaps between each group. Even with this many people, most of the seats were empty, so it wasn't really a problem to find a suitable seat. Sam was filling the queen in on what she missed, and her follower who had been sent to observe was greatly shocked to hear about the devils. It appeared as though he knew of them. The 5 Naskants naturally noticed his reaction, and looked towards him, waiting for an explanation. The follower, noticing this, cleared his throat and said, "You don't need to know much. Just know, the devils are our enemies. The weakest devil is still far beyond what your planet can handle, so it is in your best interest to turn the other way should you ever encounter one. If something happens here, don't wait to see how things turn out. Escape back to Earth directly." Before anyone could ask him any questions, a man finally appeared on center stage. His casual smile and relaxed demeanor did not match the tense atmosphere at all. "Welcome guests to the Midnight Inn." Chapter 114. An itch. Under normal circumstances, Lex would have been extremely nervous with almost 2,700 people focused on him. Even up until yesterday, or to be more accurate, earlier this morning, Lex did not feel ready to address such a crowd without stuttering or at least mumbling or mispronouncing a few words. Yet right now, the way he looked at the crowd was completely calm and natural. It was as if he believed they should be the ones nervous in his presence, not the other way around. He scanned the crowd briefly once, his eyes passing over the 4 divided groups. His gaze paused a second longer when he looked at the devils, but continued on as if they were just ordinary guests. "It brings me great pleasure that you all could make it," he said, his voice loud yet still casual. "For those of you who did not get the opportunity to take a tour, or skipped it, let me introduce you to the inn. For the travelers of the universe, or those who just want a home away from home, for the adventurers who want a respite, or the scholars who want to broaden their horizons, for anyone in need, anywhere in the universe, the Midnight Inn is the destination for you. We offer you rest, security, opportunity, adventure, excitement, enlightenment and more. I am the Innkeeper, and this is my humble establishment." Lex paused for a moment. He had just received a new quest from the system, and he was going to ignore reading it till he was done, yet a simple glance at the notification let him know how serious this quest was. He quickly made a plan in his head, and decided how to deal with it. This was going to be the fastest quest he ever completed. Recently, 3 new planets gained access to the inn. To celebrate this, and to nurture an environment that promotes mutual growth and camaraderie, I decided to host the Midnight Games, which will allow the 3 worlds to share their culture with one another, and compete in some games for prizes. He paused again, this time a little longer, as he looked through his guests. He spotted Marlowe entering the Colosseum, clearly agitated. Some of his muscle had returned, but Lex did not bother paying attention to that right now. He looked at all the guests' faces, looked in their eyes, to see if he still had their attention. The oddly dressed humans, cross-dressed devils and confused beasts all had their eyes focused on him. No one had said a single word so far, but he would give them an opportunity to speak soon enough. Not to mention, some guests might not really wait to be given an opportunity. The Midnight Games will be divided into 2 portions. The first portion will be a cultural show. Any and all guests from each planet can participate, and the event will entail whatever format the guest requires, whether it be a show, a presentation, a game or anything else. Of course, you cannot harm other guests in the process. This portion will be divided into a few stages. The first is the general stage, where everyone will be allocated a space and will have their presentations simultaneously. Based on genuine audience response, appreciation and popularity, candidates will be selected into the qualifying round, where they will be given the stage to present in front of the entire audience. That will lead to the finale, where the last two finalists will be given center stage. The winning team will win a prize not only for themselves, but for their entire planet as well. I hope that through that experience the people of all planets come closer together and learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. After that, of course, will then lead to the combat and the actual games portion of the Midnight Games, much to some people's delight. Lex gave Marlowe a look before continuing. This portion is a little different, and also dangerous. Instead of taking place here at the inn, these games will be taking place on Vegas Minima. That statement made Ragnar frown slightly, and caused Loretta to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Some of you already know, though most do not, that there is a great undertaking going on in Vegas Minima at the moment. For those of you that do not know, I will explain the details a little. Naturally, Lex himself did not know about events happening on Vegas Minima, but under the events panel he can view major events going on in all planets connected to the inn. He can incorporate those events into his own using the panel, which is how he learned about the largest event taking place on Vegas Minima, the hunt for the spawning portal, as well as a detailed description of events relating to it. Currently, the planet is divided. Much of it is under the control of demons known as zombies, while the rest of it is under the control of humans. This was a simple statement, but it attracted the attention of almost all guests. Some of the beasts suspected as much, but learning that an entire planet, though they still did not understand the concept of a planet, was being controlled by humans shocked them. The Jotun soldiers and devils were focused because clearly these games were about to have a direct impact upon their confrontation that had just begun. Based on the direction of the games, support could go on either side. As for the Earthlings, well, which one of them had never seen a zombie apocalypse movie? It was as if their fantasies were coming to life in front of their eyes, and they were truly enraptured. Some of you may think that it is a simple battle, since the zombies have no direct way of reproducing, killing them would slowly but surely eliminate the zombies from the planet once and for all. But it is not so simple. You see, there is a spawning portal on the planet that lets more zombies enter the planet infinitely from another realm. The humans are desperately trying to locate the spawning portal, while the demons are doing everything in their power to keep it hidden. But in this struggle, the demons have had the advantage of time. They've taken a long time to set up a formation that not only hides the portal, it protects it from interstellar attacks. Should any weapons of mass destruction be used, the formation will channel the destructive energy directly into the planet's core, destabilizing it and ultimately destroying the whole planet. Lex's words caused not only Ragnar to grimace, it caused the devils to frown as well. This was not a new tactic used in the war against demons, and was in fact a very common one. Unless the occupants are ready to sacrifice the entire planet, such a formation would prevent the use of not only high-leveled cultivators, it would prevent the use of heavily destructive technological weapons. Unless the formation can be located, that is. With that background information, I think I can begin to explain the games. The protective formation has 10 very important nodes that keep it running, and so there will be 10 games. Dear Innkeeper, Loretta finally interrupted Lex, having completely understood the direction this was going in. But even while interrupting, her disguised masculine voice did not sound aggressive or accusatory, but rather remorseful and regretful. It seems to me that there is a lot of discrimination going on in your Midnight Games. I thought the point of this event was to get along together, build camaraderie and learn about each other's cultures. Yet now it seems to me that this is all just a build-up to a slaughter of my people. Loretta wiped an imaginary tear off her cheek as she said the last part. That's not very nice, is it? Not the kind of behavior I would expect from an inn. Especially not one that is trying to operate without needlessly provoking some enemies. Lex smirked. He was waiting for this, and so were a lot of people, and beasts. I think there has been some kind of misunderstanding, he said, amusement quite evident in his tone. The Midnight Inn only ever promotes peaceful gatherings that help not only our guests, but the entire communities that they belong to. As a business, we have no interest in having enemies, only more guests. Our sole focus is on spreading our name across the universe, so that anyone who needs to rest knows exactly where they can come to. See, again, your actions and intentions aren't really a reflection of your words. How can you say you're not making any enemies when you're clearly targeting us? How can you condemn an entire planet full of my precious zombies to death, and yet claim to be looking for more guests? At her question, Lex started laughing. It was not a chuckle or a giggle, or a small laugh that ended quickly. It was a clear, loud laugh full of mirth and amusement. The sound of his voice echoed across the Colosseum. It was not oppressive or tinged with hidden anger, but genuine amusement. Yet the more it was like this, the more the devils frowned, and the more Ragnar looked confused. They needed no explanation to understand that the innkeeper did not take them as a serious threat at all. "Loretta dear," Lex said, wiping actual tears from his eyes, "I am not provoking enemies, I am just hosting some games, do you understand? I am not condemning a planet full of zombies to death, these are just simple games." The devils and even the humans felt their back tingle at the man who considered the fate of an entire planet as a game. "I have guests from all over the universe. I do not discriminate, and host everyone equally, so long as they obey the rules of the inn. Do you understand? But when certain guests come to my inn and repeatedly attack me, well, I don't mind tweaking my games just a bit. After all, how long can one ignore an itch before scratching it?" Lex asked the question wearing his brightest and most genuine smile, yet no one felt as lighthearted as he looked right now. This was the innkeeper, and even the devil's threat was nothing more than an itch to him. Chapter 115. A Celestial. The Colosseum was silent, each group for their own reasons. The beasts, despite having very strong representation, were the most confused. They did not understand a lot of the concepts that were being discussed, not because they were stupid, but because they focused their society on individual growth, and not the growth of the whole. They formed and stayed in their own territories, and the only exchange they had with their neighbors was defending from expansion, or expanding themselves. This caused their growth as a civilization to stagnate, and their individual power levels weren't high enough to leave the planet, so their knowledge base existed only up to a certain point. The beasts technically could not be blamed for this, as the term, beasts, was a generic term. For example, humans treated feline beasts and avian beasts both as if they were under the same category, but were they really? That beasts treated those of the same species kindly, but were mostly hostile to other species. Looking at it from this point of view, it made sense that they were not eager to share their knowledge and progress with other beasts. After all, even on Earth, despite all the humans' technological progress, did they share any of it with the beasts? They were both sentient beings, so technically they could, but the species barrier was a difficult one to overcome. The Earthlings were silent, not because they couldn't understand what was happening, but because they were clearly the weakest ones here. They were ready to participate in the Midnight Games, but if participating in them meant provoking the devils as enemies, they would need to run a cost-benefit analysis. For the Jotun soldiers, it was even simpler. They were there to fill the numbers and act as soldiers. Only Ragnar and his entourage had the authority to speak here. As for why Ragnar was silent, some of it was because of the weight of what the innkeeper said, but mostly because he was staring at the devil the innkeeper called Loretta. He did not know the identity of this devil, but he knew very well that there was a high-importance target amongst the devils called Loretta. Could this really be the same one? And if so, how did the innkeeper know? Despite the Empire's best efforts, they were not able to get a lot of details about this, Loretta. The devils, of course, were filled with a hostile silence. They were ready to attack at their leader's order. It was true that the innkeeper's attitude depicted him as an extremely strong individual who treated an entire planet as nothing more than a plaything, but then again, were they as devils any weaker? Their might was feared by even the strongest across the universe, and their influence undeniable. Yet the reason Loretta herself was silent was because of the shock. How did the innkeeper know her identity? It was impossible. Her disguise was perfect, and even those stronger than her should not have been able to determine who she was. Unless, of course, the innkeeper was even stronger than they had first suspected. Speaking of an itch, Lex continued, deciding this was the perfect time to complete the latest quest he had just received. Since I was in the middle of my introduction for the Midnight Games, I did not bother addressing this. But you have interrupted to address grievances, so this will have to serve as an opportune moment. My inn has some rules, not too many, and I don't need to share them because it is considered common sense. Yet I understand that there are many species across the universe, and they have a unique concept for what entails common sense. So I will take this time to elaborate on some of the rules. All guests are welcome, regardless of their age, background, species, affiliation, or anything else. Yet what is not welcome is a hostile attitude. Attacking, threatening or harming any guest or employee of the inn is completely unacceptable. On 3 separate incidents, your zombies have found their way to my inn and directly attacked me. But I do not blame you for others' actions, so that is fine. Yet now, in my presence, your fellow devil has been planting tracers on a number of my guests. Tell me, Loretta, should I now hold all your devils accountable for his actions, since you came together? Or just that single delinquent? Suddenly all the guests besides the devils froze, and started sweeping themselves for the so-called tracers. Instantly, the Colosseum was filled with hundreds of spirit senses, yet none of them were able to locate the tracers. How could it be that easy? After all, the devil's cultivation was much higher than the rest, and even Lex himself, with access to knowledge of everything happening in the inn, didn't notice until the quest. The quest stated that one of the devils had been planting tracers on various guests in order to trace them back to their planets, and that as the innkeeper he could not allow such hostile behavior to go unnoticed. He not only had to eliminate the tracers, he had to punish the devil in question. The guests were beginning to get confused, as none of them were able to find the tracers. Lex did not break his eye contact with Loretta during this time, and was able to pick up the surprise in her eyes. Yet before she responded, one of the devils made a move. He was too fast for Lex to even spot, let alone react to. One moment he was sitting behind Loretta, the next he was in front of Lex with a dagger pointed towards Lex's skull. In fact, the devil did not mean to stop or slow down enough to be seen. He was aiming to stab Lex through the skull, but right as he was exactly 1 foot away from Lex, he froze. None of the guests were able to see the devil make a move, other than Ragnar and a particular sloth. Without flinching or reacting at all, Lex turned to look casually from Loretta towards the black dagger that was pointed towards him. He could physically feel the sinister intent planted within that dagger, and let alone a stab, Lex knew that if the dagger had even touched him, he would have died. So why had the demon stopped? Because behind him stood Lex's bodyguard, with his hand placed on the devil's shoulder. Several audible gasps could be heard from the audience as people came to realize what had just happened. Someone had tried to attack the innkeeper so quickly they were not even able to notice. A wave of fear filled the guests as they looked at the devils, who were still sitting there casually. Some members of the audience, however, were staring at the bodyguard in absolute horror. A celestial, John screamed in his mind as he did his best to stop himself from trembling. What kind of insane maniac was he working for, that also had a celestial working for him? What ridiculous kind of existence could even convince those arrogant freaks to work for him? It appears as though the punishment shall go to the delinquent alone, Lex said, looking at Loretta. When you dispose of him, please do so neatly. It would be a shame to waste excellent fertilizer, Lex told the bodyguard. The bodyguard chuckled despite himself, as he could not believe the innkeeper had the guts to kill a devil. But what did it matter to him? Indeed, as John had guessed, this bodyguard was from a race known as Celestials. There was no one in the universe they feared. He performed no visible action, but the devil fell down, dead. As soon as the corpse hit the ground, Lex received the quest complete notification. For now, he ignored the notification and sent the body to the greenhouse. He smiled at Loretta, as if he did not just order the death of her companion, and said, "Please don't think this means that you are not welcome here. So long as you follow the rules, you're more than welcome to stay. You may even participate in the games though, unfortunately, I will not be able to change the conditions of the games for you so you will still be fighting zombies." But how could Loretta be in the mood to stay here any longer? The innkeeper had a freaking celestial working for him. Not to mention, he looked right through her disguise. Despite arranging for the devils to attend this meeting along with a small army of zombies, it seemed that they had underestimated the Midnight Inn. They may need to rethink the kind of relationship they wanted to have with this newly encountered organization. Not that they feared the inn, but they would suffer more than they would gain by being enemies. Moreover, she now needed to deal with the aftermath of the death of a devil under her command. The Jotun Empire would serve as an adequate scapegoat, especially since Ragnar was here. Even with her status and power, she did not consider assigning blame to the celestial that did the deed, or the anomaly that could casually order one around. Chapter 116. I'm running out of titles. The Colosseum was once again filled with silence. The tension was palpable, and though no one was actively exerting the pressure of their cultivation, some of the weaker earthlings felt like they were going to faint. Yet even with such a scene, there were a few who did not take the situation too seriously. Firstly, as could be predicted, was Marlowe. The former behemoth sat comfortably in his chair near the 5 nascent cultivators, with a table laid out in front of him. He was casually eating some egg-fried rice with a side of dry beef chili, as if he were watching a movie in his bedroom. Second was the sloth. It was asleep. The third, sitting amongst the beasts, was actually a tree. Well, technically, it was not sitting, it was standing. It had rolled up all its roots beneath it, and stood firmly in its seat. Its focus was not on what was happening in the Colosseum, but on shaking off the birds that would keep coming to sit in its branches. The endeavor was truly frustrating. I see, Loretta finally replied calmly. Thank you for clearing up that misunderstanding. Please, continue with your explanation. I am eager to hear the details of the games. Lex smiled approvingly at her, as if an adult proud of a little girl who finally managed to calculate 1 + 1 when she first started school. I'm glad you understand. Games are only fun when everyone participates. If you have to keep changing the rules of the game because of a few people, then it affects everyone's enjoyment. Lex's words were polite, but who there did not understand the naked threat in his words. While Lex was exchanging words with the devil, the celestial bodyguard was looking around at the crowd with an internal frown. Earlier, he was hidden, so it made sense that his natural aura was not affecting everyone. Yet now that he was out in the open, they were still unaffected. He was not used to so many beings existing so casually in his presence. He noticed a few here and there who recognized who, or rather, what he was, and that filled them with an appropriate amount of dread, yet seeing the rest completely unaware bothered him. When in his life had he gone anywhere without entire nations kneeling at even the reminiscent of his aura? Are you the one restraining my aura? He asked the innkeeper, clearly unsatisfied. He did not bother using his spirit sense, and asked directly. When had he, as a celestial, needed to care for subtlety or keeping others' faces? He intended to have the innkeeper end the restraint on his aura, or else he may have to consider whether this quest was worth his effort. Lex looked at his bodyguard and immediately understood that he was unsatisfied. This put him in a bit of a dilemma, as he had no way to deal with the bodyguard should he renege on his duty, but for now, he could not show weakness. Naturally, since your aura is not a conscious attack on my guests, it is naturally suppressed in my inn, and there is no punishment for it. After all, how can I let my guests randomly suffer for no reason? In less than a millionth of a second after Lex finished speaking, the bodyguard was about to display his displeasure towards Lex. After all, since the innkeeper required a bodyguard, he must be weaker than the bodyguard himself. Yet before he could act, he heard a system notification in a tone he'd never heard before. Alert, alert, quest interference detected. Quest parameters changed. The punishment for quest failure has changed. New quest parameters. Ensure the safety of everyone in the Midnight Inn for the duration of the quest. New quest failure punishment. Cultivation will be completely sealed for 0.5 years. System, what is going on? Why did the quest change? This has never happened before. Checking host authority. Host authority is insufficient to learn details. Using special bloodline clearance. Host authority partially accepted. Host authority suppressed. Please raise your authority to learn the answer. His special bloodline clearance was suppressed. Yet another situation he had never encountered. At this point he could only speculate, yet the reason was most likely the innkeeper warning him. How the innkeeper could influence his system, he did not know. For now, he decided to behave. After all, being suppressed was also a novel feeling for him. The innkeeper was more mysterious than he seemed. Interesting, he murmured and disappeared. Seeing his bodyguard disappear, Lex was internally relieved, but did not let it show on his face. He believed that the bodyguard behaved because his system restrained him. Everyone in the audience believed that the innkeeper must have admonished his bodyguard secretly, which scared the very few who recognized the celestial. Even the bodyguard himself believed it was the innkeeper's doing. No one knew that a tiny, floating projection of a girl hovered behind Lex's head, looking at where the bodyguard had once stood. She snorted, then disappeared. Now, as I was saying, there are 10 very important nodes that keep the formation protecting the spawning portal protected. As a result, there will be 10 games, 5 for Foundation Realm cultivators and 5 for Golden Core cultivators. Each game will include all planets participating at the same time, and will be a group effort for each planet rather than an individual's efforts. The success or failure of each game will give each planet a certain number of points. Once all the games are concluded, the planet with the highest number of points will win. As for what will happen to the spawning portal once the games are over, that has nothing to do with the games, so it won't affect the outcome of the Midnight Games. Lex smiled and was about to proceed to the questions portion of this meeting when something occurred to him. Naturally, since it's a team effort, if certain team members from a planet try to sabotage the game, they will be immediately disqualified and removed. He did not look at or point towards anyone as he said this, but the devils grimaced and the Jotun soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. As much as Ragnar was interested in the reward, so long as the portal was revealed, he would consider it reward enough, which is why he never cared if the zombies or devils would try to participate in sabotage. In fact, he hoped such low-level devils would participate and give him the opportunity to kill them. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. Silence once again filled the air as they all waited for someone to ask the first question. It did not take long, however, before a Marlowe who had just finished his meal stood up and asked, "Is there an age limit on the cultivators for the games?" "No. So long as you fall within the category, anyone can participate." "And how safe are the games?" This was a question many people had in mind, and one Lex had also fretted over a lot. He did not want a lot of people to die, so he did his best to make it as safe as possible. Yet he was limited by his funds, and was unable to make it completely safe. The difficulty of each game will be based on the cultivation, but it will ultimately still be dangerous, and anyone who is not careful risks losing his life. This is one of the reasons that the games will be based on teamwork rather than individual games, to support and protect one another to achieve the goal. How well the contestants use this is up to them. Marlowe did not seem disappointed by the answer, and sat down with a grin. Unfortunately, he did not realize that, even though his new cultivation method was incomplete, he no longer qualified as a Golden Core cultivator. The tree that had previously been shaking away the birds raised a single root, as if raising its hand to be called on. Lex looked at the tree's status and called out to it. "Yes, Igashima, what is your question?" The tree had no mouth, so Lex expected it to speak using its spirit sense, yet who could have expected its leaves to start vibrating rapidly, causing a sound akin to the voice of a young lady to come out. "I will need a few days to set up for the culture show." "Is that fine?" "Yes, it is not a problem. As soon as this meeting ends, anyone who wants to participate can register, and those that need to prepare beforehand can start doing so. The inn will cooperate with your needs." Once a few questions were asked, the guests became more comfortable asking questions and more started opening up. This continued for a while before Ragnar gave one of the men beside him a look, prompting him to stand up to ask a question. "I have a question that's not strictly related to the games, I hope you don't mind," he said, flashing the innkeeper an apologetic smile. This man did not look bulky or muscular like the rest of the Jotun soldiers. In fact, standing next to them his clear skin and delicate physique seemed even more prominent. It made one wonder how such a character ended up alongside these elite soldiers. "Go ahead." Lex was looking forward to interacting more with the Jotun soldiers. He planned to learn more about this so-called known universe from them, since eventually he was bound to have guests from planets in this territory. The more knowledge he had, the lesser his chances of making an ignorant mistake. "Is it all right if, during the Midnight Games, the Empire sets up a recruitment stall?" Lex raised an eyebrow in curiosity. This truly was not what he was expecting. Chapter 117. Sudden conclusion. Lex was immediately faced with a conundrum. His decision here would set a precedent and would impact his future relationship with the many powers of the universe. On the one hand, he thought that this might be a good way of earning some MP and could charge them for the stall. On the other hand, should such a presence become a permanent part of his inn, it would automatically tag him as an ally or subordinate of the Jotun Empire to new powers. This was because he was sure that if he allowed them such a stall, they would try to keep it permanent. Not to mention, should the Jotun Empire realize they can get a permanent residence here, they won't hesitate to set up a permanent stall. He weighed the pros and cons in his head for a moment. Ultimately, the decision was completely up to him, and since he was feeling good, he allowed it, with some rules. For the duration of the event, you may host a stall for recruitment. However, you must follow some rules. You cannot solicit others, only if they come to you can you try to recruit them. You cannot coerce my guests, and you cannot manipulate them using their lack of understanding. You must explain to them in detail what you may recruit them for. Furthermore, I will assign a staff member to accompany you in your stall for the duration of its existence. The lanky man thanked the innkeeper as he did not mind those rules, but before he could sit back down, a voice he was not expecting to hear again spoke up. In that case, you won't mind if the devils want to set up such a stall as well, right? Asked Loretta. The question not only froze the man, it stilled Ragnar's heart as well as everyone else's. Lex internally cursed himself. He had just told himself that if he allowed one, others would also follow, but conveniently forgot that another major force was also here. Naturally, so long as you follow all the rules, there should be no problem, Lex replied to her. Loretta smiled, and let no satisfaction or reluctance show. She may have been testing the innkeeper's so-called neutrality, or may have been trying to create a divide between Lex and the Jotun Empire. Whatever the case, Lex already knew that if he catered to everyone, he would make some people dissatisfied. Yet even if it were not the rules of the inn itself, he would have done the same thing. There was a momentary pause in the questions, but this time the queen stood up and asked, "How do we bring the participants to the inn for each portion? And what about guests? How many people can we bring to view the games? Or can we watch the games from our planets?" Good questions, Lex said, glad things were getting back on topic, instead of being mired with politics. Each of the leaders who were invited to this meeting will be given a certain number of keys that they can take back to their planet to give to the participating guests. Each key will bring in 10 guests maximum. Should you require more keys, you can purchase them directly from your personal holographic assistants. The same is true for the audience as well, each leader will get keys for audience members. If you want to bring more, you can purchase the keys. Anyone will be able to watch the games live from the Colosseum or anywhere else in the inn, but not on your own planets. With that question, things came back into flow, and more people started asking questions again. One enthusiastic beast asked if he could travel to other planets from the inn, which sparked everyone's curiosity, to which Lex answered not at the moment, perhaps in the future. More questions came, mostly about what kind of display would qualify as culture. Lex left it as open to interpretation as possible, setting only a very few restrictions. Most of the restrictions actually originated from the devil's questions, who at some point decided to participate as well. The restrictions were along the lines of no killing, no torture, no corrupting the souls of the damned, no furies, no, what he meant to say was, no human or animal amalgamation tests, etc. Finally, after a while, the questions came to a close, and just as Lex was about to conclude the meeting, a sloth raised its hand. Yes, Les asked. I do not have a question, the sloth said lazily, but I have a humble request for the other planets. Intrigued, Lex raised an eyebrow. I have noticed that no beasts were invited from the other 2 planets. If you have any, I would request that you invite them as well, and give them an opportunity to broaden their horizons. I would also like to meet them. Lex was not expecting such a request, but saw no reason to interfere, so he only looked on in silence at the other groups. While the Earthlings were hesitating, one of the devils spoke. Beasts, we have a few back in Garvitz. We could bring some, if you feel lonely. That would be splendid, the sloth replied, as if ignorant of the sinister tone of the devil. Be careful dealing with the devils, sloth, Ragnar finally spoke. They are treacherous. Thank you for your warning, young human. But Nibiru is not a planet with an allegiance. We can handle some trials. The sloth's reply raised quite a few eyebrows, as so far the beasts had only displayed a complete lack of knowledge of the universe, let alone their own planet's name. It seemed things were not so simple. We will extend the invitation, the queen answered the sloth. Though whether or not they attend is out of our control. Seeing that matter settled, Ragnar stood up as well and said and looked towards the innkeeper, as if seeking permission to speak. Seeing Lex nod, he said, I too have a request. Before you all return, I would like to have an individual meeting with the leaders of your planet. Without missing a beat, Loretta asked, you want a meeting? Even with us, especially with you, Ragnar said, not hiding his aggression at all. It was only out to respect or perhaps fear of the innkeeper that he had kept himself restrained so far. It seems to me that everyone is done with questions. If that is the case, let's conclude the meeting, said Lex. Yet before he could say anything else, Marlowe stood up abruptly, as if to emphasize that he had one last question. Yes, Lex asked in a tired voice, sure that this would not be a productive question. I remember hearing something about a combat arena. Can I challenge other guests to fights? Not during the midnight games, Lex stated flatly. I think that should do it for now. You all can ask your personal holograms if you have anything else. Feel free to stay as long as you want, though my suggestion is that you return to start preparations. With those words said, Lex disappeared from view, heading straight to his apartment. As soon as he returned, his previous state of flow that he was in broke. From being absolutely okay, he quickly went panting heavily. His rosy skin went pale and Lex started sweating. He felt the energy drain out of him like water leaking from a tank, and his previously clear head started fogging up. Unable to understand what was happening, Lex tried to stay awake, but collapsed the very next moment. He had been absolutely fine just up until a few minutes ago, but suddenly started feeling like he needed to wrap things up. At first he ignored the feeling, but the feeling only grew till it became apparent something was incredibly wrong. His initial plan was to stay around much longer and keep an eye on how his guests reacted to the information he provided. He especially wanted to spy on the meetings Ragnar was planning, yet in the end, he had to return to his apartment. What he did not know was that his ability to enter a flow and perform absolutely perfectly according to the situation was not a normal state. It fed heavily on his spirit, or mental energy. In fact, had his spirit not stabilized just in time for the meeting, he would not have been able to maintain that state for nearly as long. This was not to say that he could not have held the meeting without being in such a state, but he definitely would not have handled things as well, especially with the pressure of the devils and the Jotun Empire. Since his cultivation was low, he could not accurately gauge his mental energy. Normally when he was running out, he would feel a physical signal from his body, such as mental exhaustion or fatigue, but his state of flow allowed him to ignore it. Well, he could ignore it right up until the last moment. Had he not ended the meeting quickly, he would have collapsed in front of everyone. Chapter 118. Ragnar starts to move the innkeepers. Sudden departure left the audience in an awkward silence. When was the last time any of them had been dismissed in such a cavalier manner? Yet the innkeeper leaving in such a manner did not arouse any suspicion, but only strengthened the perception that he was much stronger than them and that he really was only treating these as games. Summoning his holographic assistant, Ragnar asked, "Is there some place I can have a private meeting? Some place I won't be overheard?" Naturally, the hologram answered, "You can rent one of our regular rooms, all of which comes with natural sound insulation and complete protection from outside snooping. You can also rent a room within the Colosseum, which has the same benefits. Please note, should you choose to rent a room in the Colosseum, the longest you can rent for is the duration of the event." "Good, we'll rent a room in the Colosseum till the event ends," he told the hologram, not bothering to ask about the price. It didn't make a difference though, the price was the same. Turning to his followers, he started giving instructions immediately. Have the soldiers split up. Have the reconnaissance team 1 through 5 undergo the tour, and have team 6 explore on their own. Have the rest of the soldiers positioned within view of the zombies, and keep tabs on their movements. Have delegations approach each of the planet's leaders and set a time for a meeting. I've marked down the suspected leaders for the beasts as well as the humans, but you can ask around just to be sure. Also, have Alpha Team 1 follow the devil's every move. No need to be subtle about it, I want them to know that we're following them. Send back someone to Vegas Minima to submit a preliminary report of events to the command carrier. But for now, in the report, no need to mention the trigger terms, Loretta, or Celestial. In fact, let all the soldiers know, all information about the Midnight Inn is considered platinum level confidential. Also, pass word to the commanders on Vegas Magnum and Vegas Prime to adjust their searching method according to the new information we have about the formation. Once done with the report, have them run a full database search on the names Nibiru and Earth. I want to know any information we have about them. Slag, you're with me. It's time you gave your report." As soon as Ragnar was done speaking, his soldiers dispersed in an orderly fashion, moving with direction and purpose. Their clear focus and discipline impressed the Earthlings, who were watching from afar. The display told them that their chances at the combat portion of the games would be weak, yet some of them wanted to try anyway. Ragnar and his entourage teleported directly into the room that he had rented. The first thing Ragnar did was sweep the room with his spiritual senses very thoroughly. When he found nothing, and noticed that his senses were not able to pry into neighboring rooms, he felt reassured. That did not mean he left things as is. Simple eye contact with one of his followers prompted him to start setting up seclusion formation around the room. This would prevent prying spiritual senses from entering, as well as stop any signals from the room going out. The signal block was to stop any recon device, formation or treasure they may have missed. Their actions were practiced and professional, and only 10 minutes later the already secure room became even harder to spy on. But they were not done yet. Each man in the room summoned their private assistant and told them to give them some privacy until they left the room. The assistants obliged and disappeared. Immediately it occurred to Ragnar that this could be a potential loophole in the inn's security. If the rooms really were as private as they claimed, and if even the assistants were sent away, someone could easily commit murder in their room. Of course, getting someone into your room and then having them dismiss their assistant without arousing suspicion was a difficult task in itself. Maybe there were other ways in which the inn provided security, but those were thoughts for another time. Lieutenant Slag, I've already gone through the report you compiled, Ragnar said, looking at the man. Is there anything else of importance you would like to bring attention to? Speak freely. Yes, sir. After investigating the inn and its guests for the past few days, there are a few things I've speculated on. I could not investigate the guests too closely without offending the innkeeper, but I took this opportunity to converse with almost everyone and have come to certain inferences. Firstly, in the time I've been here, I've only seen guests from Vegas Minima, Earth and Nibiru. Yet the innkeeper claims that they have guests from all over the universe. Assuming that is true, I suspect that there is more than one inn. The inns should be divided either by the level of the planets, or more likely, there should be a separate inn for a certain given quadrant of space. If that were true, this specific inn might be the newest one, which is why it is still only accepting guests from 3 planets. From time to time the innkeeper disappears, so it would make sense if he was handling matters at the other inns. Of course, I have no proof of this, so this is mere speculation. Secondly, from my analysis of the event and my conversation with guests who have stayed at the inn previously, I suspect I may have gained insight into the true reason behind the Midnight Games. On the premise that there were no outside interference such as that of the Devils or our Empire, the 3 planets selected all would have civilizations below star level. None of them would have exceeded the scope of their own solar systems. Keeping this knowledge in mind, along with the various facilities provided at the inn that promote nurturing and trade, I believe the goal of the innkeeper is to accelerate the growth of these planets or civilizations. Thirdly, I did not get an opportunity to meet guests from Nibiru, other than an incident where a beast attacked the innkeeper, so I have no information on them. Yet I did meet a lot of them from Earth, and spotted some guests I suspect are from Vegas Minima, but cannot confirm because they kept avoiding me. Earth seems to be a human-dominant planet with no clear-cut planet-wide ruler. I cannot ascertain the level of the average cultivators, but I had a run-in with 2 elites. One of them was a youth at the Foundation realm named Alexander. I did not even need my spirit sense to determine that his cultivation has few, if any weaknesses, and that he has great potential to grow. The second was a man named Marlowe. You saw him at the Colosseum, he's the one who asked the question about the combat arena. At this point, Slag stopped for a moment. He would never even consider hiding information from his general, yet this next bit embarrassed him greatly and was not easy to say. My encounter with Marlowe may not have been, under the best of circumstances. Seeing the potential of the youth, and the fact that he was from a planet supposedly free from intergalactic influence, I attempted to recruit him. Unfortunately, it seems Alexander was Marlowe's student and the other did not take kindly to my recruitment attempt. Using one hand, with his cultivation sealed, Marlowe defeated me in a competition of strength while I used my full force. His last statement alarmed not only Ragnar, but the rest in the room. None of them knew Slag personally. How could they be expected to know each soldier when they had hundreds of thousands under their command? Yet the fact that he was a lieutenant spoke for itself. It was impossible to gain rank unless you had the equivalent strength. However, he was defeated one-handed. Fortunately, they did not drop pretenses and maintained a non-hostile relationship with me following. Marlowe subsequently asked me various times to join if he could join the Empire, but it is blatantly obvious that he has ulterior motives. I dared not promise him anything. Other than them, I encountered a businessman from Earth named Will. He was extremely eager to discuss potential trade opportunities. I told him I would refer him to the appropriate people when the time came. Ragnar listened to Slag's report very seriously, but at the last statement, he could not stop himself from showing a smile. Ragnar had read Slag's report during the meeting, and also checked up on Slag's history in the army, as well as his personality report. Very similar to Ragnar himself, Slag was an orphan and lived his entire life parallel to, or in the army. His early education had been in an army public school, and at age 15 he had enrolled into an army boarding school. His life and career path had been mostly straightforward, similar to Ragnar himself. So then how could Ragnar not understand that when Slag said that he would refer Will to the appropriate people, what he really meant was he had no knowledge of trade and would let someone else carry that headache. Honestly, even at their level, the army was full of muscle heads. Ragnar was a very serious man, but even then, as someone who had spent every waking moment of his life in the army, how could he not be amused by the simple plights of his soldiers? Chapter 119. Fruit of his labor 1 second. That was exactly how long it took for Ragnar to absorb all the information Slag had given him, remove the unnecessary parts, focus on things he thought were unimportant but actually might be, and form his own theories different from what Slag originally thought. He was quick not because the information was brief, but because his thoughts worked imperceptibly faster than normal humans. There was one, very important thing that Slag had not realized in his assessment of the inn. His mistake wasn't really his fault actually, it was a result of his understanding of the universe being limited. Guessing on the possibility of there being other inns was not something that could be done at the moment, because early conjecture without sufficient evidence would blind them to other possibilities and cause them to misinterpret new evidence to somehow fit into the narrative they thought most likely. It also led to an entirely different line of thought such as, were there different innkeepers for each inn, or did the same one manage them all? How were they formed? Where did they exist? How were they hidden? All of these questions were extremely important, but also distractions. Everything had to be done in a systematic manner, haphazardly making guesses would lead to inefficiency. One of the first things that needed to be focused on was where the inn was. Before arriving at the inn, Ragnar had equipped a special device that would transmit his location to any Jotun carrier, planet, server, satellite, or basically anything that could connect to their main database. He did not expect to get a result immediately, but based on their latest technology, if within 24 hours the signals were unable to reach such a device, it would lead to a few very interesting possibilities. The first and foremost of those was that the inn was in an alternate space, cut off from the main universe. This was the most likely option, as such a thing wasn't altogether uncommon. Another possibility was that his signals were somehow blocked. This was a little more unlikely. This signal was based on the newest technology that most did not even know existed yet. Basically, so long as any form of energy existed, the signal could use it to carry itself forward. This went beyond just common forms of energy such as kinetic, light, gravitational, spirit, etc. Even higher forms of energy, that most beings could not even perceive or interact with, could be used as a medium. Another possibility, one that Ragnar thought had a high chance of being correct, was that the inn was so far from anywhere in the known universe that it was taking much longer for the signal to be transmitted. Such a theory also meant that the entity known as the Midnight Inn was a power from the uncharted territories of the universe, and the Innkeeper was a cultivator that no existing topmost cultivator had ever interacted with. Yet, this theory was troublesome. Still, he would not speculate until he had more information. Good. You will follow me from now on, and if you think of any new information you may inform me directly via spirit sense. Anthony, start running tests immediately. I want to know the density of the spiritual energy, the gravity index, the day cycle, the oxygen concentration of the air, basically everything there is to know about this place. Yes sir, answered the relatively weak-looking man who had asked Lex about setting up a recruitment stall. Without waiting to see what they did, Ragnar exited the room, Slag following behind him. Outside a soldier was waiting for him. Did the devils agree to the meeting? Yes sir, they've invited you to their room for the meeting. All of them are there, none of them have split from the main room. Only one is waiting outside for you to invite you in. Good, let's go. Ragnar decided to meet the devils first as he had a very important task he wanted to complete. With the other delegates, there were actual important matters that needed to be discussed. With the devils, Ragnar simply wanted to vent by insulting them. The man had spent over 1,000 years fighting devils, and had long since evolved past mundane emotions as hating devils for righteous reasons. The way he saw it now was simple. Since they were the enemy, he would take pleasure in their discomfort. You can only enter alone, the devil standing outside their room told Ragnar as he approached. He had a mischievous smile as he waited for Ragnar to argue with him, but this devil had never interacted with Ragnar before. How could he know the butcher's personality? Then let's get on with it, he said bluntly, as if he could not have cared less even if he tried. Ragnar did not put even a second thought into the fact that he had discovered a security flaw in the room earlier. As far as he was concerned, nothing would make him happier if the devils would ambush him in the room. The remaining soldiers stood face to face with the devil as he teleported Ragnar inside. They grinned at him, as if welcoming any trouble he would cause. These were the elitist soldiers in their battalion. If they didn't face a near-death experience every day, it would feel like they were wasting their time. Inside the room, several devils sat on sofas and on the bed, like a group of friends hanging out. Somehow, they already had drinks and food in the room, and there was one, particularly emo-looking devil playing a musical instrument in the corner. What did an emo devil look like? Like an 80-year-old man dressed like a teenager, with a single piercing that looked out of place and long unbrushed hair that covered his eyes. Loretta was sitting in the corner, eating jumbo shrimp with a look that screamed avarice. This was the first time she had tried a shrimp, and had decided that she loved them. Tell me, Loretta, you wouldn't happen to be Stefan's daughter, would you? Or would it be son? Or some other third thing that I don't know the name for? Ragnar's voice was very serious, as if he was not asking a question and insulting her at the same time. Why would you link me with Stefan, General? Do I look like a progeny of the elves? She asked in return, unbothered by the man's attempt at an insult. Not really, but I've already killed 3 of his sons. I thought killing one of his daughters would be a nice change of pace. Though this time he was not insulting her, the hostility he received from the devils was manifold. Basking in their killing intent, Ragnar revealed a generous smile, as if he were receiving the most relaxing of massages. After glaring at the man for a moment, Loretta relaxed again. I'm a little disappointed, General. Is that why you came here? To insult us? I would have expected a little more from the son of the Empire. Ragnar grinned and looked around the room. He looked each devil in the eyes, and none turned away from his gaze as if challenging him. Both parties knew that in a situation where a celestial could potentially be offended, there would be no combat. That effectively turned any interaction between the parties moot, as they could not fight, and would not parley. In that case, it really did seem that Ragnar only came to insult them. Finally, when he had looked each devil in the eye, he turned back to Loretta and said, 12 devils. Other than Warhale Heilfendel, who is a confirmed anomaly, the rest don't seem to have an affiliation with Stefan the Seditious. That means it's already time for the new generation to enter the battlefield, and you're probably the first, right? I'm sure the Alliance will be interested to know that things are about to get heated once again. Without waiting for a response, Ragnar left the room. He would have liked to stay and bask in their discomfort, but he could not risk letting them realize what he had actually done. The new generation of devils sat there ignoring the man known as Hell's Butcher, unaware that he had absorbed all of their auras in a special recording device implanted in his eyes. They thought he only meant to provoke them, yet how could such an important man waste his precious time just to antagonize them? Soon, they would learn of his cunning. Who's next? Ragnar asked his soldier, already moving away from the room. The humans of Earth seem to be conducting a meeting of their own at the moment, so the beasts of Nibiru will be next. Only the sloth and deer agreed to meet. The rest have either already returned home or started preparing for the games. Lead me to them, he said, as he started planning out his moves in his head. So far, this meeting had been very fruitful for the Empire. He was eager to see what other gains he could harvest. Chapter 120. Fiery mammoths. Unlike the devils, the beasts did not rent a room to host the meeting in. The sloth and the deer both were simply sitting in the grass that hosted the meditation room, chatting amongst themselves. I don't understand, said Greenshaven. You say that it is your job to protect Nibiru and select talented beasts, but why have I never heard of you? Or of any beasts getting selected? The universe is a cruel place, the sloth said slowly, suppressing a yawn. Staying on a small planet, living out a peaceful life is already a great gift. Only the most talented can be selected to be transferred off-planet. Not all beasts have a powerful presence in the universe. If those talents belong to a species that do, it is my job to send them there. If those talents do not belong to a species that have such a presence, then they are most likely subordinate to someone else. In that case, I would send the talents to the superior species. Then what is the qualification to be classified as a talent? Greenhaven asked. Its question was asked casually as it seemed to have already accepted that it was not good enough. After all, it had never heard of any beast stronger than itself, and its predecessors who had reached its level did not know of the sloth either, so obviously, their realm was not good enough. The sloth did not answer immediately, but looked at its single hair that had a golden tip. It really liked it. Actually, you and that little wolf have already surpassed the qualification level. When we return, I can get in touch to find out who will be recruiting you. The deer was astounded. What did it mean they had already surpassed the qualification? Why then had they never heard of anyone else being recruited? Then how come you waited so long? I've been in this realm for hundreds of years. I was sleeping, the sloth replied, as if it was the most natural answer ever. The deer was dumbfounded. How long had the sloth been sleeping? But before their conversation could continue, a party of very strong humans approached them. Even though Greenshaven knew that they were safe at the inn, the thought of humans stronger than itself made it feel unsettled. Yet the sloth besides it was also very strong, so that reassured it a little. Greetings. I am Ragnar Asulf of the Jotun Empire. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Greetings, Ragnar Asulf of the Jotun Empire, the sloth replied with declining energy. For some reason, the atmosphere at the inn made it feel so comfortable all it did was want to sleep. Both the deer and Ragnar watched the sloth, waiting for it to introduce itself, but only saw it struggle to keep its eyes open. Greetings, Ragnar Asulf of the Jotun Empire. I am Greenhavens. The deer introduced itself loudly, hoping to wake up the sloth. Its knowledge of the universe still bordered on non-existent, but it was beginning to get concerned for being assigned such an irresponsible beast. Startled awake, the sloth looked around, before remembering where it was. I am, the sloth said a few times, suddenly realizing it did not remember its own name. You can call me Golden Hair of the Three-Toed Bradius clan, the sloth proclaimed, renaming itself. Ragnar quickly went through all the beast clans he knew of, but could not recall this claw. Still, that did not mean that this clan was small or weak. The universe was vast and Ragnar's only concern had always been the demons, so it made sense that he was not familiar with it. It is well that you came, Golden Hair continued. The others at the meeting promised to fulfill my request to bring the beasts of their planets, only you did not. I request you again, bring the beasts and expose them to broader horizons. They should not miss out on such an opportunity. Greenshaven looked at the sloth with a confused look, wondering if it realized how many beasts had missed out on opportunities because it was sleeping. Our presence on Vegas Minima is fairly new, and we have not had time to establish relations with the beasts yet. However, I will try to reach out to them. If they are willing, I will invite them. Thank you, the sloth said simply. Its eyelids started to get heavy again, and Ragnar recognized the potential for an awkward silence building up once again, so he decided to be upfront with his questions. It was quite clear that a long conversation was out of the question. Earlier you said that your planet is not without allegiance. I was wondering to whom you were referring. The Jotun Empire has many allies. It could turn out that our relations are deep. Nibiru is one of the nurturing planets controlled by the fiery mammoth clan, the sloth replied with eyes practically closed. His answer doused any interest Ragnar had in building an alliance. In fact, he was suddenly grateful that the devils were ready to create some trouble for the sloth. He hoped that they would succeed. I can see that you have important matters to deal with, so I won't take up more of your time. I look forward to seeing your performance in the games. With that, Ragnar quickly left. It almost seemed like he was doing his best not to run away. Suddenly, on observing the human's reaction at hearing the answer to his question, Greenshaven was very concerned for its future. Anthony, when we get back I want you to compile a report on our latest status on relations with the fiery mammoth clan. Also, send someone back to Minima Vegas to immediately request a diplomatic relations officer from home base. I refuse to deal with this myself. Yes, sir, Anthony replied, but looked at the general with pity in his eyes. They were too far from home base. It would take weeks for a qualified officer to come, meaning Ragnar would still have to deal with it should a situation arise. Furthermore, there was no need to look up relations as everyone was clear on what the status was. Who here did not know that scandalous story? It was the talk of the empire for centuries, when one of the noble families of the empire had. Anthony shuddered. His rank was too low to gossip about such things. All he could say was, some men really had heavy tastes. What's next? Ragnar asked, already setting the matter behind him. The humans from Earth are still conducting their own meeting. The meeting with the devils and beasts went by faster than expected, so we still have some time. Might I recommend that you tour the inn in the meantime? Slag, do you have a recommendation for what I should investigate first? Of the services I've tried so far, Battle Axe and the Recovery Room are very interesting. Although they have limited effect on higher-level cultivators, they are still worth investigating. Other than those, I would recommend investigating the mystery trial, but that takes a long time, so you should wait till after the meeting for that. Apparently, there is a prize for completing the trial, but I have been unable to do so. Yet despite that, I gained a lot during my various attempts at the trial. True to its name, it is very mysterious. Understood. Let's investigate Battle Axe first. The soldiers made their way to Battle Axe, only to find a large crowd already waiting. Most of the beasts had already left the inn, so it was the humans of Earth that crowded around the building. As most of them were at the Foundation realm and had limited resources and heritages, a chance to get a technique based on your own requirements was unbelievable to them. As soon as the first person discovered this hidden treasure, its popularity exploded. John could not be happier and was working non-stop. Yet even with his expertise, each technique would take a few hours at the least. His greatest regret was that he could not split himself so that he could work on more work. Similar to the Battle Axe, there were crowds outside the training room and Gamer's Den as well. If Lex were awake, he would have used this opportunity to buy more training in meditation rooms to meet the demand, but he was asleep, so for now the problem would persist. The crowd at Gamer's Den didn't consist of Earthlings, oddly enough. They were already familiar with the games, so they had no interest. It was the soldiers who had discovered the AR gaming mode that Lex had installed for Chen's training that crowded that building, much to Z's chagrin. He had never dealt with so many people before. He hated it. All he wanted was to watch some TV. Was that too much to ask? Chapter 121. A little bit of tact. Since all the services around had sizable crowds and long queues, Ragnar instead decided to walk around the inn and observe everything for himself. He investigated the mystery trial as well, but it could only accommodate one person at a time and was already in use. He saw some people sitting and eating in the garden. Some of them were eating spirit food, a huge surprise for Earthlings but nothing special for Ragnar. He walked to the meditation room as well as the recovery room and saw firsthand their capabilities. Although he could not be sure about the effectiveness of the meditation room, judging from the level of all the other services he could garner a guess. The more he saw, the more he believed that the inn was designed to cater to low-leveled cultivators, and really only served the purpose of a vacation spot. Naturally, the services were a great boon for Earthlings and beasts from Nibiru even, but anyone with a certain amount of standing in a star-class civilization or greater could receive the same benefits through spending money. All in all, the inn seemed unique enough to attract attention, but was generic enough not to step on any high-leveled toes. Perhaps the innkeeper did not have any hidden, ulterior motives, and was only fulfilling a whim of his to run an inn. Who knew what these ancient, powerful beings did to pass the time? Since he had to pass the time waiting for the humans to conclude their meeting, he decided to try out their food. Thorough reconnaissance required every part of the inn to be investigated. In a private room in the Colosseum, the 5 human nascent cultivators were sitting along with the observer sent by the lady in the hologram, and Audrey, of course. Who said ancestor-level cultivators can't be simps? The observer, Adrian, did not contribute much to their discussion, much to the frustration of the others. They were hoping he would provide some insight about the forces of the universe, but he told them nothing. All Adrian said was, "My role on this mission is to only record everything down so I can report it later. I don't have the qualifications or the authority to share information with you freely, as it may affect plans that I am not aware of. All I can say is, you do not need to worry too much. The Jotun Empire is a friendly force, and not our enemy. Having said that, you should maintain the facade that you have no contact with anyone outside of your galaxy." "What about the devils?" the fat man asked. Out of everyone here, he was the only one who had little to no combat experience. Even with his strength, the stigma of devils affected him. Adrian let out an exasperated sigh. "I keep telling you, I am just a clerk. I don't know these things, I am only here to observe. Before this, I didn't even know that devils were a race. Instead of asking me, you should ask the soldiers from the Empire these questions. They will have answers for you. How long are we going to drill him on useless things?" Brandon asked in annoyance, before anyone could question Adrian some more. Let's focus on what really matters. How has there been no progress on those rebels? My grandson suffered an assassination attempt just so that we could get a few leads. Several families on Earth and the Moon were implicated, not to mention an ICPA. We had the entire country of Egypt on lockdown, yet still we got nothing besides a few dead ends. Brandon's question caused everyone to grimace. This really was a conundrum. Many years ago, the 5 families had noticed a certain force manipulating people and events to harm their interests. For a while, the force tried to sow discord between the families, something that could have worked if they weren't all actually secretly working together. Losses, scandals, assassinations and more threatened to bring the families to war. Yet, for reasons unknown to the rest, they never worked against one another. At a certain point it became evident that such a strategy would not work, which suppressed that mysterious force's movements, but did not completely finish them. Slowly and steadily the force kept working in the shadows, slowly chipping away at the family's influence and strength. Yet that was also meaningless since the foundation of their strength were the nascent cultivators and there were few that could threaten them. At one point, those forces instigated beasts to act out so that the Nascants would be forced to act. That was actually the incident in which Marlowe had also been caught, the time he was in Australia. Yet that yielded no results either. The 5 families did not actually feel threatened by the force, they were just concerned that they may become desperate and do something that would harm the masses. Yet despite their best efforts for years, they were not able to learn the details regarding whoever was behind it all. They did not even know the name of the organization or entity, choosing to call them rebels for simplicity. It was handled too cleanly, as if they were already expecting to be traced. The entire Sigmund family has been implicated, but we have not been able to find any actual proof of their involvement in the matter. It seems as if they themselves were duped. It's the same with every other lead we have. Then I think it's about time we ask the hard questions. Why do they always know what steps we are going to take? Why are they familiar with our forces and how we are going to act? Brandon's last question caused the rest to grimace even more. Are you saying some of our families are involved? No, Brandon said, shaking his head. I'm saying at least one person from each family is involved. And not just any random person, someone with influence and knowledge of how the family operates. Silence filled the room, but no one chose to refute him. At this point, even if no one said it out loud, they had all been thinking about the possibility. I think the Midnight Games will be an opportunity. It's impossible for them not to know that we would be going, even if they weren't involved with the families. They must be planning to make a few big moves during the games. If we're still not able to trace them, then we need to start planning on how to investigate the families themselves. Meeting at the inn will be the most convenient, as we can teleport here directly with no one aware of when we'll be meeting. Everyone eventually came to a consensus, though what they were actually thinking could only be speculated. How easy was it to suspect one's own family? With their dirty laundry handled, it was now time to meet with the Jotun soldiers. The Queen had one of her followers let the Empire's soldiers know they were ready to meet. At the same time, Marlowe was also brought into the meeting. Marlowe, in fact, was not too popular. Other than the Morrison family, the other families all had a bad impression of him, or at least wanted to keep some distance. But he had interacted with both the zombies and a soldier of the Empire before, so his input could serve to be useful. After a short wait, Ragnar entered the room followed by Slag and Anthony. Marlowe flashed Slag a grin, but did nothing else. Despite his boisterous behavior he was a shrewd man, and knew when to behave. Greetings, I am General Ragnar Asulf of the Jotun Empire. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Not at all, General. I think we both have much to gain from this meeting, spoke Sam somewhat directly. My name is Sam, and this is Elizabeth, he said, pointing towards the Queen. This is Fateh, he said, pointing towards the fat man. This is Richard, and this is Brandon. We have been looking forward to meeting with you. Indeed, it can be quite productive for us both. I've heard a little about Earth from my subordinate, he said, pointing towards Slag. And I'm sure you've heard a little about the Empire as well. We can spend more time getting to know one another, but I think the first and foremost thing on everyone's mind is how we can benefit one another. Compared to the beasts, he was more direct with the humans. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, he was sure that of the 3 planets, Earth was the weakest in terms of military strength. And secondly, in the entire universe, the Jotun Empire was the biggest backer for humans. So whether the Earthlings realized it or not, they were already in the same camp. And if they were in the same camp, they were already Ragnar's subordinates. He just had to make them aware of that fact, with some tact of course. Chapter 122, Fodder. By being so direct, Ragnar took control of the flow of the conversation. The Earthlings had not planned on being so direct, as it was not the way of things. At least, it was not the way of things on Earth. First they had planned on conversing a little, and establishing the basis for a relationship. Now, with the conversation moving directly to the topics of benefits, they had lesser room to maneuver the conversation. This was not mentioning the fact that, if what Slag said was true, there was hardly anything Earth could provide that the Empire didn't already have access to. Unlike when the Morrisons had negotiated with Chen and Lily, who did not have access to unlimited resources and were in great need of support, the Empire probably did not need them to provide spirit stones or ores, or even weapons. So then the question came, what exactly could Earth do for such a giant? Whatever the case may be, the first rule of negotiation was to never let the other know the cards you were holding. Brandon may not have been a good negotiator, but he was definitely shameless enough to lie with a straight face. Indeed, I imagine you would want everyone's full cooperation during the Midnight Games to ensure that the nodes are destroyed. I'm sure I can convince everyone to send an elite force to the games to assure success if the Empire is willing to concede victory of the games to us, Brandon said in a very serious tone, as if he were doing Ragnar a favor. Fate, or rather the Fat Man as Brandon had titled him because he would always pretend to mispronounce the name, suddenly felt a great deal of sympathy for Ragnar. Brandon's shamelessness was astronomical. If he were pretending to mispronounce the name, he should at least say Fatty so that it would at least sound remotely similar to his name. Not that he particularly minded being fat. He was secretly quite pleased with his girth. Ragnar, though, did not seem fazed by Brandon's remark. He pondered for a moment, as if truly considering the proposal, and then said, "The Innkeeper has not stated an upper limit for the number of cultivators per game, but I'm sure there is a limit. The Empire will have no problem bringing out and equipping tens of thousands of cultivators at each realm, all armed with the latest spirit tech. Yet with a number limit, only the elitist of the elite will have to be selected. If your forces prove to be stronger or more effective than ours, I do not mind working together. It is true, to the Empire successfully destroying the formation is worth more than a prize. If the situation permits, working together is a good option. It's a pity then that the Innkeeper has shut down the combat arena during the games, otherwise we could have our forces compete to settle the matter before the games. After all, if our forces clash during the games, it would be a shame if too many elites go out of commission before the battle with the zombies even begins." Brandon completely ignored the not-so-hidden boast about huge armies with trained elites that were probably better equipped than anyone from Earth, and completely pretended as if Earth were the superior force. "I'm sure we can hash out the details. Please, have a seat. We have much to discuss, it seems." They had all still been standing to greet Ragnar when he entered. By telling everyone to be seated, Ragnar once again put himself in a position of power during the meeting. Such subtle nuances, when constantly reinforced, had tremendous ramifications on the subconscious mind. This was a truth even cultivators could not ignore, and was a tactic Marlowe often used when purchasing businesses. It was unfortunate, then, that the recipient of Ragnar's mind games put everyone other than his wife beneath him. His shameless antics had somewhat been an inspiration for Marlowe's own personality, a small detail no one knew. Indeed, with a constant battle against zombies and the added pressure of these devils, I'm sure there are many areas in which Vegas Minima needs Earth's help. The difference between saying Vegas Minima needs help rather than the Empire was a bit of mental manipulation of Brandon's own. It put the planet in a weak position of needing help without directly calling the Empire weak. Ragnar smiled. He did not mind Brandon's aggressive manipulation of the conversation at all. In his eyes, Brandon was a junior nurturing whom would ultimately benefit the Empire. Vegas Minima has been surviving for hundreds of years even before the Empire came to help. It is not in as weak a position as it seems. I'm more curious about Earth. From what I understand, you have just started terraforming the other planets in your solar system. Starting your expansion outwards, you should be careful. Most foreign forces are quite hostile towards others. I'm sure in such a situation, you're in desperate need of information about the universe. Indeed, Brandon replied without skipping a beat. We Earthlings need to be careful not to offend any other forces and attract unwanted attention. Especially those devils, they seem especially dangerous, not to mention all those zombies. Perhaps we need to also consider if it's worth antagonizing such forces just to win an award in the games. Ragnar grinned internally. This Brandon had successfully attracted his attention. If his performance in other areas continued to be stellar, he would definitely mark the man as someone to be nurtured. Yet before Ragnar could respond, Audrey reached out and gently helped Brandon's hand, before speaking in the gentlest of voices. "Darling, put your ego away. We're in a meeting, not a cockfight. In general, a little birdie told me that we do not need to be concerned as the Empire would be a friendly force towards us. With that in mind, why don't we inaugurate the first ever meeting between Earth and the Empire with a little bit of sincerity instead of politics?" Once she said her piece, Audrey casually leaned back into her chair as if she did not care about the outcome one way or another. She had changed the flow of conversation once again, and in an ingenious way. Bringing up sincerity, she made it so that if Ragnar once again tried to elevate his position in the conversation, or threaten Earth with the unknown, he would immediately mar the relationship between the two. That did not mean that they could not work together, but that any future cooperation would be reserved as everyone protected their own interests. The truth was, Audrey's intentions in speaking up weren't so pure. She was just impatient and didn't want to wait around for the men to stroke their egos before getting to the important stuff. Slag and Anthony frowned, as they did not like the way she spoke to the general, but the man himself let out a visible smile. Indeed, helping out one another will build a stronger relationship. Let me then begin by briefly introducing you all to the forces of the universe. Since you have already been introduced to demons and devils, let me start from there. You all cultivate spiritual energy, as do most beings in the universe. That automatically makes you an enemy of the demons, whether you want it or not. There is no noble cause there, no greater purpose to eliminate evil in the universe. It is simply a matter of survival. Let me elaborate. Demons do not have a specific species or race. Simply put, anyone or anything that cultivates demonic energy is classified as a demon. As for why all demons are your enemies, that's even simpler. Demons grow stronger by feeding on those who cultivate spiritual energy, while those who cultivate spiritual energy grow stronger by feeding on demons. You have already seen the zombies. By absorbing the energy found in the zombies' cores, you can elevate your body cultivation faster than by using most other treasures or medicine you can find. Similarly, as zombies feed on spiritual beings, not only do they grow stronger, they grow smarter as well. The presence of demons in the universe is not weak, and despite being enemies with almost every other force, their threat is very real. Then comes the matter of devils. Things there are more troublesome. As devils do not cultivate demonic energy, the universe is not united against them. Yet somehow, demons treat themselves as the devil's subordinates. Any demon that encounters a devil of the same level or higher will unequivocally obey their orders. Because of this, the devils are able to raise and farm demons in a manner so efficient they are one of the strongest forces in the universe. If the Empire were on its own, there is no doubt at all that it would be eradicated by the devils. At this point Ragnar paused, his smile vanished, and he looked at the representatives with utter seriousness. Unfortunately for you, you once again do not have a say in garnering their hostility. Humans happen to be one of the races the devils love to use as the demons' fodder. Should your planet ever be discovered by a devil, there is no doubt at all that you will undergo the same fate as Minima Vegas, to be brought to the brink of extinction, yet allowed just enough room so that you can survive for centuries, becoming a renewable source for the demons to feed on. Chapter 123. A heavy silence hung in the room as everyone absorbed what Ragnar had said. Marlowe especially recalled the scene where a city was constantly being invaded by endless hordes of zombies. He treated it seriously even when he saw it for the first time, but he imagined that one way or another the zombies would run out, as the rate at which they were being killed was incredible. But when he learned of the spawning portal, he realized the truth was not so simple. They really were on the brink of extinction. What Marlowe did not know was the city he had visited was founded by the Jotun Empire, and it was their presence that garnered such a strong response from the demons. Before their arrival, such a fierce battle had not occurred since the planet first fell. Even though they all knew that Earth was not as alone as they portrayed, it was good to be reminded that the universe was a cruel place. They could not even completely secure their planet from internal strife, strong external threats could spell their doom. Any other enemies that we should know of? Brandon asked. Enemies who target humans specifically. Not so many, but any random force can become your enemy should they see profit in doing so. Even allies of the Empire are only allies of the Empire in a broad sense. That does not prevent them from seizing control of individual planets or solar systems where they can gain benefits. The only way to gain security is to have a strong enough backer. Isn't that always the case? Brandon remarked offhandedly. It was just a larger example of paying a thug protection money. Most notable forces in the universe are based around their species. For example, of the beasts, some of the strongest clans are the Leviathan clan, the Terror Crow clan and the Serpent clan. Other notable examples are the Dread clan and, ironically, the Goliath clan. Why ironically? Asked Brandon. Relatively speaking, the Goliath clan is the newest power in the known universe. Their species started out as a mutation of humans that originated on a single planet. When they were discovered by other humans, they were shunned and even persecuted. But as fate would have it, a prince of the Jotun Empire ended up befriending a Goliath. Out of friendship, the prince granted the Goliaths protection, and allowed them room to grow. Since no one was paying attention to them, no one noticed how quickly their strength grew. What should have been the beginning of an amazing friendship and partnership soured when that prince suddenly died. Long story short, the Goliaths broke away from the humans, and quickly surpassed them. Fortunately, they do not hold a grudge against the humans, but they are in no way allies of humans either. Ragnar paused for a moment, as if thinking about something, but quickly returned back to the topic. This does not mean that all forces are based around their species. Most recently, after many millennia of war against one another, dwarves and elves have actually formed a coalition. Similarly, many forces are formed from the union of various groups. I cannot even begin to list out all the forces. It would take too long. The purpose in me telling you this is to let you know that since you have started expanding outwards, you must also prepare for the threats. It is entirely possible that your planet may not encounter other forces for centuries, or could run into a band of pirates tomorrow. And let me guess, you suggest we join the Empire. Ragnar grinned, watching the children with amusement. To be clear, to the 3,500-year-old Ragnar, these nascent cultivators of Earth were indeed children. Joining the Empire is not so easy or simple. Your planet cannot join simply because you are human, or because you wish it. At most, talented individuals from your planet can be recruited for now. Before even beginning to consider the requirements of the Empire, the location of your planet will determine whether you are even eligible. If your planet falls under the domain of another force, then unfortunately, you are on your own. Technically, they weren't on their own even if they were in someone else's domain, but Ragnar could not be bothered to explain the details. The politics of the universe were a lot more complicated and had many more layers than that of Earth. For now, this level of detail was sufficient. What he did not expect was that instead of feeling pressured, they felt a burden lift off their shoulders, knowing that the Empire was not recruiting them directly. Even as arrogant as Brandon was, he did not want to imagine the consequences of offending such an entity by refusing their offer. So if you are not looking to recruit Earth, other than help in the games, what benefits are you actually looking for? Asked the Queen directly. It is always in the interest of the Empire to see humans grow and prosper, even if they are not under the banner of the Empire itself. But even with that in mind, nothing in the world is absolutely free. There are many ways in which we can benefit one another, but I directly propose what I think is the best deal to you. Earth will send 500,000 men and women under the age of 30 to receive training in various fields such as medicine, mechanics, computing, cultivation, crafting and more for 500 years, during which they will be employed by the Empire. Another 500,000 will be employed under the same conditions for 300 years, and another 500,000 for 100 years. As a part of their salary, the Empire will provide Earth with some basic knowledge and technology that will boost the growth of your own civilization, while the rest of the salary will be paid to them directly. Once the employment period for these people is over, they are free to return to Earth, at which point their own skills and expertise will be enough to slingshot your planet's growth while also strengthening its own foundations. The Earthlings did not reply immediately, and only exchanged looks with one another filled with a meaning they all understood very well. Ragnar's offer seemed straightforward, but was layered with both benefits as well as tests. He did not say it, but the offer was a blatant test of their character. Theoretically speaking, as nascent-leveled cultivators, their life expectancy barely reached 500 years. This meant that if they accepted the offer, in the future, Earth would be flooded with cultivators at their level, along with the potential to surpass them. This may not affect them directly, as they may never break through a higher realm and may not even live to see the day the last recruits return, but it would be clear that the position of their respective families would be threatened very seriously. This was not even considering the 2 waves of recruits who would come back first, who would also be brimming with the strength and potential that came with the nurturing of a superior civilization. It was a test to first see if they valued the growth and prosperity of their people over their own desire for power. Second, to see if they had the courage to send their own families as a part of the recruitment, as that would possibly be the only way they could continue to maintain their position of power in the future. Another layer of the test was that even if they sent their own children or grandchildren, which one of the 3 waves of recruits would they be a part of? The longer they stayed away, the lesser their attachment to the planet they spent the first few decades of their life on. So then, would they even be willing to return to the backwards planet to struggle and help it grow? We will need some time to discuss this, Brandon finally said. Take your time. Watching your people during the games will also give me a chance to see the caliber of the people of Earth. In the future, Anthony will coordinate with you on this, so you can approach him once you've decided on how you want to proceed. He will also coordinate with you on how we can cooperate during the games. After seeing all that he wanted to see, Ragnar delegated handling the nitty-gritty of things to his subordinates. Overall, the trip to the inn had been very beneficial, but he had to return to focusing on his original task. Since the Innkeeper was no longer around and the Midnight Inn itself wanted to establish itself as a neutral organization, the things that required his personal attention were all taken care of. Now it was time for him to return to Vegas Minima and start preparing for what came next. Chapter 124. The third procedure. Once Ragnar left, Anthony took over the negotiations. Compared to the general, he was a lot more straightforward. He directly set the terms and conditions, and if the Earthlings found it disagreeable or difficult to meet or wanted to negotiate a bit, he would dismiss it and move on to the next potential point for cooperation. In the end, they didn't end up agreeing on anything, as the Earthlings either wanted time to discuss amongst themselves or were contingent upon their performance in the first round of the combat portion of the games. Still, Anthony was not disappointed or disgruntled and scheduled a time for their next meeting in which they would finalize a lot of their cooperation. The difference in treatment between how Ragnar and Anthony treated them was like night and day. Ragnar could be willful, but Anthony was strictly professional. It also gave them a clear understanding of how little importance they were to the Empire. Perhaps the only reason they received any attention at all in the first place was because they met at the inn. If the Empire had encountered them elsewhere, with their current strength and standing, they may as well have been ignored. Once the meeting was concluded, they passed any instructions they had to their own subordinates and returned to Earth to once again convene with the woman in the hologram. Brandon, who was the most concerned about the rebels, inquired about any suspicious movement or activities while they were gone. The answer he received was that everything was normal, which worried him more than relieved him. There was no way the rebels didn't know about the meeting. If they didn't use this opportunity to make any moves, then maybe they would do so during the games. There was also the potential that they would not do anything during the games as well, but he did not think an organization with the guts to try and assassinate his grandson would miss out on such opportunities. With limited forces on Earth and no new information to act on, he decided to put Mars under martial law. Any and all activity was stopped until further notice, and all military forces were put on full alert. Truthfully speaking, Mars was in the least danger, as it was impossible to approach the planet without being spotted, and he had strict control over everything on Mars, unlike on Earth, where the division of power was too great. Still, he did not want to take chances. They reconvened the meeting with the lady, and instead of giving the report themselves, Adrian was the one who made the report. Once she heard the report, she ruminated for a bit before saying, "You are free to send anyone you want to the Jotun Empire for training, but only if you can send your recruits through the inn itself. You cannot, under any circumstance, accept any deal that would need you to reveal the location of Earth. Furthermore, keep in mind that while it is okay to send people away from Earth, those sent away cannot come back, ever. As for matters of running into outside forces, you need not concern yourself with it. If you should ever encounter such a threat, we will take care of it. Not to mention, the space near and around your solar system is under our supervision. Should another advanced civilization have existed, we would have already known of it. The chances of space pirates are even lower, so you need not concern yourself." The discussion went on for a while longer, but the gist of it was that the lady in the hologram did not care what they did as long as they did not expose the location of Earth and followed her orders regarding her guests that she had sent to Earth. The relative freedom and general assurances provided by the woman relieved the Earthlings a lot. All they had to consider now was what to do about Ragnar's offer. Sending people away was not a problem, but if they ultimately could never return, then what even was the point of sending them in the first place? Maybe they could send out people they hoped could create a better life for themselves amongst the uncertainty of the universe. Little did they know, they weren't the only ones deliberating over this deal. Far, far in the universe on the planet Vegas Minima, Ragnar was looking solemnly at a report. More specifically, he was looking at the words, Earth, classified. Once he returned from Vegas Minima he needed to report the situation, but the gains were drastically more than expected. As a result, instead of providing a report in the usual way, he had to initiate a platinum-level confidential transmission. As a result of his transmission, it wasn't only the army that was notified, but also the aristocracy of the empire. A nobleman and a commanding general appeared as holograms before him, staring at him with a dignified look. Unfortunately, when a transmission over a certain rank occurred, usually it was bad news. Such was the volatility of the universe. Ragnar began his report by first stating his assessment of the Midnight Inn as a neutral organization with a SS rank danger potential. To emphasize this point, he informed them that a celestial seemed to be a subordinate of the Innkeeper. The key word here was seemed, as they did not know the details, but putting up such an appearance in itself was impressive. Then he reported about Earth and Nibiru. Finally, he reported on the demons and devils. When he told them that he had managed to capture their aura signatures using the device in his eye, they were over the moon. Even Ragnar did not know why Loretta was so high up on the wanted list, but the fact that he had obtained her aura was of the utmost importance to the Empire. Of course, it was more than likely that the aura she exuded was fake, and had undergone some concealing or transformation technique. The Empire would still have ways to make use of it. This was a game of subterfuge they had been playing with the devils for hundreds of thousands of years. Once the transmission was concluded, Ragnar was undertaking preparation for the days to come when he got a report. He had searched for the names Nibiru and Earth, just in case, to see if there was anything about them in the Empire's database. As expected, there was no information on Nibiru, so he made an entry and associated it with the fiery mammoths. Unexpectedly, though, there was an entry on Earth. However, it was classified. If, even with his level, he was unable to view the details, then matters relating to Earth were not so simple. After a moment, he simply put the report aside. He could not be bothered to delve into the details regarding Earth. His only focus ever was the demons. If Earth could aid him then he would make use of them, otherwise he would forget about them by the next day. On Nibiru, the response was completely different. Most beasts were not interested at all. Being suppressed made them feel uncomfortable, and they had no interest in returning. The few that were interested put everything aside and began preparations. During this time, the letter that Tiffany and Lex had put much effort into having delivered to the Lord Protector of Red Nation arrived at the Protector's shrine. Yet Higashima, the Lord Protector, was still in the Midnight Inn, completely unaware that it was being plotted against. Back at the inn, things were progressing smoothly even without Lex's presence. Which was fortunate because he only woke up some 8 hours later, still feeling somewhat fatigued. Without leaving his bed, he ordered a ridiculous amount of food as he slowly watched replays of everything that had happened while he was asleep. Lex would not describe himself as a spy, stalker or voyeur, but anyone else who saw him so frequently listening in on his guests definitely would. Still, it was important to know what was happening. When he caught up, he decided to stay put for a while. In the few hours he'd been asleep, he'd made 20,000 megapixels from guests purchasing various products and using his services, bringing his total to 95,356 megapixels. Which was nice, because he decided that before the games start, he will undergo the third procedure to upgrade his cultivation which would affect his soul. It was not a small expense, but he did not want to wait either. The stronger he was, the easier it would be for him. Lex paid, and the next moment found himself in the White Room. He did not even get enough time to finish his sigh before he was once again knocked unconscious, and the process to evolve his soul began. Compared to the previous two, this one was a lot harder and would take a longer time, but fortunately he would be done before the event actually started. Chapter 125, Capitalism across the universe. There were 4 days between the meeting of the 3 worlds and the Midnight Games. A lot happened during those 4 days, not only on the 3 planets and the Midnight Inn, but amongst the various forces inhabiting the world. Starting at the lowest level, the atmosphere on Earth became very lively all of a sudden. Rumor had it that various companies, families and organizations received a mysterious invitation. Only the heads of those organizations got the invitation, but when considering that the invitations were sent worldwide, the number easily reached thousands. A lesser-known fact was that the elite troops and cultivators for each power and organization were quickly recalled. An even lesser-known fact, and one that scared the few who even heard it, was that the 5 ruling families released a statement inviting the head of the rebels to a meeting. What happened as a result of that, and if the meeting was ever held, was unknown. A secret that was spread only in the Morrison family was that Alexander left his family's security bunker and relocated to one that he had built himself. Even his father or grandfather were not privy to the details of this bunker, as Alexander has used his own power and forces nurtured by himself since youth to have it made. It must be remembered that since Alexander reached the Foundation realm, his family could no longer tell him what to do. His intention to participate in the games was clear. What the rest could only do was pray. Something that wasn't a secret, and was the source of much speculation and gossip, was Marlowe's brief return to New York. His visit was swift, as he was still not healed. He did not meet his mother, who had returned from the hospital, nor did he greet his students or address his many businesses. He went directly to his wife. Their confrontation was extremely violent and caused the immediate deployment of Blue Bird Special Forces. Even though higher-leveled cultivators were given many allowances, it was only up until a certain point. Some lines could not be crossed. An arrest warrant for both husband and wife was issued, but both of them disappeared just as spontaneously as Marlowe appeared. What was the conclusion of the fight? Why did it happen? What was the fallout? All of these were questions that currently remained unanswered. Another interesting rumor also spread on the online cultivator portals. The Brown family, the family led by Sam Brown, one of the 5 Naskants, revealed a secret regiment so powerful and technologically advanced, it outshone the strongest Morrison force. Such rumors were flying rampantly on the web, and everyone was waiting in anticipation for something to happen. The common masses were unaware what caused all this commotion, but they were awaiting the outcome. On Nibiru there were fewer movements, but that did not mean there were none. Bloodfang gathered all its subordinates, not only in its own territory, but in the surrounding territories as well. Some other beasts were also preparing their forces, though whether it was for the games or other purposes, no one knew. Yet Nibiru was not connected via the web like Earth, so more or less there was no change for the masses. On Vegas Minima, however, the tension was palpable. All forces were put on reserve. Full forces were deployed in each city. All travel off the planet was stopped. All volunteers were called for deployment and all civilians were put under house arrest. Ragnar did not know how the Innkeeper would prevent external interference during the attack on nodes, but he would not take any risks. All his soldiers were deployed with location trackers. As soon as they re-entered the planet during the games, their locations would be revealed. Regardless of how the games went, Ragnar would have the location of the nodes and would attack in full force, once the games were over, of course. There was no point in provoking the Innkeeper. Not to mention, how could the Innkeeper make such a low-level mistake? He was sure that there would be some precautions to prevent external interference. The Devils, likewise, made their own preparations, though their preparations were very different. They simply recalled the 5 strongest zombies on the planet and sent them back to Garvitz. It was a pity that they could not be nurtured longer, but it was simply a matter of sending them to a different farm. The loss of a farm as small as Vegas Minima mattered little to them. Not to mention, it was not as if the upcoming battle would leave them without benefits. Using formations already in place, they would automatically harvest all the zombie cores for all the zombies that died in the upcoming battle. The realm was a little low, but even devils had low-leveled youths that needed resources so they would not go to waste. In fact, this was the greatest tragedy that the Jotun Empire had to face. They utilized all their resources and forces at great personal cost to fight the demons, but the loss of demons would never make the devils weaker. It would only enhance their personal strength. Somewhere else in Garvitz, the upper echelon passed an order regarding the Midnight Inn. As to what the order was, no one could know. Similarly, the details of the Midnight Inn were presented in front of the highest authorities of the empire, besides the royal family itself. In fact, Even the William family was presented with information that it was suspected that the treasure Lex originally received may have had something to do with the inn. But since he had given the treasure up already, they did not pay it any more attention. Each and every one of them had many matters to deal with. The changes in the inn were the most drastic. More and more people and beasts entered the inn, and started renting rooms and preparing for the games. Disappointing many, the innkeeper did not appear again during this time. Yet there were a few members of the inn who became extremely well known. It went without saying that Little Blue was declared the unofficial mascot of the inn. It was still very young and easily startled, so only a few people were allowed by the Galactic Sovereign Turtle to approach it at one time. The second prominent member, unexpectedly, was Gerard. You could often see him leading a fleet of golf carts across the inn premises. Initially, he just enjoyed the ride. However, with experience, his handling of the cart improved, and with that, his driving style changed. The old man could now be seen taking guests around as if he were drag racing, often drifting the cart in ways that should not have been possible, literally. The speed and momentum of his golf cart did not make sense or obey the laws of physics. Many wondered what secrets he had, but no one had the courage to make him reveal them. The third most popular, to his great dismay, was Z. It was unknown when exactly, but a group of women that was sent to the Midnight Inn to prepare for the culture show discovered him, instantly activating their motherly instincts. The poor, frail, and overworked child was constantly smothered by the group. His popularity was due to the fact that he could often be seen walking around the inn, surrounded by a protective entourage of mothers. He kept telling them that he didn't need to be outdoors and had already touched grass, but when has a mother ever felt her instincts were wrong? John was also fairly popular, but very few people actually saw him because he had not taken a single moment's break and was constantly making techniques. Since he could only see one customer at a time, in 4 days he had only met around 70 customers. Harry had seen even fewer guests, as he was very careful about whose hair he cut now. His previous incident left him with a migraine that he would not soon forget. Still, everyone who had the privilege of experiencing his craft was a complete fan. Finally, early on the 4th day, the innkeeper reappeared. He announced the opening ceremony would take place at 1 p.m., so there were a few hours left. He instructed all participants to start getting ready. The stage in the Colosseum seemed to expand, and the more people that entered it the bigger it became. Yet from the outside, the size of the Colosseum remained the same. Lex observed the crowds with a smile on his face. He did not expect to feel so happy seeing so many guests in his inn, but he was. There were just a few minor additions that he needed to make before he could begin the ceremony. Fortunately, over the past 4 days, he'd earned another 64,000 megapixels, mostly from people buying the Midnight Game commemorative coin and the rest from his services. Even after spending 20,000 megapixels on his third procedure, he had 139,400 megapixels. There was just enough for him to spend. After all, since the first portion of the games was about sharing one's culture, how could he not share capitalism with the universe? Chapter 126. Circus Lex wanted to sell merchandise, but flashing banners and passing out flyers were too tacky. He also didn't want to be like a low-budget tech company and sell t-shirts. No, whatever he sold had to have class, first and foremost. It also had to be exclusive. He opened his panel and quickly designed the item he had in mind. Unlike the Midnight Games commemorative coin, which was made from a special material, the next item he designed was not special in its material. Instead, its look and feel were what Lex focused on as well as, oddly enough, its smell. What Lex was designing was a suit. It was the same suit that all his guards wore and, more importantly, the one Little Blue wore. As much as Lex wanted to give the suit special protective abilities, that would become too expensive for him at the moment. He settled for the suit's ability to look flattering regardless of who wore it, feel great to wear and always smell amazing. It also came with a gold lapel pin with the initials MI that one could wear or take off. The price for the suit was 9,000 megapixels. It was the single most expensive item he was selling at the moment, priced far more than even the Tier 4 zombie core that he once sold. The suit did not have a functional purpose like the core, but Lex had no doubt that it would definitely sell. When people achieved a certain level of success, they spent more on luxury than other things. Lex made a quick mental note to hire a really good tailor. The one drawback to this was it was becoming relatively apparent that the inn put a lot of emphasis on attire that originated on Earth. But Lex did not care. He was the innkeeper. Who did he need to explain himself to? With that done, and an embarrassing 40,000 megapixels spent on preparing 100 of those suits, Lex was ready to proceed. Quickly making an appearance as Leo, he went towards the guild room and added a commission for items that could nurture low-level souls. This was necessary, as Mary let him know that, unlike his previous 2 procedures, there was nothing he could do to accelerate the stabilization process himself. The only option he had was to use medicine or natural treasures that nurtured the soul, both of which were rare and expensive. He could only hope someone would quickly respond to his commission. Following that, he changed back to the innkeeper and appeared in the Colosseum, where hundreds of smaller, individual stages were set up on the main stage. When the event began, guests would be able to walk between the smaller stages and view them from up close or stay seated and watch projections of them. For those who were in their rooms or sitting elsewhere, they would be able to summon individual projections to view the several stages. They would be able to flick through the different stages like channels on a TV in the pre-streaming era. The event management panel would record live the genuine response from each audience member to each stage that they saw. For those whose presentation comprised a player performance, the inn would automatically record it and play it back for anyone who wanted to view it. This would avoid having them constantly perform. Something interesting Lex noticed was that many people from Earth who were setting up their stages actually did not know where they were, or the significance of what they were doing. They had just been given massive financial incentives by their superiors and thought they were performing at a special event. Lex wondered what they thought about arriving here by the use of the key, but it seemed some sort of explanation must have been given to them prior, as they just casually accepted it. Just as the center stage was filling up, so were the seats. Most of the viewers were human, even those were mostly from Earth. A few of the guests were from Vegas Minima, and even those were mostly soldiers. The only civilians from Vegas Minima seemed to be a small group brought by Chen and Lily. The number of beasts was in double digits. It seemed that such an event did not really appeal to beasts. For future reference, he would have to remember that. What did make him happy was that many of his guests were enjoying a Saturn cake, and the smell of it was enticing the other guests nearby. The environment was jolly and festive, and all the guests were behaving. That's what he liked to see. At 12 p.m. Lex made an inn-wide announcement that the opening ceremony will begin in 1 hour, prompting all the bigwigs to show up. The representatives of the 5 families sat together, while Ragnar and his entourage sat in another corner. Worth noticing was that only 2 devils remained, probably the ones who would be managing the stalls, and the rest had disappeared somewhere. Of the beasts, Golden Hair and Green's Haven sat side by side. As the time neared for the opening ceremony, Lex once again felt himself getting nervous. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths. Entering the state of flow was not easy, and not something he could control. To be exact, he did not even know what that state was or why it drained him so much. Even Mary was unclear about it, though to be fair her knowledge was limited by the inn's authority level. As much as he wanted to re-enter that state, he was unable to. So, when it was finally 1 p.m., he appeared in the air in front of the massive crowd with some nervousness in his heart. He was unable to calm himself down, but he continuously brainwashed himself by saying that he was completely calm. "Welcome," he said with a loud and forceful voice, hushing the various crowds around the inn. "Welcome to the Midnight Games. Some of you may already know about them, and some of you may not, so I will simply say this. The Midnight Games are to promote friendship and camaraderie between different worlds, and to introduce you to new possibilities. By understanding and experiencing each other's cultures, you may develop bonds that you carry with you throughout your lives. I won't say much, long speeches are not really my style. I hereby announce that the Midnight Games now begin." He clapped his hands loudly as he concluded, and as if on cue, 2 streams of fireworks spread into the sky and exploded in a spectacular display of colors. His speech was exactly 1 minute long, and as soon as it ended, various things started happening at once. Invisible walls were constructed around the individual stages, so that the performers would not be interrupted by any heckling. Only positive sounds would be let through, such as clapping and applause, and even those in moderate amounts so as to not disturb them. On the stages, the air itself seemed to become fresher. All the performers felt invigorated and felt as if they could go all day if they needed to. From silence the inn slowly went to the steady buzz that accompanied any festival. In total, there were 3,427 stages, of which 3,000 came from Earth. Although Lex did not want to jump the gun, it was safe to say that Earth had a great advantage in this portion. Around 70 of the stages were from various beasts, and the rest were all soldiers. Lex himself was a little curious about the various displays, but first he had to ensure that everything was progressing smoothly. At opposite ends of the main stage were 2 recruitment stalls, one for the Empire and one for the Devils. What they hoped to achieve was beyond Lex, but a part of him had really been concerned about facilitating leading Devils back to Earth. Fortunately, he overheard Brandon saying that Earth was under some kind of protection and it would be impossible for anyone to find the location of Earth, even if someone was tricked into taking back a transmitter or locator of some sort. Nibiru most likely did not have such protection, but the sloth did not seem to be worried. After spending a dozen minutes to see if any problems arose, Lex finally breathed a sigh of relief when nothing happened. Finally he turned his attention to the various stages and started admiring them. Internally he was extremely nervous, hoping that the performances were a success. It was not only the incentive of the quest that motivated Lex, he did not want the inn's first major event to end up in failure. He walked to the first stage and noticed acrobats swinging around using tight ropes. At first he thought this was circus, until he noticed the performers were all at Chi training realm. In that case, there had to be more to it, right? Chapter 127. Exhibitionists. This particular stage was 50 feet wide and 30 feet long. There were 2 individual tight ropes going from end to end on either side that some of the acrobats were walking atop. Several ropes hung from the ceiling as well that the rest of the acrobats used to swing from side to side. Synchronously, acrobats from the left and right swung towards the center at the same time. He let go of the ropes and did a few flips in the air before latching onto the rope that the other had just used with their feet. Lex himself had never been to a circus, but had seen enough of them on the television. Their performance was very impressive and the timing of it was immaculate, especially when you considered there was no safety net below. Yet somehow, Lex had expected a little more when he noticed they were cultivators. To be fair, their performance had just begun. They were likely warming up the crowd before. But Lex did not want to wait as there were many other stages as well. He would watch a replay of this later to see if they did anything more interesting. Driven by curiosity, Lex skipped all the human stages and went to a beast one. This particular stage was not raised like the rest, but was instead lowered so that the viewers would have a top-down view. A layer of sand covered the stage, and various snakes slithered through it. At first, Lex did not understand what they were meant to be doing. He observed each snake individually and focused on it as it went from slithering on the surface to somewhere below it. The confusion disappeared, however, when he noticed that his focus should not be on the snakes but on the sand. Influenced by dozens of snakes moving in calculated coordination, the sand pulsed, as if a beating heart lay right under it. Dunes rose and fell quickly in the sand, making it feel as if Lex was watching an accelerated view of a changing desert. Slowly, he became aware of patterns in the rise and fall of the sand, but to view it he had to stop focusing on the sand, and somehow focus on the whole. This was a little difficult for humans, as the human eye was designed to be attracted to and focus on certain points. To forcefully stop yourself from focusing on a certain point and somehow taking in the whole was a bit of a challenge, and something most others would miss out on unless they were actively trying to do so. Lex had an easy out in this, as he could rely on his awareness of the entire inn to view this stage as a whole, rather than focusing on it with his eyes. But the moment he did so was when Lex realized just how much he was actually missing and was momentarily stunned. The movement of the sand had a strange kind of symmetry. The rise and fall of the dunes started forming patterns in the landscape and started to form some kind of art. This was unlike the art humans created, but seemed like it was a creation of nature. It was so wholly random even while maintaining its previous pattern. It was like Lex was becoming aware of the course of how things progressed as nature intended. He was reminded of an old documentary he saw about repeating shapes and patterns in nature called fractals, where the shape or pattern would be repeated on various scales. Whether you focused in on a certain part, or focused out on the larger whole, the patterns would be present. The strange way of repeating the pattern is also what gave birth to the sense of symmetry. But if all there was to it, Lex would not have been so overwhelmed. The depth of the snake's art was not just limited to the visage of it. When Lex used his awareness to view the stage, he also felt the vibrations in the sand. As the snakes moved through the different layers, the way the sand in between the layers rose and fell between them, the way they rubbed against other grains of sand and the way they pressed against the scales of the snakes produced a sensation Lex could only describe as music. The oscillations weren't large enough to produce a sound greater than a gentle hum, one that could easily have been mistaken for wind, gently caressing the dunes into its desired shape like the paintbrush of an artist. Yet since Lex was aware of it in greater detail, he felt the same visual pattern emerge in each and every vibration. He saw the pattern in the way that each grain of sand fell, and in the way that each grain of sand rose. The pattern that emerged was so much greater than the two-dimensional ones he had seen on paper, or a three-dimensional one a person might encounter in an art exhibit. The pattern existed in the top-down view. It existed between the layers. It existed in the vibrations. It existed in the way the snakes moved. For a moment, Lex felt himself enter a trance, and felt a strange thought form right outside of his range of perception. It was like a word on the tip on his tongue. He knew what it was, but could not say it. The feeling was abstract, yet at the same time concrete. Not bad, Lex murmured, and decided to make a change to this stage. Currently, to prevent the performers, each stage prevented spiritual senses from coming through. Yet now, Lex changed it so that others would be able to use their spiritual senses only to view the stage. This would still prevent them from using it to pressure or communicate with the performers. Lex did not want others to disturb the snakes, yet at the same time he wanted them to enjoy it on a greater level, as just simply viewing the sand would leave them missing out. Indeed, if some simply focused on the snakes, and did not take in the whole, this was probably one of the least interesting exhibits. It was only snakes moving in the sand. He hoped others would also be able to pick up on the intricacies of this display. What Lex did not realize was that all the people at the top of each respective world were paying a lot of attention to the innkeeper's every move. His murmur may have been soft, but it was like an announcement on a loudspeaker for them. Especially when they felt the changes on this stage, they immediately used their spiritual senses to try and observe the peculiarity of this display. Whether any of them noticed it to the depth that Lex had, there was no way of knowing. Impressed by what he had just witnessed, Lex went to the next beast stage. This one only had two beasts that Lex had never seen or recognized before. This beast's hind legs were similar to that of a frog and allowed it to leap long distances and far into the air. Yet, unlike a frog, this beast was around 4 feet in length and 3 feet in height. Its body was covered in violet hexagonal scales that reflected light in an unusual way. Lex had never encountered light that he had to describe as dark, but that was the only description he could think of at the moment. Near the neck of the beast, colorful feathers started emerging from within the scales and covered its forelegs and shoulder blades. It did not seem enough to allow the beast to fly, but Lex imagined that the beast could glide great distances. Yet as the stage provided was not big enough, the two beasts were not gliding, but seemed to be doing a dance. They would leap towards one another from the ends of the stage and twirled effortlessly in the air. Its shining scales, bright feathers and intricate moves enamored the viewers, making them completely oblivious to how lethal its moves exactly were. As the beasts approached one another they did not collide, but somersaulted in the air and clapped their hind legs against each other's. Then, pushing against one another, they leapt higher into the air, all the while not forgetting to twirl. Once they reached the peak of the jump, and had no other platform to push against, they spread their forelegs and formed thin wings akin to the gliders used by humans. Moving counterclockwise, they glided down in the air, dancing in the air, near one another. It was a spectacular show indeed, and Lex was very impressed by the visuals. It was unfortunate then that his wonder was completely deflated when he overheard another beast saying that they were displaying their mating ritual. He supposed exhibitionism transcended species and even worlds. Lex quickly moved away from the stage before he saw something he would regret. Chapter 128. Ballerina. While Lex was strolling through the various stages, taking on the role of a tourist, he was completely unaware that seeds of chaos had been planted on the 3 planets, and were getting ready to sprout. On Earth, the rebel forces started rearranging their forces with a little more aggression. They only had a limited amount of time where they could get ready, and they had to take chances at getting caught to ensure they were ready when the second portion of the games started. The combat portion of the games, when the various military forces the 5 families had taken with them would be committed, would be the beacon that lights the beginning of their revolution. How their movements remained undetected by not only the forces of the families but the ICPAs, which were supposed to be independent organizations, was a total mystery. Even if they somehow managed to take control of the Earth before the return of the Nazcants and their forces, how they would deal with the raw power of the 5 strongest humans on Earth was another mystery that yet had no answer. While on Earth the chaos was only on the edge, hiding from the view of potential informants, on Nibiru there was no such case. Various territories had been brought to war by sudden invasions from their neighbors. The absence of the territory leader, such as Igashima, or of a large chunk of combatants, made the territories vulnerable. In Red Nation, a lazy-looking brown fox stood, or rather, lay groggily at the head of the invading forces. The real villain behind the scenes, the enigmatic head of the Iron Mountain, was as of yet absent. Though despite his own absence, his forces were definitely present. Yet, even without Igashima present to command its beasts, Red Nation, which was heavily reliant on human management, had an organized army which managed to hold off the invading forces. Even the 13-year-old Tiffany, who had been awarded a strengthening fruit for her brave actions of delivering the letter, fought valiantly at the front lines. She had assumed her good friend Lex had died so that she could escape, which filled her with a sorrow and anger she had never felt before in her life. It was even worse than when Father Henry was captured, because at least she still knew he was alive. It must be pointed out that eating a strengthening fruit did not technically count as cultivation, which is why it did not adhere to the general rule that humans cannot cultivate before the age of 15. Even then, the rule that one cannot cultivate until they were 15 was not a hard and fast rule. Can you imagine someone waiting arduously for their 15th birthday, and then on their birthday they have to wait for some specific hour, such as 2 p.m., because that was the exact hour they were born in? The moment the clock hit 2 p.m., that person would start cultivating, only to fail miserably. Turns out they were born in a different time zone and needed to wait a few more hours till they were exactly 15. No, the 15-year-old age limit was more of a guideline, because that is the age by which a human body would have developed enough to withstand the arduous journey which was cultivation. Using special treatments to strengthen the body was one of the ways a person could get ready to cultivate in advance. It just so happened, eating strengthening fruits was one of those ways. On Vegas Minima the devils really started treating the planet if they were about to lose it, and sent all their zombie hordes to attack human settlements. They also deployed a special kind of demon known as grubber worms, which specialized in recovery. The worms recovered not only the dead zombies, but the dead humans as well. What they intended with those bodies, besides the zombie cores, was as yet unknown. Of the 3 planets, Vegas Minima was the most chaotic, yet somehow it was also the one dealing with the situation best. But the chaos had only just begun, and there were many opportunities to make mistakes. Lex, the person who could be said to have indirectly caused all 3 situations, was completely unaware. He had seen various performances already, but there were many more left to go. Fortunately, the first part of the cultural event would go on all day, and the second part would only begin the next day. At a certain point, Lex decided to depart, and come back in his Leo persona. He noticed quickly that any time he would approach a stage as the Innkeeper people would either move away or hush up, scared to offend him. When Lex, or rather Leo, returned, his attention was caught by a stage where he saw a single ballerina dancing. So far Lex had enjoyed the beast's performances more, but maybe that was because those were novel sights, whereas he had some knowledge of Earth's culture already. Yet this ballerina was different. Suffice to say, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Lex felt a little shallow, thinking that the first thing that caught his attention was her looks, especially when her performance was extraordinary. Yet at the same time, he would be a hypocrite if he did not admit that the best and most apt description of this woman could be summarized in a single word: beautiful. Lex was not paying attention to her gorgeous phoenix eyes, her thin pink lips, her sleek jaw, her smooth cheeks or her flowing brown hair. No, he was mesmerized by her entire visage. The various silk layers of her tutu flowed in the air like dancing birds as she twirled on a string so thin it was invisible to the naked eye. The gray see-through cape she wore sparkled, leaving behind a trail of images of dancing butterflies, following her wherever she went. Lex had never seen a ballet before and so did not have an understanding of what it was supposed to entail, but he was pretty sure that the enrapturing performance being put on by this one woman was only possible because of her ridiculously high cultivation of peak golden core. Yes, unexpectedly, this woman was a soldier from Vegas Minima. Maybe Lex should not have been so surprised, as even soldiers were human, but he was just not expecting such a spectacular display from a soldier. It took a while for Lex to wake from his trance. At this point, the ballerina was no longer simply dancing on an impossibly thin string. She was dancing vertically and horizontally as the strings went in every direction. At some points, she even danced upside down. This was an experience he would have missed had he been wearing the host attire, as it would have prevented him from fully falling into a trance. Finally, when Lex started feeling embarrassed from staring at the beautiful woman for too long, he decided to leave. Instead of heading towards another display, this time he walked towards the Empire's recruitment stall. He was very curious about what their intentions were, and wanted to experience it for himself. The inn was not facilitating transport from one planet to another en masse yet, and Earth was determined to stay hidden, so what were their intentions? What Lex did not know was that Ragnar had completely dropped all of his plans and intentions for Earth after discovering that it had some secret. He did not want to get involved, nor did he care enough to distract himself from his mission. Still, when Lex arrived at the stall, there was a small line. At the forefront was the smallest beast Lex had seen so far. Generally, once beasts started cultivating, their size would grow. This one was roughly the size of a hamster. It had 6 legs, a scaly body and a face that looked like a dog's. What it was, Lex had no idea, but it was in the Golden Core realm, so it definitely wasn't weak. Lex was unable to hear the discussion between the beast and the soldiers, a result of a small formation they set up on their own. Yet from the looks of it, they both were very satisfied by the result. A few people were ahead of him in line, but Lex waited patiently. When it was finally his turn, he spoke first, not giving them a chance. "What kind of performance are you guys doing? How come your stage is different from the rest?" "Ours is not a performance," one of the soldiers said amicably. "We're here representing the Jotun Empire, the largest human force in the universe. Our job here is to provide you with information not just about the universe, but about how to grow individually as well as bring growth to your own society. After all, the prosperity and growth of humans is in both of our interests." "Oh, how so?" Lex asked, completely ready for the upcoming barrage of propaganda. Chapter 129. Civilization Ranks. The soldiers studied Lex for a moment, with him still being in his Leo persona, and quickly judged him to be an inexperienced youth. This did not put him at ease, as he had not intended to fool Lex to begin with. He was just disappointed that the effectiveness of their instructional course would drop. "There are a few things to keep note of about the universe. According to our notes, your civilization has not achieved interstellar travel, nor has it been contacted by external civilizations, so it is unlikely you will need this information, but life is unpredictable, so you should memorize it anyway. The first thing to take note of are civilization levels. The first and most basic level is identified by a civilization that has been unable to leave their home world. That is called a ground-level civilization. The next is one that has inhabited all the other planets, or in the process of inhabiting the planets in its solar system, which is identified at the sky level. The next is known as star level, in which a civilization has the means to be able to travel from one star to the next within a reasonably short amount of time. This is varied, as civilizations that are creating their own technology usually have a teething period where travel between stars starts out taking centuries, but eventually gets whittled down to a few decades. But that is not enough to earn the star rank as a civilization. If the average distance between 2 stars is considered to be 5 light years, then the travel between them must take no longer than 10 years minimum to earn the star rank. The Jotun Empire is 1 rank higher than that, which is known as the galactic rank. The minimum requirement for that is to be able to travel between 2 galaxies in a minimum of a century. If you're wondering whether there are levels above even that, then the answer is most definitely yes. What those levels are, even I do not know, so you definitely don't need to worry about it. I won't go into detail about the average civilization rank distribution, as that knowledge won't serve you with any purpose. What you need to know, however, is identify if a given force is neutral or friendly towards you. In the known universe, the qualification for a neutral or friendly force is very difficult to get, with a lot of qualifications that need to be met. Among other requirements, these forces or civilizations must maintain their neutrality to everyone. For friendly forces, they have to have a long history of cooperation and friendly relations with your associated force. Whether a force is neutral or friendly towards you, there is a very simple way to identify either. You can log onto the Henley portal and check the force's affiliation there. As for what the Henley portal is, it's a digital platform with a live connection throughout most of the known universe. A force that claims neutral status without having its status confirmed on the portal is most likely unreliable. There is no real consequence for doing so, but only when its status can be confirmed on the portal will it be completely neutral and trustworthy. Wait, are you saying there's a universe-wide internet? How is that even possible? Lex asked, genuinely shocked. No, not universe-wide. I said it covers most of the known universe, not all of it. That's not to mention that there are clear borders to the unknown, or as yet unexplored, universe. The portal is maintained by all forces that are a part of the Henley Alliance, such as the Jotun Empire. The Empire is responsible for building and maintaining connector planets throughout its territory. How do I log onto the portal? Lex asked curiously. The Earth probably wasn't a part of the portal, but he was definitely interested in checking it out. Since he traveled to multiple planets, there was no doubt he'd get a chance to log on at some point. The first time you log on, it has to be at a registration point. However, once you've finished registration, you can log on using simple verbal commands that will prompt the minimum interface required to use basic functions. The verbal commands will work no matter where you are in the universe, so long as a connection is available. Naturally, the connection can be blocked using technology or formations, otherwise there would be a serious threat of invasion of privacy. For more detailed interactions, you would obviously need to purchase a login device. Those can be anything from a simple smartwatch to an entire body immersive VR chamber. For the purpose of identifying a force's status, the verbal commands should be enough. Still, as dangerous and treacherous as the universe is, some simple safety precautions will get you a long way. Your biggest threat is, and always will be, the demons. At this point, the soldiers wore a terrible grimace and exuded a killing intent so powerful Lex could physically feel it pressing up against his body. It was like a feeling of being submerged in water, but instead of your skin getting wet, it was constantly being pricked by tiny little needles. Lex had to constantly look at himself to ensure he wasn't actually bleeding. If you had been here at the meeting, a few days before the game started, you would have had a chance to see them for yourself. They are nothing but vile, ravenous monsters that want nothing more than to destroy everything they touch and consume anything that has life. But you don't need to take my word for it, every force in the universe is hostile against them. This is a war you have no way of staying away from, even if you want to. The moment you see a demon, you will have to judge if you can fight it. If you can't, then you must run. They will kill you every chance they get. At this point, the soldiers spiraled into a long barrage about the evils of demonic beings, how they were the sin of existence, the bane of all that was pure, etc., etc. The soldier gave Lex a lot of information before he began peddling his propaganda, although Lex agreed that the demons were most likely a threat to most people. But he had seen them obey the devils, not to mention he had seen them become progressively smarter as they grew stronger. There was definitely more to it than what the soldier said, yet Lex had no interest in investigating on his own. He looked forward to the information that would help him grow, not only as an individual but also his society. Yet it was nothing more than a lot of rhetoric about helping the whole rather than the individual, the greater good over personal gain, etc. He was honestly expecting more, since they specifically asked for a recruitment stall, but maybe they had their own plans. Lex would watch a replay of things later on to see if they did something he missed, but for now, his interest waned. Little did he know, their original seminar was supposed to be very different. Thanking the soldiers, he left before turning his attention to the devil's stall. He was curious about what they were doing. Maybe he had a bias, but he did not believe for even a second that they did not have any ulterior motives. He also wanted to know their stance on this Henley term that kept coming up repeatedly. He tried asking the soldier if it meant or represented something special, but got no real reply. Strolling casually, as if he was watching the different stages and looking for something interesting, he made his way to the devil's stall. As much as he expected this stall to be barren and despondent, it was quite crowded and lively. Humans and beasts alike stood in line, waiting their turn to get an opportunity. There was no way the soldiers would line up, so these humans must be from Earth. They should already have been informed to stay away from the devils, or provided some basic information about what happened at the meeting, but it seemed they did not care. "Hey, what's the deal with this stall?" Lex asked one of the men in line, and received a questioning gaze instead. Once the other man had made sure that Lex was not trying to cut in line, he said, "My brother told me about this place. Apparently, they help you raise your cultivation level. He's already returned back to Earth, and he's getting ready to break into the Foundation realm. Can you believe it? No, Lex could not believe it. Unlike the man in line who had a huge grin, Lex was frowning. There was no free lunch in the world. The devils must definitely be taking advantage of everyone somehow. He needed to figure out what they were doing immediately, lest they damage the reputation of his inn. Chapter 130. Future coworkers. Lex's first instinct was to leave and watch a replay of what the devils were doing with his guests. He felt kinda stupid. He should have kept an eye on the devils from the very get-go. Even though he kept it as a priority in his mind, keeping an eye on so many various aspects of the event, it was understandable that Lex overlooked it for a while. But comparing his performance to when he was in the flow, definitely shone a light on his shortcomings. Still, he was only human. He would learn from his mistakes. Resisting his urge to watch a replay, Lex decided to continue waiting in line and see things for himself firsthand. Besides, it would seem odd if he left right after being told he could have a breakthrough in his cultivation. Lex waited patiently in line and chatted with the guy. His name was Batsa Acharya and was from a cultivation family in Nepal. Due to suffering from a lack of resources, he and his elder brother joined the ICPA policing the region and, over the course of many years, rose up in ranks. Still, their positions weren't really high enough to be on the list of people who got an invitation to the inn. He was a victim of the classic in the right place at the right time. His boss worked closely with one of the 5 ruling families and got an invitation, and since Batsa was there as well, his boss brought him along. Batsa pulled some strings and brought his brother along as well. Since they were chatting, and Lex was using his Leo persona, he had to introduce himself as well. But that was fine. Lex had already decided on a backstory for Leo. It went a little something like, "I am from Earth," and then provided no more details whatsoever. He avoided talking about himself by talking about random things he liked on Earth, such as movies, games, etc. Eventually, as they chatted, the line moved along until it was Batsa's turn, who went ahead excitedly. Like the other recruitment stall, this one was surrounded by a formation to prevent sound from getting out. But there was no obstruction to sight, and Lex could see Batsa talking with animated excitement with the devils. Speaking of devils, Lex turned his attention to the 2 but did not recognize them. These must be different from the ones that came in the first party. It was unfortunate that Lex could not view their statuses since he was not wearing the host attire. Although it was irritating that so many of his abilities in the inn were linked to the suit, it made sense from a logical standpoint. Lex's own individual cultivation was weak, and so, to use abilities that came with a higher cultivation, he would need an intermediary. Rather than saying it was unfortunate that he needed the suit to use the inn powers completely, it should be said he was lucky to get the suit in the first place. The only reason the suit had any power at all to begin with was because it was tapping into the system's control over the inn's territory to give Lex those abilities. It was a good beginner's item, as without it, Lex would not have performed nearly as well. Turning his attention back to the devils, he noticed that these 2 looked particularly young. On Earth, they would have qualified as teenagers, at most. Cultivation slowing down aging made it difficult to guess their actual age, but Lex bet they were relatively very young. The only alternative was that their cultivation was very, very high, and that seemed unlikely. One of the devils had 2 saber-tooth-like fangs sticking out of his mouth that extended even below his chin. His hair was golden brown, and with his fair skin and green eyes, a good description of him was devilishly handsome. The other devil looked like he could actually be human, one of those humans who joined hardcore gangs, covered his skin in various tattoos and even tattooed the whites of his eyes black, but human nonetheless. The tattoos that covered this devil's skin seemed to be some kind of writing Lex did not recognize. It was unfortunate that his universal translator was limited to speech and not writing, but he could purchase one of those for himself later. When Batsa was finished, he directly teleported out of the inn, impatient to begin his cultivation, no doubt. There was no doubt that the various shows were interesting, but they meant little to Batsa. Quickly forgetting about his new Nepali friend, Lex looked towards the devils, who were patiently waiting for him. It was strange, not that he was the kind of guy who judged a book by its cover, but the devils really did not look like they would have a demure demeanor. Yet they welcomed him with bright, albeit scary-looking, smiles as he walked up to them. "Hello, I was told you were helping people break through in their cultivation here," Lex said, putting on his best, innocent face. He had decided that Leo's personality would be a happy-go-lucky, naive and innocent one. That would make it easy for him to broach difficult subjects and ask questions people would rather avoid. For a short moment, he considered making Leo's personality very secretive and hidden, so no one would ever be able to discern what his true intentions were as he secretly controlled things behind the scenes. It was only for a moment, though. He did not have the patience or the temperament to do that kind of thing, nor was he such a good actor. Simple and straightforward would work best for him. Quick to the chase, huh? The devil with the dark eyes said, chuckling. Indeed, we're helping those we come across. But whether you can achieve a breakthrough or not is entirely up to you. We are simply giving out gifts to celebrate our first meeting. An introductory gift, if you will. First meeting, are you planning another meeting? Yes, the environment is very enjoyable here. We've decided to come to the inn often to relax, life can be stressful, you know. And because of the reputation of devils, it's not easy to make new friends. So we thought about giving out gifts. Everyone likes gifts, right? By the way, my name is Creel. And my name is Azure, said the devil with saber-tooth fangs. Oh, right, my name is Leo. I should have introduced myself first. Leo, you wouldn't happen to be the Leo that runs the gamer's den, would you? Asked Creel. Indeed, the one and the same. I'm surprised you recognized me. Haha, naturally we did, Creel said, becoming more animated all of a sudden. He truly looked like he was over the moon at meeting Leo. I told you, we really enjoyed the inn. We've met all the others from the inn. Harry's promised to give me a haircut when his cultivation increases. His cultivation was dependent on his soul, so for our meeting gift we gave him a little something to help his soul. He was really excited about that. John. Creel gave out a defeated smile. He was not so excited about the gifts and didn't seem to want to be friends. It is truly unfortunate. Still, although we did not get a chance to meet before, we heard your name from Z. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, I like making friends, let me know whenever you come by. Or if I'm not around, which is most of the time unfortunately, you can leave a message with Z. I would love to learn more about the devils. Likewise, I would love to chat with you some more. I'm very interested in learning how you became an employee. Who knows, maybe in the future we could be coworkers. Unfortunately, I can't spend too much time right now. The line is quite long, he said, pointing towards the guests waiting in line behind Lex. Who knows, I don't mind more coworkers, but you have to get the innkeeper's approval. I'll bet that's not easy to do. But we can discuss that later. Tell me, what kind of gift would you like? This gift was one Lex would not miss out on, as he wanted to test it for potential traps. I need stuff to strengthen my soul as well. I've even put a commission for it in the guild room. So if you have any more of the stuff you gave to Harry, something along those lines would be great. Creel smiled, and with a wave of his hand, an opaque bottle appeared in the air. Drink this all in one go. It'll put you to sleep for some time, but when you wake up, your soul should be stronger. Thank you very much. Let me know when you have free time. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Likewise. Their conversation ended with that pleasant exchange, but as Lex turned to leave, his previous smile disappeared and he stared at the bottle heatedly, the exact look that the devils were giving him. Lex didn't know this, but his conversation had prompted the devils into thinking that a requirement to become an employee at the inn was a strong soul. They started analyzing this little detail to the best of their efforts, trying to look into what it could mean. None of them expected that it was a simple misunderstanding. Chapter 131. Beasts take the stage. Lex walked away quickly, showing excitement on his face. As much as he wanted to disappear immediately, it occurred to him that he had spent too little time as Leo since this persona was created. The same way the devils learned of his name from Z, others might take notice of his quick patterns of appearance and disappearance. Of course, that alone would not be enough to give rise to suspicion about Leo being a fake persona. Still, Lex believed he should be a little proactive and create a solid background for Leo a little at a time. He needed to spend a little more time with his co-workers, the way Harry and John seemed to have developed a relationship. That could wait for now, yet he really should at least check up on Z. The poor kid must have been working hard in his absence. True to his expectations, Z was hard at work convincing people to leave him alone. As usual, the computers in the store were mostly unused, while the AR rooms were fully booked. Z was trying to convince a horde of aunties that he would not make a good boyfriend for their daughters or granddaughters and that he simply just wanted to be lazy. Yet the more he refused, the more adamant they became in their choice. Lex let out a genuine smile and decided he would meet Z another time. He disappeared, returning to his apartment. His little feel-good moment was over. It was now time to focus on the real task at hand. He stared at the opaque bottle, trying to discern anything. Of course, with his distinct lack of cultivation, he would learn nothing new about the bottle. He put on his suit and prepared to use a loophole he had discovered to learn the details of this bottle. Unlike with guests, he could not analyze items and identify their properties. Yet what he could do was put his belongings into the gift shop for sale. As soon as he entered an item in the gift shop, a description of that item would appear. All he needed to do was add the bottle to the shop to learn about its properties. This was a little something he discovered after Mary told him to start looking for loopholes. He was a little proud of himself when he did. Truth be told, he did not anticipate anything harmful in the bottle or the other gifts the devils had handed out. This was because should such a thing happen, the system would warn him the same way it had warned him about devils putting trackers on his guests. But he needed to identify what their goal was, and any little bit of information would help. Lex added the bottle to the gift shop, read its description and quickly removed it. As he suspected, there was no tampering with the item. Its description was, "Purified Wraith's blood, the purified blood of a wraith. In this purified form, it has a soothing effect on the soul by strengthening the cohesiveness of the body. Only effective for cultivators below the foundation realm." Lex set the bottle aside for later and decided to keep a close eye on the devils. It was likely that, because they recognized him, their interaction with him was different from the one they had with other guests. He watched a replay of their interactions with a few different guests, and indeed there was a small detail they had missed out on when talking to him. They told all of their guests they will return to the inn every 100 days or so if they were interested in meeting again they can time it accordingly. Every 100 days signified a dedicated, strategic plan. The devils definitely had some kind of ulterior motives. Lex would have to watch out. They mentioned wanting to join the inn, maybe that was their end goal. Either way, that was a matter for later. He turned his attention back to the various performances and looked for the stages with the largest crowds. He immediately picked out a pattern. Whether the performers were earthlings, soldiers or beasts, the stages where they were playing music gathered the largest crowds. Maybe it was because such a thing was easier to appreciate and didn't require the level of attention the snake's performance did, or maybe there was a greater hidden secret to the matter. Either way, they were the most popular. For earthlings, the music they played was not that of bands or popular songs, but cultural music from unusual or lesser-known instruments. He listened to each one, taking in their unique charm. It was as if each instrument had a personality. The bagpipes, because of course there were bagpipes, were like loud and boisterous children, laughing and playing in the open, sharing their joy with everyone. Lex personally did not understand why people enjoyed listening to it, but he could certainly admit it was great to set a mood. There were a few different kinds of unusually massive guitars. Lex could not identify what they were or what was special about them. He was not trained in music theory, but it sounded nice enough to gather crowds, and that's what mattered. He recognized the zither, but only because he'd seen it mentioned in so many novels. It sounded nice, but not as soul-shakingly beautiful as it had been described in the novels. Of course, in the novels, the instrument was also always being played by a devastatingly beautiful girl who, often enough, ended up being the protagonist's love interest. Just to be safe, Lex decided to keep a distance from the bearded old man who was playing the instrument. There were a few different variations on drums as well. There was one particular one that was being played by hand instead of sticks, which had a rhythm and tempo the others could not match. The man playing the drums by hand also happened to be a cultivator, much like the ballerina, so it made sense that his craft seemed better than the rest. Yet out of all the various musical performances, once again, Lex's favorite was the one being performed by beasts. On a particular stage, birds sat in organized rows and sang in a coordination that would put symphonies to shame. Parrots, mockingbirds, ravens, blue jays and many more different kinds of birds Lex either did not know the names of or had never seen before combined their voices together to produce music that was so sweet and pure to listen to. Lex closed his eyes and let himself be swept away by the sounds. It was filled with a freshness and vitality that was hard to explain. It was like the first gust of wind in the early morning after a night of rain, like the soft tickle of dew felt on bare feet. It felt like a deep breath of fresh mountain air, chilly enough to wake you up but not enough to cause you to tremble. Lex enjoyed the music for an unexpectedly long time. Prior to this, he was confident that the humans would have this competition in the bag, but suddenly he wasn't so sure. Still, there were many other stages to visit and Lex went through them one by one. He saw Igashima's display, the tree that needed time to prepare. His stage was covered in soil, out of which grew a field of flowers. In the center stood the tree, tall and firm, overlooking its children. The flowers bloomed and waned in a wave, traveling from one corner to another. Each flower lived just long enough to let out its beautiful smell, which, when combined with the smells of the other flowers, made Lex feel a freshness entirely different from the ones the birds made him feel. It was so unusual, Lex had never used his sense of smell so much and so consistently without losing the ability to distinguish smells. Yet here it was, happening clearly and with direction. Even without the smell, watching the flowers move in such an organized way was already entertaining, yet the smells only elevated the performance. This was most likely another strong contender. He viewed the other performances, each one unique and interesting in their own way. He could not say for his guests, maybe they would enjoy a different kind of entertainment, but Lex thoroughly enjoyed himself. He felt like this was the perfect activity for a vacation. It was not strenuous, yet was interesting and exciting enough to keep him captivated. There was no doubt that a lot of them were waiting for the second portion of the games, however. As enjoyable as these performances were, there was always a crowd ready to watch the excitement of battle. With that, the day slowly passed and the first part of the cultural event came to a close. The guests could sleep here, or they could return to their planet, as the next portion would only begin in the morning. Chapter 132, The Small Family. As the day came to a close, most people returned to their planets. Still, with only a few of them choosing to stay at the inn, there were a couple hundred people roaming the grounds. The usual peaceful atmosphere was still full of the buzz of many conversations taking place at the same time. The seats at the restaurant were full and so were the garden chairs outside. Most people who wanted to eat did so in their rooms or in the Colosseum, simply because they had nowhere else to sit. As proud as Lex was of everything he had done, and as much as he was growing the inn, it was not ready to facilitate hundreds of people at once, let alone thousands. It was also not conducive to the beasts, as he could shrink their size to make them fit in, but he wanted to make facilities that would allow them to stay their own size comfortably. This was a stark reminder for him that, even with the millions he had earned and spent, the inn wasn't as developed as it could be. Realistically speaking, any decent hotel in a normal city could accommodate more people than his inn could comfortably. He always needed to be thinking of ways in which he could improve. As he watched the hundreds of people, some of whom were simply sitting in the grass, having a picnic, he decided to take notes on things to improve. This event was like a round of testing for a new app, so that flaws could be determined and fixed. Firstly, he needed more places to sit. But he needed to be creative with his solution, as he didn't want a giant structure that would be empty and useless at any time he had fewer guests. Of course, maybe there would come a time where he constantly had a lot of guests, in which case his giant structure would always be in use. Yet in his heart, Lex wanted the manor to remain unchanged. He did not want to increase its size to accommodate the growing number of guests. There was another solution to this. Maybe he could leave the manor as is and build larger structures somewhere far away. This way, he could use the manor or guests with a high enough prestige level, or he could only take the guests he really liked there. But for that he would need to expand the size of the Midnight World as well. Midnight World, that's what he decided to call the separate realm or space his inn resided in, as he couldn't just keep referring to them as the grounds or the hills or even the inn. Next, if the inn really was supposed to be a vacation spot, he needed to add more activities. Even on vacation, if a person did not have anything to do for an extended period of time, they would get bored. Right now, if a guest wanted to go swimming, the only option they had was the tiny lake near the recovery room. Considering the size of the lake, it was not a good option. Fortunately, all was not lost. At least he had improved options in terms of food by adding the spiritual food, which was a big hit amongst the Earthlings. The soldiers were used to farm spiritual food, so they treated it as usual and ate it casually, while Nibiru was an extremely vibrant world that gave birth to many spiritual plants and vegetables. For the beasts, it was also ordinary. For the Earthlings, it was an amazing delicacy that not only tasted phenomenal, it aided their health and cultivation. Either way, whether it was maintaining a high standard or providing an out-of-reach service, for different guests the spiritual food had accomplished different kinds of success and Lex was happy with that. This was an independent happiness that Lex felt, aside from the 12,333 megapixels Lex had made from the food. Not to mention, he had sold 10 of his Midnight In suits, netting him another 90,000 megapixels. He also earned another 7,000 megapixels from selling more commemorative coins and 7,000 megapixels from his various services. This brought his new total to 212,733 megapixels. He looked into why his income from the various services was the least and quickly came to a conclusion. Whether it was the meditation room, training room, mystery trial, barber shop or battle axe, they could only provide service to one person at a time. It was already a big deal to earn so much. With those rooms, the way to earn more was to have more of them to cater to multiple guests rather than increase their prices. Adding multiple of those would also make the place more crowded, but he did not mind expanding Main Street. After all, that was the whole point of putting everything together. Lex was constantly scanning the inn, checking on all his guests, when he spotted something in the recovery room. Marlowe, who had lost access to the meditation room when he briefly visited Earth, was standing inside a particular recovery pod room with another woman, looking down at the person in the pod. They were both staring silently, and continued to do so as long as Lex watched. A quick rewind showed Lex that they had been that way for a few days now. Occasionally, Marlowe left to go into a recovery pod himself so his body's condition still wasn't stabilized, but would promptly return once he was good enough. Curious about the situation, Lex checked the woman's status. Name: Sofia Ramos. Bravi. Age: 60. Sex: female. Cultivation details: golden core mid-species, human. Midnight In prestige level 1. Remarks: that is one emotional lady. Do not approach her in Crocs, mismatched socks or smelling like food. Lex was slightly confused about why her name had a slash in it, but suddenly understood that this was Marlowe's wife. Larry had told him rumors about her relationship with the madman, but it seemed there was more to it. Lex checked the status of the person in the recovery pod. Name: Raphael Carter. Bravi. Age: 37. Sex: male. Cultivation details: crippled species, human. Midnight In prestige level 1. Condition: the patient's body is extremely damaged. The patient suffers from hundreds of hairline fractures, amputated limbs, torn muscles and ligaments, a missing lung, failing kidneys, failing liver, severely damaged spine, fractured skull, severe brain damage, missing teeth, missing eyes, missing nose and a severely atrophied soul. It would be impossible to keep the patient alive with only the recovery pod, but an unidentifiable source of vitality has been detected in the patient's heart, the only organ completely undamaged. Assuming the vitality is continuously produced, it would take the patient 3 weeks and 4 days to reach optimum health in the recovery pod. Further treatment via organic reconstruction room is then recommended. The soul will require treatment, but no such facility is currently available at the inn. Please figure out the necessary treatment on your own. Remarks: if it is one's destiny to die, the universe itself cannot stop it. If one is destined to live, then the universe itself will bend itself around you to provide the conditions for you to live. Lex was startled when he read the status. This was clearly Marlowe's son. He had never heard of Marlowe having a kid, let alone one that was in such a bad condition. Maybe this was the reason why he and his wife had such a bad falling out. It was also the first time he got a recommendation for the ORR. So far, he hadn't even set a price for that, as no guest had used it. That was because, for it to be usable, the patient's cultivation had to be below Lex's. Since Raphael's cultivation was crippled, he was technically below Lex. For a moment, Lex hesitated. Considering his relationship with Marlowe, he felt he should go say something. Or at least, he should let him know about the ORR. Yet at the same time, he felt awkward approaching the man in such a situation. Finally, after letting out an exhausted sigh, Lex decided to go talk to the couple. The longer he waited, the more awkward he would become. Teleporting right outside the recovery pod room, Lex knocked. The sound startled the couple. As for the duration of their stay, no one had interrupted them. Marlowe opened the door and felt a strange kind of relief when he saw the Innkeeper. Innkeeper, he greeted with a nod, his voice low and absent of his usual energy. Marlowe, Lex acknowledged the man with a corresponding nod. Please come in. This is my wife, Sophia. Sophia, this is the innkeeper that I was telling you about. Hello, she said simply, her gaze quickly returning to her son. I noticed you've spent the last few days here, so I thought I'd come in and check on the patient myself. I have some good news for you as well as some bad news for you. What would you like to hear first? Chapter 133. What happened upon mention of checking in on the patient? The couple's necks snapped towards the innkeeper with the speed and ferocity of a fired bullet. They had been in close communication with Nurse Jubilation since they appeared, but she could not provide them with any information. Truth be told, Sophia was very hesitant to bring her son here in the first place. His condition was extremely fragile and had been preserved using special means in her Ramos family. Unlike her, a cultivation and battle maniac, her family's area of influence was in herbs and medicine. They were one of the most prominent families, if not the most prominent family, when it came to refining medicine to aid in cultivation. In their oldest and most secretive plantation grew a tree so old that it surpassed any historical records. It was an average-sized tree and looked no different from a regular pine tree. One could not sense any spiritual energy from it, nor could they detect any anomaly. Combined with the fact that it was in a forest, its speciality was almost undetectable. It was only by accident that the Ramos family had discovered its use, and then slowly discovered its peculiarity. The pine cones from that tree could be removed, and then replaced with any kind of plant or herb, and the tree would nurture it endlessly. A normal plant would gain spiritual effects in only a few weeks, and spiritual plants would be strengthened in only a few months. The affinity, type or requirements of the plants seemed to be completely irrelevant, as that tree would nurture them all. This was a closely guarded secret of her family, and even its code name was simple, Pine Tree, to avoid arousing curiosity to anyone who might one day steal or stumble upon confidential documents. While Sophia herself had no knowledge or interest in medicinal matters, her parents were another matter. Therefore, when Raphael was injured, they were able to react immediately. Using a special technique, they wrapped the then young man in a hemp bandage and coated his skin with an artificial sap. Then, treating him like a plant, they attached him to the tree. Like this, the boy had continued to live for almost 15 years. But he had only continued to live, he was not healing. So when a few days ago Marlowe returned and claimed he had discovered a way to heal their son, she was desperate to believe him, but she did not dare to hope. If they removed him from the tree, it was unknown if he would live long enough to go anywhere. He may as well die within a few minutes. Filled with her built-up rage, frustration and desperation, she attacked Marlowe with a ferocity she had never before revealed. After letting her vent a little, Marlowe finally used his strength to stop her. He did not have time to waste, as not only was his own body's condition unstable, he knew full well that the situation on Earth was rapidly deteriorating. As much as he wanted her to understand reason and come with him willingly, he would have to force things until they reached the inn. With strength that far surpassed anything he had before, Marlowe controlled his wife and traveled to Spain in the fastest jet he had. Once there, he brought her directly to the tree. At this point, she had stopped struggling and was only filled with a desperate prayer in her heart that what Marlowe said was true. Removing Raphael from the tree would endanger his life, which was a decision she, as a mother, simply could not take. As much as she knew that this was not a solution, as much as she knew that Marlowe would not joke about such things, she could not make herself do it. Ultimately, all she could do was watch as Marlowe did everything. Marlowe removed the artificial fruit and revealed his son's body. He did not stop to look at it, to reminisce or feel sorrow or pity. He directly poured a bottle of Bodlum's Dew down the kid's throat and used a golden key, transporting the three of them to the inn. Everything after that had been very uneventful so far. While Raphael did not die immediately, like Sophia suspected he would, despite being in the recovery pod he did not seem to be getting better. Wasn't this only slightly different from how things were before? During this time Marlowe had explained to her what the inn was, as well as what he knew about the innkeeper. Which is why his arrival, along with him saying that he had some news about the patient, immediately attracted her attention. The good news, Sophia said immediately. Lex smiled, as even without the need for the suit, he could feel her motherly love. The good news is that in 3 weeks and 4 days, the patient will be completely healed. After that, you can take him to the organic reconstruction room, where he will be able to regrow his missing limbs. Elation and happiness hit Sophia like a tsunami. She chose to blindly accept what the man said, despite it being against common sense. Considering Raphael's condition, how could he possibly be healed so quickly, if at all? In truth, this was not quick at all. It must be remembered that even Marlowe, a golden core cultivator, healed much quicker than that. The fact that it would take 3 weeks was a true testament to how devastatingly injured the boy was. In fact, his status had clearly stated that without the aid of whatever it was in his heart that kept him alive, the recovery pod would not be able to heal him at all. Sophia was desperate for any kind of good news, which is why she gladly accepted it, but Marlowe frowned. If, after 3 weeks, his son would be healed, why was there still some bad news? And what about the bad news? Marlowe asked heavily. The bad news is that the patient's injury exceeds just his body. His soul has atrophied, and will require treatment as well, otherwise even when he is healed, he will not wake up. Unfortunately, at the moment, the inn does not have the facility to heal the soul. From her newfound zenith, Sophia quickly fell to her nadir. Belonging to a family focused on medicine, she knew exactly how difficult it was healing injuries to the soul. Simply put, her family had never actually succeeded in aiding anyone with a damaged soul. Resources that could affect the soul were practically non-existent. You said, at the moment. Does that mean you could get something to heal the soul later? 3 weeks is a long time. It is entirely possible that such a facility may be available by then. Even if not by then, down the line, getting something like is highly likely. Of course, if you do not wish to wait, you can put up a request for treasures or medicine that heals the soul in the guild room. You can pay in unique treasures or simply MP, and just wait for another guest to fulfill the request. You could also look for such treasures on your own in your own world. This is not a dead end, just another hurdle that you must face. How long it takes to overcome such a hurdle is the only thing that remains a question. The parents felt a wave of relief mixed with distress hit them. Raphael's injury had truly weighed on them for a long time. Now that an end to their undesired journey was in sight, they became even more impatient, yet could not allow themselves to make a mistake. If you don't mind me asking, do you know how the patient was injured to such a degree? I'm afraid if it wasn't for the artifact in the patient's heart, even the recovery pod would not be able to keep him alive, let alone heal him. His question was multifaceted. Firstly, he was curious about what actually happened to Raphael and how exactly he managed to live after getting injured so horribly. Even his soul was seriously damaged, so it could not have been something simple. Secondly, he was curious about what the artifact was in his heart that could keep him alive. If Lex could find something like that for himself, it would aid him greatly in case he ever got injured. Yet their immediate response told Lex that the couple knew nothing about the artifact as they looked at each other with confused yet questioning gazes. Finally, Marlowe let out a sigh and said, "Come, let's take a walk. I'll tell you about my son." Leaving Sophia to watch over Raphael, the two silently walked out of the room. There were a few moments where Marlowe let sorrow show on his face, but he quickly controlled himself and brought himself back to normal. He wasn't exactly in his mischievous state, but anyone who looked at him would not be able to tell that this was a grieving father. Chapter 134, A Mission. Marlowe and Lex continued to walk in silence. The soft buzz of the various crowds in the distance was a nice change to the usual serenity of the inn, and it lightened the mood considerably. This was a good thing, in Lex's opinion, as the situation was not hopeless. With time, Raphael would eventually be healed, even of his soul injuries. Lex had no doubt that if he continued to upgrade his recovery room, a feature to heal the soul would eventually show up. In fact, he was even certain that somewhere down the line, he would acquire a way to heal Raphael's crippled cultivation. That was not to say he would immediately return to his previous power, but that he would regain the ability to cultivate. Having one's cultivation crippled was a strange thing, similar to Marlowe's crippled golden core. Even those below the golden core who had their cultivation crippled would not be able to cultivate ordinarily, even if their body healed completely. Lex did not know or understand the reason behind this, but that's just the way things were. Eventually the two reached the hills where the meditation room was located. Compared to the rest of the midnight world, there were fewer people here. The night sky, lit with sky lanterns, made it seem like the stars were hanging just overhead. It made one feel like if one reached out their hand, they might just be able to capture it. But of course, it just seemed like that. Even the avian beasts present in the midnight world would be kept from touching them, just for safety purposes. Raphael was born just a couple years after we got married, Marlowe said suddenly, his voice deep and somber. He was a chubby little kid, and would play with just about anyone who would give him any attention. All his life, his mother spoiled him way too much. I was also approaching my peak back then, and combined with my family's background and Sophia's, there was no one who didn't try to fawn on him. Compared to the life I had lived, filled with pain and struggle and non-stop fighting, his life was too cushy. Maybe I should have been happy that I had managed to protect my son from suffering like I had, but back then all I could think of was that if he lived like this, he would grow up to be weak. So, I pushed him hard. From an early age, I started training his body. I started embedding discipline into his very bones. I treated him like a soldier, not like a son. To optimize the development of his muscles, I put the kid through medical baths. Too much strain on his bones would be bad at an early age, so I had him practice yoga to increase his muscle flexibility as I gave him combat training. He was 7 years old when I made him kill his first human. At this point, Marlowe went silent again. He did not look sad or regretful, and his voice was steady. One would assume he was talking about something non-consequential, like buying shoes. Only he himself knew how much anguish he suffered. I made many mistakes in raising him, but the worst of it was comparing his life to my own. At each level, at each achievement, at each breakthrough, I would tell him that I had it much worse than him when I was his age, yet had far more achievements. I was not trying to tear him down. All I meant was that he had better facilities than I did, so that he could surpass me. More than anything, I wanted him to be better than I ever was. More than anything, I wanted him to be more successful than me. The kid was good. He took everything I threw at him and worked hard to overcome every challenge. But at some point, I don't even know when, his personality changed. He went from being that happy, friendly kid to someone desperate. He was training desperately, working desperately, searching desperately for anything that would make him good enough. Instead of training him, showing him how he could be great, all I did was constantly remind him that he was not as good as me at his age. Another bout of silence came, this time hanging between the two men longer. Marlowe was completely stoic. Someone who did not know him would assume he was completely fine, yet anyone who knew Marlowe's regular personality would understand just how unordinary this was. Many years later, when I heard the Morrison family was training their heir crazily, I forced them to accept me as one of his teachers. Instead of pushing him forcefully, I taught the kid at every level how he should be thinking, how he should overcome each challenge, and how he should view the world. I could not let someone else make the same mistakes I did. Although the kid was training at a level beyond what anyone his age should be doing, he ever developed the same desperation that Raphael did. All because of a simple choice, the choice to quit whenever he wanted. That simple choice turned everything that was happening from something that was being forced upon him, to something he chose to do. Every time he overcame an obstacle, it was a result of his own training. Every time he completed a mission, it was his own success rather than his family's. Every time he felt overwhelmed, it was his own choice to continue rather than something that was forced upon him. Such a small difference, to be honest, brought about such a tremendous change. Instead of becoming desperate like Raphael, the kid has grown into a confident young man, because everything he did was something he chose to do to better himself, rather than something his family chose for him. If only I had done the same with my own kid. Back then I didn't see the problem, but I warped his personality. I wish I could say that the reason Raphael is in his current condition is because an enemy of mine attacked him, or he was ambushed, or something evil happened. Yet the simple truth is, he forced himself to cultivate too hard. He pushed himself beyond his body's limits. In his early 20s, he was about to break into the Foundation realm. It can't compare with that Alexander kid, but then again, he never had the same amount of resources either. But he forced the breakthrough before he was ready, which caused the spiritual energy inside his body to destabilize and explode. Back on Earth, cultivation techniques are tested for their stability, to ensure their chances of deviation are minimum, but it's impossible to eliminate them. His poor state of mind, his desperation to succeed, all led him down this path. Sophia and I weren't home when this happened, but fortunately, his grandparents were. They managed to keep him alive, but that's about all they could do. It was impossible to treat him. Sophia blamed me. She said I killed her son by pushing him too hard. To be frank, I can't honestly say she is wrong. You know, when I think back to that time, I can't remember what the rush was. I can't remember why I was in such a hurry to have him grow stronger so quickly. We had all the time in the world. Instead of pushing him to be as miserable as I was, I should have been teaching him how to live. Instead of having him kill people, I should have been teaching him how to defend himself and live the life he wanted to live. I can't remember. As Marlowe vented his feelings, Lex said nothing. He was not sure what he should be saying anyway, and he was not tactless enough to ask him about the artifact again while he was telling him about his son. But this did reveal to Lex another question he had been wondering about. It always felt peculiar to him, a multimillionaire high-leveled cultivator spending his time teaching self-defense class to a bunch of nobodies. But suddenly, Lex understood. Through them, Marlowe was trying to relieve some of his guilt. He was doing for them what he wished he had done for his son. By teaching them to survive, he was giving them enough time to live long enough to actually enjoy their lives. From his expression, one could not tell that the mad giant was in pain, but if one analyzed his actions it was plain as day. As for the artifact, Marlowe continued, I have no idea what you are talking about. As much as I wished it was something I gave him, neither I nor Sophia have any treasures that would allow someone to continue to live in such a beaten-up state. It's something we can only ask him once I find a way to heal his soul, Marlowe said, with unwavering determination. There was no pain in his voice, no regret in his eyes. There was only a mission. Chapter 135, Qualifying Rounds. Marlowe and Lex did not talk much after that. He simply escorted the former giant to the guild room and showed him how he could put up requests. Marlowe directly put up several requests, from information about the soul and soul-related items, to treasures and medicine that could aid in the healing of the soul. At some point after they left, one of the devils stumbled into the guild room and saw the various quests related to souls. This only increased their confidence that the innkeeper or his subordinates were greatly interested in the soul. He passed their information back to his superiors, who started making various plans. Just like that, the night passed quietly and quickly. Most of the guests had no need for sleep in the short term due to their cultivation, and thus spent the entire night awake. Some of them enjoyed picnics, some of them stargazed, some of them waited for their turn in the battle acts of the mystery trials. Those last two had quickly become the most popular attractions of the inn. Most guests from Earth, however, spent the night in their rooms, cultivating. The rooms did not have the amplification effect of the meditation room, yet for the Earthlings cultivating here was already amplified enough. In a single night there had been various breakthroughs in minor and major realms. Lex himself stayed awake for quite a while. For some reason, he found it very peaceful watching his guests enjoy themselves at his inn. No, he was not awakening his inner voyeur. It filled him with a sense of pride and accomplishment that people were enjoying his hard work. Eventually, though, he went back to his room to sleep for a few hours. He could, of course, continue to stay awake and he would still be fine the next day, but there was no reason not to be well rested. Early in the morning, Lex woke up and checked on all the winners for the qualifying round. There were 10 qualifiers, but he learned that one of them, the ballerina he had seen yesterday, had dropped out for some reason and so only 9 were left. Of the 9, Lex had already seen a few. The orchestra of birds was included, naturally, along with Igashima's display. The last performance to be included into the qualifiers was by a single, unusual beast that Lex must have missed. Its body's shape was like that of a jaguar, yet its body was made out of a silverish liquid. Every time it moved it felt like looking at water moving in a sealed bottle. Lex must have missed this performance, and was quite interested in it. He had never seen something like that. He was so intrigued he even checked its status. Name, resin age, 1 sex, cultivation details, initial foundation realm species, Mercury Gluban midnight in prestige level, 1 remarks, extremely, extremely toxic. Do not touch or date under any circumstances. Lex raised an eyebrow as he wondered if this beast was actually made out of mercury, or was that just a name? Whatever the case, since it managed to be a finalist, he was sure it would put on a good performance. Other than the beasts, there was one other qualifier that was composed of 2 soldiers, while the remaining qualifiers were all from Earth. Lex honestly did not know whether to be surprised or not when he recognized one of Earth's finalists as a YouTuber. She was a. Lex almost blushed when he recalled the first ever remark he got from the system about his YouTube history. She was an ASMR artist but also had another channel where was a solo vocalist and did covers for songs. Lex had never heard her covers. Lex quickly gathered his thoughts and began preparing for the qualifying rounds. He needed to step up on the sales and earn more MP before the next round began. There was a reason for this. Due to his unexpectedly high cost for his bodyguard, he had actually not finished paying for the combat portion of the games. This was the real reason he was so focused on selling merchandise. As of now, he had enough to ensure that the games would actually happen, but considering that Mary told him he needed to ace this quest, he wanted to go all in. The more MP he had to spend, the better he could make it out to be. During the night, he had sold 3 more suits and made another 3,000 megapixels from the battle axe alone. The rest of the services and the coins, along with the items from the gift shop, generated 4,000 megapixels, making his overnight total to be 34,000 megapixels. That brought his total to 249,733 megapixels. By the end of the day, he should have crossed 250,000 megapixels, which was his minimum requirement. It was unlikely, but if he sold enough suits and brought his total up to 500,000 megapixels, then that would be ideal. Something that must be noted was that the 3 suit purchases last night were not from humans, but beasts who were impressed by Little Blue's own suit. Somewhere around the inn, 3 rams were walking around wearing a suit. At 9 a.m., fireworks went off at the Colosseum, letting the guests know that the event was about to begin. Many of the guests came, but most watched the event from their rooms. This time, each performance would happen one at a time to let everyone appreciate them completely. As such, they didn't need to be at the Colosseum and watched in the comfort of their privacy. Soon the event began. The birds gave the first performance, and their light but sweet voice was a refreshing way to begin the day. Most of the guests enjoyed the performance thoroughly, and since they performed a new music piece this time, even those who had already seen them before were entertained. The birds were followed by the duo of soldiers. They wore some dress that Lex assumed was traditional to where they were from, but on Earth was recognized as a sundress most commonly worn by women during the summer. Their performance, despite their unusual image to the Earthlings, was genuinely entertaining despite being simple. They were fighting. Each held a massive and unwieldy-looking blade and clashed head-on. It was a display of unfettered strength, yet at the same time, had the elegance of a sophisticated dance. As far as Lex could tell, this was not a rehearsed skit. They were genuinely fighting, and often, genuinely getting hurt. Massive cuts and gashes were carved into their bodies, but their traditional dress quickly wrapped itself around each wound, preventing it from bleeding. As the performance progressed, the dress went from looking like a sundress to skin-tight sportswear. The 2 soldiers had the ability to dodge or block, but they didn't do that. Each attack was met only with another attack, and the one with greater strength or technique would come out as the winner. Eventually, the show came to a close when one of the soldiers could no longer hold on to the blade and it went flying away. Contrary to other performances Lex had seen, this was not pleasurably entertaining but thrilling instead. It received loud applause despite its simplicity and received greater crowd engagement than Lex had seen before. The next performance was Igashima's. Like before, his performance was filled with a lot of visual stimulation. The colors of various flowers as they moved and aged melded with one another to give birth to a living, moving piece of art. That, along with its stimulation of the sense of smell, gave a performance that many members of the audience enjoyed. Unfortunately, it was not as engaging as the soldiers, so this was likely the tree's end in the performances. Next was the YouTuber. Hers was a very simple performance. She sat on a stool at center stage and sang softly. There was no accompanying music, just her voice as she sang her own version of Hallelujah. As simple and straightforward as it was, Lex had to admit that he was surprised by how much he enjoyed it. He doubted that she would win the competition, but there was no question about the fact that she would gain many fans today. In fact, a part of him wondered if he should hire her as a singer for the inn. Her singing, along with live music, would really create a special ambiance at the restaurant. That was followed by another performance by the Earthlings. It was a band. They played a few songs, and the insanely quick tempo and rhythm of the drummer as well as the masterful performance of the guitarist who was playing an electric guitar won the praise of much of the audience, even the beasts. After that came Resin, the liquid jaguar. Lex himself was very interested in seeing just what this unique beast would do. Chapter 136. Right out of an anime. When the performance began, there was not much to it. Resin walked around the stage in circles, the liquid that made up his body bobbing back and forth as if in an invisible container. One moment it was as if it had a complete head, but as the liquid receded, it seemed as if it was just a neck. The liquid did not spill, nor did it move around outside the clear border that defined the jaguar's shape. Had the jaguar not been moving, Lex could have mistaken it for the most clear glass container. Yet it was moving, and as it slowly picked up the pace the liquid started moving even more violently. Suddenly resin let out a roar and leapt into the air, its liquid body quickly changing shape to that of a sparrow. The now bird glided through the air in an elegant display, before flapping its wings right before it hit the stage. With each flap, resin changed into the shape of a different bird, flying higher with increasing speed. When resin reached its crescendo, it changed to the shape of a human and dove like a swimmer about to enter the water. Right before it hit the stage floor, it changed shape again and turned into a snake, slithering onto the ground. Resin continued its performance for a few minutes more, entertaining the guests as it switched form. The few beasts watching were intrigued while most of the humans watched it as a spectacle. Ragnar and his followers, however, looked on with a grave look in their eyes. In front of Ragnar were a few reports, some containing the information his soldiers were able to collect about Nibiru, while the rest were about the Midnight Inn. There was a distinct lack of reports on Earth in the pile. Both had interesting information, but right now, Ragnar was concerned with the reports on Nibiru. At first, he had thought that Nibiru was just another planet that was heavily populated with beasts. It was not unusual in considering that the definition of beasts used by humans included most non-humanoid or insectoid living creatures. They were some of the most common kinds of planets that supported life in the universe. But quickly, an anomaly was spotted. Since the beasts were not unified and did not have the concept of keeping matters confidential, any person who was even slightly friendly with any of the beasts was able to extract a lot of information about the planet. What Ragnar had learned was that Nibiru hosted an extremely high number of extremely rare bloodlines and beasts. An excellent example was the Mercury Glubin performing on stage. This was one of the most deadly beasts in the entire known universe. It did not need to fight. It could simply use its liquid body to intrude into the body of cultivators with realms much higher than itself and poison them. A single drop of its body could eliminate an entire star-class civilization should it want to do so. Another example was the sentient tree, Igashima. It did not qualify as a beast, but that did not change the fact that a sentient spiritual plant was so rare that entire civilizations would go to war to obtain it. Such a tree could greatly aid in the cultivation of spiritual plants and was greatly coveted by the Galactic Pharmacology Society, also known more traditionally as the Pill Refining Society. The two beasts, Green's Haven and Blood Fang, were suspected to have rare and valuable bloodlines as well. This was not to mention, after Ragnar did a little research, he discovered that the three-toed Bradius clan that the sloth Golden Hair was actually a clan that ruled over an entire galaxy. Such a thing must not be underestimated, even by a force such as the Jotun Empire. Since they controlled many galaxies, they knew exactly how much strength it took to take control and maintain control of an entire galaxy. This was not to mention that some forces were strong enough to take control of multiple galaxies, but actually chose not to. This was because, even with control over an entire galaxy, actually harvesting and using the resources of that galaxy was not an easy task. Even the Jotun Empire did not fully utilize the resources of any one of the galaxies under their control. There were even more examples of rare beasts on Nibiru, and if Ragnar knew that the sovereign galactic turtle he'd seen in the inn also came from there, he would be even more sure that there was something unusual about this planet. All of that aside, what truly caught Ragnar's attention was a rumor. It was a simple rumor, with little evidence to support it, but still was not one he could ignore. It was a rumor that a mermaid existed in Nibiru. While Ragnar could ignore all other potential gains or dangers, a mermaid he could not ignore. Anthony, compile a report. Make a list of all known and suspected beasts found in Nibiru, and also add the suspected presence of a mermaid in the report. Send the report directly to the royal family. Let me know when it's done. Yes, sir, Anthony replied, and quickly got to work. Other than Ragnar's assistant, Anthony had another identity, which was actually the main reason he got assigned to Ragnar as an assistant. He was distantly related to the royal family of Jotun. His relation was not enough to be anyone important, but still he served as a means of communication with the royal family in case of an emergency. Such was a common practice, and each general level and above in the Jotun army had such an assistant. This was because if normally Ragnar wanted an audience with the royal family, he would need to go through proper procedure, which would take too long. This was a shortcut that Ragnar was using for the first time. Considering his mission, he could not divert his attention towards Nibiru. The royal family would decide how to deal with the situation. In a different room, Havel Elian, the Serpent King of the Jade Sea stood before the sloth. The serpent had a serious and angry look in his eyes, but the sloth was enjoying Resin's performance. Green's Haven stood in the back with a somewhat defeated look on its face. This is a dereliction of duty. Havel roared at the sloth, barely containing itself. Your laziness has resulted in great losses. You did not even make your presence known when you arrived and slept through many millennia of destruction. Had I known a representative was on the planet, how could I have let the Canary tribe fall? Only a single descendant lives. Life and death are a part of nature, child. As painful as it may be, as important as some may be to you, to the universe, all lives are equal. Do not. Havel began roaring, but despite his anger controlled himself. After suppressing his anger, he spoke again, in an aggressive but quieter tone, the child is in danger. The shark tribes have discovered the effects of their blood and have devoured almost the entire tribe. I was able to hide her, but the shark tribes have become too strong. They will challenge my reign, and I do not know the outcome. She must be taken off the planet, somewhere safe. The humans will no doubt hear of the tribe's existence. For the first time, the sloth frowned a little. After a moment, it seemed to make a decision. I will be taking some of the beasts to the mammoths soon. Have the girl ready, I will take her too. If you want to send someone else as well, for your service, I will allow it. But I will not interfere between your feud with the sharks. They are as much residents of Nibiru as you. I do not need your help in my fight, sloth. Were I not held down by duty and responsibility, the whole planet would be under my reign. I do not ask for your aid, just that you perform your own duty. With that Havel gave the sloth a derisive look and left. He had no interest in the games, nor did he care for Green's Haven who was standing in the corner. He had to ready the mermaid and his daughter so that they could leave prepared. Once they were safely off the planet, Havel would have no more constraints. He would be able to finally begin his conquest. Though he had not earned the honor of being called a dragon yet, he would snatch the title with his own claws. And even that would be just the beginning of his journey. In the background, the last 3 performances took place: an artist who could make a painting and then enter it, changing it from within, a stand-up comedian who got an unusually large audience response, and finally an entire cast of actors and actresses that performed a play that resonated with almost all the humans as well as the beasts. After a short break, the finale would begin and the selected 2 performances would take place. Yet Lex was not paying attention to that. He was focused on the status for the comedian. He could not believe what he was seeing. If he did not know better, he would think the comedian had walked out of a harem anime. Chapter 137, Incubus. The comedian's status was quite interesting to Lex. Name: James Brent. Age: 21. Sex: male. Cultivation details: mortal species, human. Midnight in prestige level 1. Bloodline: Incubus. Remarks: ensure that he does not elope with any in staff. It will be too embarrassing. Right off the bat, the first thing that stood out to Lex was that James's species was identified as only human, but he had the bloodline of an incubus. He did not know if actual incubi were different in any way from what he knew in stories from Earth, but they were definitely not supposed to be human. So either he had some way to hide details from his scan, or the reality of things were more complicated than they appeared. The second thing he noted was that, supposedly, incubi and succubi were supposed to hold untold charm towards the opposite sex, yet James's charisma was resonating not only with all the humans present, it was even affecting beasts. Yet despite influencing so many, Lex saw none of them having any sexual reaction to anything James said or did. Maybe that part of Earth and lore was incorrect. The thing that surprised most, however, was that James was immortal, but his influence, though subtle, affected even those multiple cultivation realms above him. In his heart, Lex treated this as one of the most dangerous abilities he had come across yet. The reason he was sure this was an ability or effect that James was having instead of natural, normal charisma, was because he could feel himself being protected by the system from it. Yet for some reason, the system was not preventing the guests from the effect, the way it protected them from the natural aura of his bodyguard. Lex made a mental note to learn more about James. Though he was not sure how he felt about it yet, because according to Earth and lore incubi were demons, he did keep in mind that such an influential person could make a good addition to the inn. Should things have been different, Ragnar and Golden Hair would have also picked up on James's anomaly, yet since they were busy, and the effect was not malicious, they did not pick up on it. Since the qualifying rounds had ended, there was a short lunch break. This was not specifically timed so that the guests would eat his spiritual food. Not at all. That was, to say the least, the farthest thing on Lex's mind. Absolutely. In his heart, Lex actually felt an itch to mingle a little with his guests. He wanted to ask them what they thought of the event so far, and what they would like to see in the combat portion of the games. But he had a feeling that they would be too formal in front of the Innkeeper, so donning his Leo persona, he stepped out to the Colosseum. The first person he headed towards was Harry. He still needed to establish a relationship with his co-workers for this persona, and Harry seemed friendly enough. "Hey, you're Harry, right? My name's Leo, owner of the Gamer's Den. We haven't had a chance to meet." Harry, who looked a little pale from overworking himself, looked at the jolly fellow in surprise. Indeed, although Harry had seen him around, they had never gotten a chance to get to know one another. "Yeah, though I've had the opportunity to meet Z. You work the fellow too hard." Leo laughed, as if he had heard a hilarious joke, and said, "That kid needs to be a little more social. If no one came and talked to him, he would watch anime all day every day. But I try to show up and share some of his burden, but it's hard for me to disappear back on Earth. The folks would get suspicious if they don't know where I am or can't reach me." With this simple statement, he created a strong alibi for why he couldn't stay much at the inn. Anyone who heard it would assume that he had many people around him who would notice if he were gone for long intervals. Lex planned on repeating versions of this statement while staying as vague as possible to let people fill in their own assumptions. It worked. Harry immediately realized how inconvenient it would be for him to come here if he weren't living alone. All he needed to do was keep track of his appointments back on Earth, and he could spend the rest of his time at the inn. He hadn't done so yet, but he was planning on giving up his apartment on Earth as well. This way he wouldn't need to pay rent, and he could live in his room at the inn all the time. "Yeah, it must be tough. It's easy for me since I live alone, but I can imagine the hassle of trying to dodge people so you can come to the inn." "It's okay, I've gotten used to it. What do you think of the midnight games so far?" Like that, the duo continued to chat and started getting comfortable with one another. It helped that Harry was enjoying the games and kept complimenting them, which directly fed Lex's ego. After a short break, the finalists were announced. To Lex's great surprise, the finalists were the YouTuber and the comedian. He truly was not expecting such an outcome. Since he had decided to watch the finale with Harry to give his Leo persona more presence, he had to be very discreet when checking how exactly those two had become the winners. As it turned out, despite their few numbers, the beasts became the deciding factors. Unlike the humans, who spent a lot of time thinking about things on a deeper level, and gauging how much or how little they liked things, the beasts were a lot more straightforward. They liked simplicity, and relied more on their instincts than humans. While the other performances had depth and complexity to them, these two performances resonated with them so much that their enjoyment was overwhelming. So while the humans enjoyed each performance, because they were more analytical and critical, their enjoyment was also measured. Long story short, those two were the winners. It seemed regardless of whichever one of them won, Earth already had the prize in the bag. The comedian went up on stage again, and gave his performance. It was unfortunate that he didn't have many more jokes, so much of his performance was a repeat. His effect on the crowd was tempered due to that, but it also allowed Lex to carefully understand how much of his influence was his own natural charisma and talent, and how much of it was the effect of the bloodline. "There's something a little strange about this comedian, don't you think?" Leo asked Harry. "What do you mean?" "I mean, he's repeating his jokes, but people are still finding him to be hilarious. I just think it's a little curious. It's not an easy thing to have so many people like you so quickly." Harry stopped to think about it, and wondered if he could notice something strange. Yet before he could think of anything, a voice came from behind them. "You are very sharp. It's the effect of a bloodline, and a very high-level one at that. All bloodlines naturally affect all living beings around them in a certain way." John stepped up beside them, revealing a smirk. He was not happy because he knew the answer, but because he had managed to save up enough MP to go to the mystery trial many more times. What his reaction would be when he discovered the long queue at the mystery trial was unknown. "Mary, why is the inn not stopping the effect of this bloodline?" Lex asked in his mind. "Because it's not detrimental in any way to any of the guests. Were it to harm the guests physically or spiritually, the way your bodyguard's aura from his bloodline would have, the system will intervene." "Do you know what his bloodline is?" Leo asked John. "No, it's not developed enough for me to identify, but I can tell it's powerful. If he were to cultivate his body, its effects would grow and eventually I'd be able to tell. Do you know a lot about bloodlines? Can you tell me? Leo asked again with excitement. John would be a good source of information. Yeah, sure. John started, but then froze. An idea occurred to him and after clearing his throat he said, since you are my colleague, I don't mind sharing some information with you. But I must charge you 1000 megapixels per topic. Sure, I don't mind, Leo said quickly, before John had a chance to change his mind. He suddenly felt so much better knowing there was someone he could ask questions. Not that Mary didn't answer his questions, but every time he heard he didn't have enough authority he felt like choking the system. Chapter 138. Bloodlines. Soon after, the comedian went off stage, and the YouTuber went on. Similar to her last performance, she sat on stage alone on a stool. Her excitement was clearly visible on her face, though Lex did not think she cared for the award that would be granted to the entire planet. Clearly, whoever had brought her had promised her other prizes should she manage to get first place. After taking a few moments to calm herself, she began her performance. This time she sang the song, 1,000 Years. Her voice was melodic and sweet and had great harmony. Still, it was surprising to Lex that this is what the beasts appreciated. He could have sworn that the two fighters smashing each other's guts out was more appealing to them. Guess he learned his lesson on stereotyping. For a few minutes, the inn went silent. The YouTuber's voice could be heard in every corner, and all the guests stopped whatever they were doing to enjoy the song. The birds and parrots native to the inn arrived at the Colosseum and started flying in circles around the stage. Even Little Blue, who had been throwing a tantrum, stopped to listen, much to the relief of the gardener as only he was watching the whale. The sovereign galactic turtle did not stop what he was doing, as he was busy using the devil fertilizer to nurture the 3 rare seeds La had given it, yet gently bobbed its head along. For the first time, Lex noticed that cultivators and beasts alike were captivated by the young woman's voice, despite her being a complete mortal and having no bloodline to help her. Lex could not help but think of the ballerina at this moment. Had she not dropped out, would she have made it to the finals? The thought was fleeting, and Lex quickly forgot about it as he lost himself in the moment. Hers was the quickest performance, yet its impact was undeniable. Once the performance ended, it was officially the end of the first part of the show. Lex suddenly realized that at this moment he should have gone on stage to announce the winners, and share some details about the next portion of the games. But he was standing next to Harry and John, and it would be extremely suspicious if he suddenly disappeared, right before the Innkeeper appeared. He could not tell if this was just a result of him being forgetful or his tumor was affecting his decision-making again. Either way, he needed to handle it. After considering what to do for a moment, he made his decision. An announcement was heard across the inn. The winner for the first portion will be declared at 6 p.m., along with the details for the combat portion of the games. With that, those who were waiting for the prize ceremony relaxed. It also gave them time to call everyone who was absent so that they could also attend the ceremony. Once again, it all seemed planned for the benefit of the guests, and not at all like a planning debacle, which it actually was. It seems like the ceremony is a few hours away, Leo said, turning to John. How about you tell me about bloodlines in the meantime? Oh, do you already have 1000 MP saved up? Your gamer's den must make more MP than I realized. Sure, follow me to my room. I would rather not have such conversations in public. Leo almost flinched as he realized another mistake. His income from the gamer's den wasn't that much considering the cost of renting a PC was only 1 megapixel, yet he dismissed the 1000 MP because he was considering his massive supply of MP as Lex. Leo should have tried to negotiate down the cost. This huge sum would also limit how many questions he could ask at a time. But what was done, there was no use in crying over spilt milk. Sure, let's go. Harry, do you want to join us? Can I? He asked hesitantly. Of course, since I'm paying anyway, there's no reason you shouldn't take advantage. With that, the 3 of them retreated to Battle Axe. Even now, there were a few people waiting to avail John's services, but he was taking a break for the rest of the day and told them as much. Inside, the trio made themselves comfortable as Leo sent John the 1000 MP. This was a hefty amount, no doubt, but the understanding was that anytime Lex had questions about bloodlines, John would answer them now. Bloodlines are a vague concept, John began, his voice deeper than normal. There is a general understanding of how they work based on many millennia of study, but there will occasionally be a new bloodline that contradicts previously understood convention, which is why they are not considered having strict rules. When talking of bloodlines, the first question that comes up is, what is the difference between a being with a bloodline and one without? This is because, even in the same species, there can be various bloodlines. The clearest example is the previous human who had a bloodline, but there are so many other humans present here who do not. The effect of bloodlines can be expressed in two main ways. The first is the effect on the person carrying the bloodline, and the second is the effect on those near the carrier. Usually, the effect on the person carrying the bloodline is some kind of enhancement to strength or ability, while to those near the carrier are some kind of suppression. I am being as general as possible, because bloodlines really are too varied and have too many effects. For example, the human performer. His bloodline did not seem to suppress those around him, but had some kind of charm effect. In beasts, the role of bloodlines is more common and apparent. A beast with a bloodline will have an easier time growing stronger, but its growth will be guided according to its bloodline. Here, they also suffer a drawback, which is that if they encounter another beast with the same bloodline, the one with a weaker or thinner bloodline will suffer an innate suppression. The second question that is asked often is, how is a bloodline formed? Even this has a few different answers. The purest bloodlines are formed as a result of cultivation. When a being reaches a very high level of cultivation, his or her bloodline naturally gains certain abilities or attributes according to how that being cultivated. For example, if a human cultivator who is focused on cultivating with a technique with an affinity for fire reaches a high enough level, his bloodline will gain attributes that support fire-based techniques. If that human has any children after that, a bloodline that aids in cultivating fire-based techniques will be formed and passed on to his descendants. The second, and the most common way, that bloodlines are formed is through the descendants of two different species. For example, if a human and a devil were to have a child, while the child will be born in the same species as the mother, the child will also inherit a bloodline that mixes the strengths of both races. The third way, and perhaps the most unstable way, that produces special bloodlines is to absorb the blood essence of any being with a much higher cultivation than oneself. To succeed in this, there are many precautions one must take, and one has to be very careful when selecting the blood essence. Any mistake or complication can easily end up in death. For those that survive, the mistake may end up with a bloodline that is more detrimental than beneficial. This kind of bloodline also rarely passes down to descendants, and may pass many generations before showing up again. But this kind of bloodline is also the easiest to upgrade or grow, due to its unstable nature. All one has to do is continue to absorb the same or similar bloodlines at a higher realm or concentration. Usually, only those who are unable to continue cultivating choose such a path. John kept giving the two a lecture, and they both listened avidly. They were both newcomers to the world of cultivation, and their knowledge and experience was extremely lacking. They asked him various questions, and as if he were a living library, John was able to give them all the answers they required. John's depth of knowledge was truly commendable, but then, considering his profession at the inn, such a fact should already have been obvious. John was incredibly patient in answering all their questions, as his actual profession, an assassin, also required an insurmountable level of patience. Just as the conversation was coming to a close, and Leo started thinking of excuses to leave, Harry asked, "Hey John, is it okay if I ask questions unrelated to this as well? I can also pay, I've saved up enough." "Sure, I see no harm," the man replied with a smile. It seemed poverty was no longer written in his destiny, as the MP came towards him without him even putting in any effort. "I want to know how to raise the level of my soul." John raised an interested eyebrow, and Leo froze where he stood. Maybe he should stick around a little longer. Chapter 139. Simple prizes. Once the topic of the soul was touched upon, both Leo and John became interested. Leo because he himself was looking for ways to stabilize his soul, while John because it was such a rare topic for low-level cultivators. Even at higher realms, while it was more important to take note of, rarely would anyone specifically focus on it. Harry sent John the MP, which prompted him to wake from his stupor. "If you're interested in the soul, you're very lucky to have met me. Few people are as knowledgeable about the soul as I. It's not a topic many focus on. Let's start with what the soul actually is. The soul is the very foundation for any living being. A being can live without a spirit, and it can live without a body, and occasionally even without both, but in order for a being to be alive, it must have a soul. Souls are the only common feature shared by all living beings, yet at the same time, for something so common, it is the most elusive. As rare as they are, you will often come across natural treasures that aid in spirit or body cultivation, but hardly ever will you come across something that aids in the growth of the soul. In common cultivation convention, you only start actively strengthening the soul when you reach the nascent realm. Cultivation techniques that focus on using or strengthening the soul are so rare that even I have never actually seen them. John paused for a moment and eyed Harry. He already knew that Harry was practicing some strange technique that used his soul strength to affect his clients. It was something he had never come across before. Had the situation been different, maybe he would have been tempted to ask Harry the details about his cultivation. Now though, John was properly terrified of the innkeeper and was on his best behavior. There were some enemies even assassins would not dare cross. If you want me to make techniques that aid in strengthening your soul, I cannot help you. But I am familiar with some of the most common treasures that can aid in soul cultivation, so I can provide you with some guidance there. Much like spirit stones, which contain pure spirit energy, there are soul stones that can be used. But the thing about soul stones is that they can be used by anyone at all to strengthen their soul, which is why they are absolutely rare. Like spirit stones, they also come in different levels of strength and purity, but again, they are so rare that you are unlikely to encounter one easily. The next best thing for someone at your level to use is angel dust, fairy grass or purified wraith's blood. Angel dust is incredibly powerful, yet at the same time very stable and nurturing, so it can be used even at your low level. But to get some, you would have to buy it from the angels. It's expensive and rare, but at least you know the source. The purified wraith's blood is a product sold by devils. If you have the guts, you can go buy it from them. The fairy grass is probably the best option for you, as it's a naturally occurring treasure. But it is extremely, extremely rare. The good news is that it only works for low-level cultivators, so the chances of you finding it are much higher than any of the others. The next best way, but an incredibly slow way, for you to increase your soul strength is to completely exhaust it and then let it recover naturally. The way your body builds muscle after great exertion, the soul also grows. It might be somewhat beneficial to you at your current level, but in the long run it's so slow that the natural growth experienced by your soul when you cultivate, though limited, outpaces it. John paused again, because he knew this was what Harry was most interested in and wanted to give him time to absorb the information. But since he had been paid to give information on the soul, he would do his job properly. His pride demanded it. While nurturing a soul is incredibly difficult, harming it on the other hand is very easy, which is why soul protection treasures are very valuable. One of the ways, though he tried to hide it, his excitement when talking about all the ways to kill a person by harming their soul came out just a little. The basic summary of everything he said that Leo took away was that if he found a way to hurt souls, under the nascent realm he'd become extremely dangerous. It also gave him a better idea of how incredible Regal Embrace was, as it allowed his soul to heal naturally alongside his body, something that was otherwise unthinkable. No souls healed on their own and would always require external aid. Once John was done, Leo excused himself and teleported away. Shedding his persona, Lex donned his suit once more and readied himself for the award ceremony. He'd learned a lot of important things that would help him a lot in the cultivation of his soul, but those were things he would focus on after the midnight games. He spent the next few hours meditating. He'd noticed himself making more and more mistakes recently, something he could not allow himself to do as the innkeeper. He had to calm his mind and, preferably, get in the state of flow that he'd gotten in earlier somehow. Unfortunately, the state eluded him once again. As a backup, he explained his plan to Mary in great detail to vet for any obvious mistakes. Fortunately there were none. He repeated his plan to himself a couple of times to prepare. He didn't understand why he still felt nervous. He'd already addressed these people a few times, you'd think he'd be used to it by now. He put all such thoughts out of his mind, took a deep breath, and focused on the task at hand. He teleported out to the main stage wearing the warm, gentle smile that the innkeeper often wore. How quickly the performances have already ended, he said looking at the full Colosseum. Unlike during the performances when everyone was in their rooms, this time everyone sat out in the open. It was a sign of respect towards the innkeeper. The performances, in my humble opinion, were stellar. It was great to see so many similarities in culture, not only across various worlds, but across many species as well. It just shows, whether it's a display of strength, beauty, art or music, everyone can appreciate it. I hope this event serves as a foundation for a friendship that will last the ages. I could continue to stand here and compliment each performance endlessly, but I think it would be best if we just got on with the show. So, without any more delays, I would like to announce the winner of the first portion of the Midnight Games. Alyssa Harmony from Earth, congratulations on putting on a performance that moved the heart and soul of your audience. Please, stand so that you may be recognized. In the crowd, the young YouTuber stood up feeling a rush of exhilaration without comparison. She was dressed in a long red gown which complemented fair skin and blushing cheeks splendidly. Lex almost felt bad that the award was being shared by the whole planet without a special prize for her, but he also knew that as a mortal she would be in great danger if she received any prizes from him. No one would harm her at the inn, of course, but back on Earth someone may not be able to control their greed. Naturally, since there is a winner, there must be an award. But this time, the prize is not only for the winner, but the whole planet that they represent. The first prize is for all the performers of Earth. Whenever someone on your planet gives a performance that is able to resonate with enough people, they will automatically be invited to perform at the Midnight Inn. Of course, whether they accept or not is up to them, but should they accept they will be able to perform for audiences from across the universe. This was completely a prize for the performers and not a secret way for Lex to get free and frequent entertaining events at the inn. No sir, it only benefited the performers. The second and final award, though simple, can be shared by the entire planet. After 1 month, a new hidden realm will be opened on Earth containing the heritage of an ancient cultivator, and will remain open for 1 entire year. What kind of treasures you can reap will be completely up to you, but whatever they may be, this will be a great opportunity. The innkeeper spoke in his usual casual tone, but whether it was the humans, the devils or the beasts, they all had a change in expression. This was no simple prize. Chapter 140. Gather your armies, whether they be called minor realms, hidden realms, secret realms, pocket dimensions or anything else, the concept was the same. It was basically a separate pocket of space, disconnected from the main universe. Sometimes they formed naturally, and in some cases, a very high-leveled cultivator could open them up on their own. These separate dimensions had their own ecosystem and existed in their own sustained balance. Sometimes, this ecosystem was extremely hazardous and could not support life. But in cases like this, such realms often give birth to extremely precious and rare treasures, whether they be in the form of precious ores, liquids, gases or anything else. Most of the time, however, these realms had a very stable environment, rich in spiritual energy. If these realms were left untouched by outside interference, they often gave birth to extremely powerful beasts or other species with incredibly high talents. Most such realms found on Earth were extremely small and were full of opportunities for anyone to take. They opened at fixed or random intervals, and so could only be treated as places for small, quick incursions. That was also why, after so many years, these realms still had not been stripped of all their treasures, they just didn't have the time to do so. Having a realm remain open for 1 year continuously was unheard of on Earth, which is why they could not believe it. This was too good to be true. This was not mentioning that the realm the innkeeper was talking about was most likely a new realm to the Earthlings, so far unexplored. The reason why Sloth of the Beasts and the remaining devils were surprised was completely different. Space was complex beyond what most people could normally comprehend. Most people saw it as a linear existence. Some incredibly intelligent scientists on Earth theorized the nature of space to be curved. Yet high-leveled cultivators who could directly feel the complexity of space knew just how much more complicated than that it was. Based on the assumption that the realm the innkeeper opened for Earth was one that was already anchored to Earth, his achievement was already amazing. Finding and artificially opening hidden realms without causing them to collapse and retain their stable ecosystem required a deep understanding of space beyond what was normally seen. This was completely ignoring the level of cultivation required. But there was another possibility, one that was truly mind-blowing. Hidden realms that were anchored to a planet moved in space alongside the planet as it not only orbited its sun, but as its solar system moved in the universe. This is why they could be opened repeatedly in the same place on the planet multiple times. But some hidden realms had no anchors and moved through space like a leaf flying through the wind. These hidden realms were much more difficult to find, to the point where one might not be discovered in 100,000 years. Once they were found, they needed to be artificially anchored to a point before they could be opened, yet doing so would tamper with the internal ecosystem of the hidden realm. Being able to anchor it without tampering with the ecosystem was even rarer than finding such a realm, and then maintaining the opening for a long time was even harder. Whether the Innkeeper had achieved the former or the latter, both were extremely impressive and daunting. It also led to the possibility that the inn existed in a hidden realm that the Innkeeper either discovered or created. Whichever the case, the result was very telling about the Innkeeper's capabilities. Lex, of course, had no idea about the various complexities involving him opening such a realm. All he knew was that he selected one of the cheapest prizes the system offered. The prize would be different depending on which planet won, as the same realm could not be accessed by all 3 planets. Whatever the truth of the matter was, Lex was pleased to see that his prize had thoroughly impressed the crowd, if only he knew the true ramifications of what he had done. In one of the rooms in the Colosseum sat 2 beings that appeared to be human. They appeared to be human because one of them was Loretta in a completely different disguise. This time when she came to the inn she avoided all the devils. In fact, she avoided meeting anyone. She appeared, rented the room, and hadn't left since. The man who was sitting beside her had only appeared yesterday. He watched the Innkeeper with great interest and observed each and every action of his. He analyzed every word and focused on every expression he made. He is somewhat interesting, the man said softly to Loretta. He was not worried about being overheard because they had, naturally, set up their own isolation formation in the room. I cannot get a read on his cultivation, but the celestial I've basically seen through. When the Innkeeper is not around, he monitors the whole inn. But as soon as the Innkeeper appears, he follows the Innkeeper closely. If I didn't know better, I would say the celestial is acting like a bodyguard. The man had managed to get all this information without using his spiritual sense, which may have alerted the Innkeeper. How exactly he obtained this information, though, was a mystery. If the Innkeeper needs a bodyguard, maybe he's not that strong, Loretta said. They themselves had not seen the Innkeeper make a move personally, so there was still some room for speculation. But realistically speaking, no one believed the Innkeeper was weak. It's unlikely. He is most probably just using the celestial as a deterrent, and so that he himself does not need to make a move. This way, he can keep his spiritual signature hidden. This Innkeeper may be some old acquaintance we previously thought dead, and by not making a move personally, he can continue to hide his identity. The man thought for a moment before he continued. There is also the possibility he is from the unknown regions of space. That would make things more tricky. So, what do you think we should do? For now, wait, I want to see exactly how he will conduct his games. According to what you told me, the contestants are limited to Foundation and Golden Core realms, but I've had a few secret guards assigned to each node. How will he avoid them, I wonder? Loretta nodded, silently accepting what the man said. All they had to do now was wait. In a different room, a lone human sat as he watched the Innkeeper. He had a mischievous grin on his face, and under his breath he also kept muttering, interesting. In front of him lay a report personally written by Ragnar. Back on stage, Lex only waited for a couple of moments for his audience to absorb the details of his reward before he continued his speech. With that concluded, let's now turn our attention to the combat portion of the Midnight Games. There are 10 nodes that need to be destroyed, and so there will be 10 games. The first 5 of those games will be played by the Foundation Realm contestants, and the latter 5 by the Golden Core contestants. Going along with the theme of 5, each planet may bring 5,000 contestants for the Foundation and Golden Core stages each. But I advise you to take this matter very seriously, as even though they are titled games, each round will be fraught with real danger. Once you enter the round, until victory or defeat is determined, your life is very much in real danger. The games will take place one by one, and only the survivors of the first game can enter the second. The teams for each world will enter the round at the same time, and it's entirely up to you if you want to work together, work independently, or even sabotage one another. At the end of each round, all 3 worlds will gain points based on 3 things: total number of zombie kills by contestants of that world, total contribution to the destruction of the node, and total number of survivors. The rounds will be played in a siege format, with the zombies defending and the 3 worlds attacking. However, during each round unexpected events may occur that make each round more interesting. The combat portion of the Midnight Games will begin in exactly 24 hours, and all contestants for the first 5 games must be registered and present in the inn at that time, or they won't get an opportunity to participate. The Innkeeper paused for a moment, and looked at the serious faces of his various guests. We've already seen how the three worlds live when they have harmony. Now it's time to see how they perform during times of war. I encourage you all to do your best, as the prizes for this portion of the games will only be better than the previous ones, not worse. Not giving them any time for questions, Lex disappeared from the stage. They had much to prepare and it was best if they utilized their time properly. Even the sloth, who was so far uninterested in competing, turned to look at Green's Haven and said, "Gather your armies. We must win this award." Chapter 141, Mobilizing Forces. The reward of a new hidden realm was extremely enticing to every party present. The potential of a reward, the innkeeper said, was even more valuable, directly affected everyone's plans. The lazy sloth that originally could not be bothered at all with the midnight games suddenly returned to Nibiru and, for the first time, made his presence known worldwide. There was no drowsiness in his eyes as he flew over the various continents of the planet, scanning all beings with his spiritual senses. Just getting the strongest beasts at the Foundation and Golden Core would not work. He needed the proper cohesiveness of an army, or at least various smaller units, who could work together. Originally, he had planned to use this time to evaluate the beasts from Earth and Vegas Minima, very few of whom had actually arrived. Now he had just met them, flashed them with his cultivation level, and told them that he would meet with them once the next event finally began. If they waited for him, they might receive some benefits. If not, Golden Hair no longer cared as much. Green's Haven was also mobilizing his subordinates while Blood Fang, who had already prepared to fight, was directly informed by the sloth that he would be taking command. At first the wolf was dissatisfied, as even though the sloth was stronger, it did not mean the wolf was a coward and would easily hand over command of its forces. Yet the sloth pacified the wolf easily by guiding it on how it could further transform its inferior Lycaios bloodline, something that it had been trying to do its whole life. Since the reward would be shared by the whole planet instead of an individual, Blood Fang decided to temporarily give the sloth control of its various forces. The Earthlings' reaction was just as substantial. Immediately, the 5 Naskants called a meeting and started discussing their plans. There were multiple things they needed to take into account when deciding their actions. Their first priority was Earth. Despite their best efforts to negotiate with the rebels, their efforts remained unrewarded. They needed to leave enough forces on Earth to protect their interests, which, unfortunately, meant it was impossible for them to send an army of 5,000 Golden Core cultivators to fight. This was especially so since, on Earth, Golden Core cultivators were no longer considered soldiers and were at the very top level of each force. With such a glaring disadvantage, they directly decided to forego trying to win the combat portion of the games. They would instead negotiate with the Jotun Empire and try to gain the greatest advantages they could in exchange for helping the Empire attain victory. This in itself would not be an easy feat, as their relationship with the Empire had undergone an undesirable change. They were not able to accept Ragnar's deal of recruiting 1.5 million people unless the Inn acted as a conduit for transporting them, nor were they willing to give up Earth's location. The fallout from that was not as bad as they expected. When they informed Anthony of their decision, he seemed to have expected as much. The real difficulty was then in deciding what further benefits they could gain from one another. Anthony was in no way as flexible as Ragnar had been during their meeting and maintained a superior stance throughout every subsequent meeting they had. Though he did not explicitly say so, his actions strongly let them know that they had nothing to give to the Empire outside of their performance during the games. Now with such a prize up for grabs, the Earthlings' support became more valuable. The families decided amongst themselves what exactly they wanted and how much they were willing to contribute. It went without saying that most of them wanted resources to promote their nascent cultivation. Only Fate and Brandon decided to put the needs of their families first. With the decision made, the 5 of them went to find Anthony and begin a new round of negotiations. The soldiers from the Empire had the mildest reaction. This wasn't because they did not want the award. On the contrary, the award was extremely important to them. Access to a hidden realm could provide them with precious resources that would aid them in their conquest, even on the other 2 Vegas planets. Even though the Empire itself was immeasurably rich, distant waters could not put out nearby fires. No, the soldiers had the mildest reaction because they had planned on doing their best from the very get-go. Tens of thousands of their soldiers were already on standby, awaiting their orders. The games wouldn't even be that different from their normal jobs, as they were tasked with killing zombies anyway. Gathering up Foundation Realm soldiers had been a slight, emphasis on, slight, problem for them. This was because Foundation Realm was actually too low a level for them to be considered active service soldiers. Their proper designation was trainee soldiers. But even as trainees, they were strong enough to outclass most others at their level. For the Empire, this was slightly akin to asking high school level kids to undertake a dangerous yet important task. The difference being these, high school kids were heavily trained for the task. There was no doubt that to an imaginative mind, such a situation would be akin to an integral story arc for one of those high school kids that would actually be the main character of a novel. Maybe some of those trainees even thought of themselves as such. Only time would tell what their results were. As soon as the details for the games were announced, in a calm and orderly fashion orders were passed out, and before the Earthlings even arrived to ask for a meeting, 10,000 fully geared soldiers appeared at the inn. The sight of 5,000 peak Golden Core soldiers and 5,000 peak Foundation Realm soldiers was extraordinary. They exuded a battle-hardened aura and their expressions were thirsty for combat. The 5 Earthlings, though not unexposed to massive armies, stopped where they stood and stared in awe at the sight. Their battle intent was reined in, to not offend the Innkeeper, yet just their visage was enough to send shivers down the Earthlings' spines. Their confidence in negotiating diminished a bit, as it truly did not seem like the Empire would need any help. While all this was going on, the devils did not remain idle either. The mysterious man and Loretta continued to sit in the room, as they had long since already given out their orders. The 2 remaining devils did not know that Loretta was still here, but even if they did, it would not matter. They were quite looking forward to seeing the Empire's reactions once they were done. Azure, the devil with the saber-toothed fangs, summoned his personal assistant. Looking at a mini-version of himself, he said, "There is an important matter we need to discuss with the Innkeeper. Is it possible for us to meet with him? I can pass along a message to the Innkeeper. What shall I say it is about?" "Why, our participation in the Midnight Games, of course," he replied, giving a toothy grin. The devil was trying to look sincere, but his giant fangs and sharp teeth made him look menacing instead. "I will pass along the message. Please wait," the hologram said, and disappeared. Lex, who was observing the various reactions everyone was having, was fairly surprised to learn that someone was asking for an audience with him. When he learned the request was from the 2 devils, he frowned a bit. He supposed it was too much to hope that they wouldn't create any trouble when he was so openly targeting them. "You wanted to see me?" he asked with a warm smile, appearing before the 2. "My most sincere apologies for disturbing you, Innkeeper," said Creel, his dark eyes trained on Lex. "But I just had a small question. I thought it would be best to ask you, instead of making my own assumptions." "There is no need for apologies. Ask away. Since only 5,000 participants are allowed by each planet, when we bring forth our participants, how will it be decided whether our participants enter or the humans? This is not really an issue we can hash out with the humans on Vegas Minima. They don't really seem amenable to our cause." It was a good thing that Lex was wearing the host attire suit, because otherwise his eyes would have been stretched open when he realized the glaring flaw in his plan for the games. The planet Vegas Minima was shared by the devils and the humans, and so both would technically be allowed to bring forth participants. The rules of the event set by him dictated it be so, and the system would not allow him to prevent them from participating, since they represented the planet as well. Lex sighed internally as he quickly thought of solutions. Chapter 142. Half Lex's brain went into overdrive. Within less than a single second, he tried to find various solutions. He tried blocking the devils from entering, simply because it was the easiest solution. Yet before he began the event, he had to decide on its rules and format. Everything that happened was based on those rules. Let alone Lex, even the system could not randomly change the rules once the event had started. Since the parameters of anyone from that planet had been defined, albeit a loose definition, Lex could do nothing to prevent their participation. As a developer himself, Lex understood the logic behind it. Often a client would ask him to simply remove something, or to create a magic button that simply performed a certain action. Yet, as simple as these requests sounded conceptually, the complexity behind even the tiniest of details was not to be underestimated. Then Lex tried to identify them as a separate entity and give them a separate quota of soldiers, but that didn't work either. He tried adding them as a part of the original zombies that were defending the node, but it could not work. He tried a dozen other solutions, but none of them bore fruit. Eventually, Lex was only left with one option that Lex had wanted to Avoid. After checking if his last solution would work, Lex looked at Creel and said, I thought the answer was fairly obvious. But I guess it was an oversight of mine, considering the kind of relationship you have with each other. Since you both share the planet, you can fill half the quota for participants each. If you two can come to a compromise on your own, then you can decide the split, otherwise each will get exactly 50%. Creel grinned at the answer. Truthfully, the Devils knew that the moment the nodes underwent any interference, fluctuations in their protection formation would give away their location. It was only a matter of time before the Devils lost control of Vegas Minima because, to them, it was only another farm. They weren't putting any serious effort into protecting it, but at the same time, there was no reason to make it too easy for the humans to reclaim their planet. That is splendid, the Devil answered. We will begin preparations immediately. Good luck, Lex said, and teleported away. He felt a little bad for the Jotans, but he was literally the one that said participants could sabotage one another. When he said that, he simply thought that the planets would at most kill steel from each other to deprive points, since it was still in their best interest to destroy the nodes. Yet now, there was another element of complexity to the games. The previous favorites to win, the Jotan Empire, were suddenly at a great disadvantage. The beasts might have the greatest chances of winning now. At the same time, all three of them were at a greater disadvantage now as well. I suppose I should let the Jotans know as well, Lex thought. It was too bad. He was looking forward to their army's performance the next day. They looked so impressive just standing and posing, he was sure they would have given a phenomenal performance at full force. Back at the makeshift Jotan Empire operations camp, which was nothing more than a room that Anthony had rented, a meeting was taking place between Anthony and the Earthlings. Listen here, pal, Brandon said, frustration and anger evident in his voice. We are here offering an alliance, not begging for scraps. We came to you first because of the sincerity that Ragnar showed us. That does not mean you are our only option. We can just as easily go to the beasts from Nibiru. I'm sure they're interested in the prize as well by now. Anthony looked at the five dangerously. His personality was very different from that of Ragnar. Ragnar, despite his brutal and savage nature, was very soft-hearted when it came to humans. He always wanted to nurture them and help them grow. Perhaps this is what happened after thousands of years of fighting a war, liberating humans from the demon's control. Anthony, on the other hand, was ingrained with the arrogance not only of his noble birth but also that of coming from a superior civilization. His usual complicity came from the fact that Ragnar was a man who had proved himself time and time again, and was worthy of commanding him. These plebeians, on the other hand, had not yet earned his respect. It was not that he was against accepting their alliance, but that they were clearly asking for too much. The massive amounts of resources required to raise 3 Naskants all the way to the peak of the realm were honestly not so much to Anthony. It was the damned cultivation techniques that the other two requested that were absurd. They had very specific requirements for the cultivation techniques, which were not impossible for the Empire to fulfill. It was the caliber of the techniques that was the problem. This was not mentioning the instructors they requested, as well as the various banks of knowledge of medicine and advanced technology. A few demands were acceptable, but they were asking for too much. If you find us lacking, then feel free to go and cooperate with those animals. It is of no consequence to me if you wish to put your forces in harm's way. If they really do accept your proposals and decide to cooperate with you, I wish you the best of luck. How the distinct lack of discipline and engineered precision of an experienced army will put your own forces in greater risk is no concern of mine. We would not consider cooperating with someone else if you at least negotiated. You have not changed your initial offer even a single time. You should be grateful, Anthony finally said, no longer having the patience to hide what he was thinking, that you are even allowed an opportunity to fight alongside a Jotan army. The battle experience your soldiers will gain will be invaluable. It is not something you can gain with working from beasts. Anthony was going to continue his tirade but was interrupted when his personal attendant appeared and mentally passed a message from the Innkeeper. The revelation that their number of participants was cut in half disturbed Anthony greatly, but was not enough to demoralize him. Just as the announcements for the details of the game were announced, Ragnar told Anthony to take charge of their deployment and strategy during the games. Ragnar would return to Vegas Minima and begin a planet-wide assault. He needed to be present on the planet to launch their attack as soon as the formation protecting the spawning portal revealed itself. He also needed to make sure the Devils didn't do anything desperate, just as they were about to lose the planet. Due to certain precedents, it was unlikely they would forcefully destroy the planet before abandoning it, but they could do a various number of frustrating things. That left Anthony to decide on his own what his objectives were and how he wanted to achieve them. Winning the competition was a greatly attractive opportunity, but much more important than that was ensuring that each of the nodes was destroyed. Even if they had to purposefully give up on winning the prize, their first priority must always be that. After deciding how he wanted to proceed, he turned his attention back to the Earthlings. Truthfully, he still disdained them. Yet his training did not let him ignore any potential useful tool in war. I will inform you of two things, and that will conclude our meeting. What you decide to do after you hear those things is up to you, but I will not waste more time explaining myself. First, the Devils will also be participating in the Midnight Games. Their participation has cut down the number of recruits we can send to half. This was something you would learn eventually, so there was no point in hiding this from you. The second thing I want to tell you is that negotiations take place between two equals. When one is in a superior position than the other, they do not negotiate, they dictate the terms. Even with our forces cut in half, I personally don't think that you will be our equal. I think that despite our disadvantage, Earth will still perform the weakest out of everyone. But, considering the situation, I will give you an opportunity. I will give you the chance to prove if you are my equal, and deserve to negotiate with us. If, during the first game, Earth is able to accumulate points even remotely close to that of the Jotun Empire, then you can negotiate with me. If not, then you can fall in line and take what you're given, or you can choose to see if the beasts give you a better offer. With his piece said, Anthony invited them to leave. Though not something he enjoyed, Anthony could also play a few mind games. By making their performance the foundation for further cooperation, he would prompt them to do their absolute best. Had they been promised rewards before the battle even began, their soldiers still would have fought, but would have kept more of a survival mentality. Regardless of the outcome, the Earthlings would achieve their goals, so they would do what they could while being safe. But by making the reward based on performance, their soldiers would have to fight with everything and take more risks. Going forward, they would need to continue that level of performance to assure successful cooperation. At that point, whether the Earthlings decided to help the Empire or the beasts, it would not change the fact that they would be fighting their hardest. Anthony was busy with his own schemes while the five Nascants held another meeting to decide their future line of action. Unfortunately for all of them, Alexander Morrison was going to be the one participating in the games, and he had plans of his own. Chapter 143. Alexander the arrogant Helen stood silently in the soft, dim light. For the greater part of an hour, she had not moved an inch. She only watched the teenager as he meditated. Initially, she could barely see anything, but as her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she found herself mesmerized by the intense, focused look on Alexander's face. It was not the look of someone searching for peace in meditation, but that of a warrior preparing for combat. Right now, Helen was in Alexander's private security bunker. She had been with him for the past few days, and just a while ago Alexander had asked to take care of a few things. When she returned, she found him like this in the small gym inside the bunker. When she had arrived, he had already been meditating, but she could tell by his heavy breathing and sweat-covered body that he had only recently finished working out. She did not want to disturb him, so she waited. But at some point, when she found herself biting her lower lip, and staring as the sweat rolled down his slightly swollen arms, she realized that she needed to distance herself from the man. Otherwise, despite her decision to look for someone who loved and valued her the way she wanted, she might just spend the rest of her life just like this, standing in the darkness, watching the contours of his face in silence as he strode forward, farther and farther from her reach. While Helen was battling her inner demons and gearing up to make a difficult decision, Alexander was going through an ordeal of his own. He was doing his best to harness the raging energy coursing through his body. It was not as simple as it sounded, not only because he had just recently completed his breakthrough into the Foundation realm in body cultivation as well, thanks to the many zombie cores he used. No, his energy had been raging as if he was just about to fight an entire war on his own. This was because his body was reacting to his will and what he had been planning. But even then, as much as he appreciated and needed the energy, it had to be firmly under his own control. One may wonder, considering Alexander's background, why he was never arrogant towards others. Some may speculate it was a result of proper upbringing, or that his endless training had tempered Alexander's arrogance. But that was far from the truth. Son to excellent parents, grandson to the best of the best, heir to the Morrison family, an only child and trained rigorously not only to surpass his peers but many of his seniors as well, Alexander did not need to act arrogant, it was ingrained into his very bones. But despite all that, he did not behave rudely or with an aura of superiority to those around him. This was because, to Alexander, such petty behavior could not encompass his innate arrogance. Alexander's arrogance could be described and encompassed in only 2 words: absolute control. This was a lesson his grandmother, the person he was closest to in his family, had taught him. His excellence, his superiority, his endless dedication could all only be truly displayed when he was in absolute control. This meant his demeanor, his speech, even his gait were all a certain way because that's how he wanted to display them. Some may think that such rigid control may be unhealthy and may limit his emotional growth, but it was quite the contrary. He did not stop himself from feeling or thinking about certain things, just how he exhibited or reacted to them. For example, if something made him angry, he would not randomly lash out. He would measure the situation and make a decision accordingly. This was a fancy way of saying he did not do things in a reaction to something, but because he chose to. Oftentimes, based on the situation, the result may end up being the same, but it was the mentality that made all the difference. He never did things because he had to, but because he chose to. So then, in a world where he was practically destined to be the best, and his greatest challenges came in the form of pushing himself, Alexander's arrogance remained hidden away from view. Even when Hammad was attempting to assassinate Alexander, he did not behave arrogantly, not because it was not the appropriate reaction, but because he deemed them unworthy of the response. Hammad was not even significant enough of a threat for Alexander to display a behavior letting him know that Alexander thought of the assassin as beneath him. To the young man, he was merely playing a game of chess with predetermined moves, one that would result in his own victory. This was similarly why Russian Princess 77 had been able to elicit such a strong reaction from him. She was a piece in the chess game he never anticipated. She had earned the right of his curiosity, but still not enough for his curiosity to rule him and dictate his actions. But the Midnight Games, they provided him with a stage he never knew he craved. On Earth, the only possible rivals to his family were all actually secretly allies. There was nothing in his life that challenged him from his core. That was not to say that he found everything easy, far from it. Yet, things were only difficult because they were new to him. With the guidance and training of his family, there was nothing he could not overcome. Yet in the Midnight Games, there was a challenge waiting for him that offered no protection. There was no safety net provided by his family, no secret bodyguards, no backup plans. The only thing he could rely on was his own ability. And, as if such a tantalizing new experience was not enough, he was suddenly brought face to face with forces that far outmatched and outclassed anything the Earth had to offer. For the first time in his life, he did not have the advantage simply by existing, and that excited him in a way he had never experienced before. It was exactly for this reason he decided the moment he learned that the Midnight Games would have a combat portion that he would participate no matter what, so long as he was eligible. And, as if guided by the hand of destiny itself, he had just stepped into the realm that allowed him to participate. But, true to his mantra of absolute control, he did not let anyone see his seething excitement. He simply started making plans in the background, unknown even to his own family. This was because of a certain fact even his family forgot. The day he reached the Foundation realm, he no longer needed to listen to anyone, and wielded the full authority of his family. He finally opened his eyes to the image of the teenage girl standing in the distance, looking at him. His sudden gaze made her tremble. Softly, as if she was unprepared for the power and hunger in his eyes. "Have they sent the location?" he asked with a level voice, standing up. "Yes," she replied in a whisper for some reason. She did not even realize that she was doing so. "Get ready. We'll leave in 10. Helen did not reply and just stood by and watched him leave the room. Alexander took a quick shower and dressed casually in black pants and a white button shirt with blue flower patterns on it in a Hawaiian style. Outside the bunker, it was a bright and sunny day. Putting on a pair of aviators, Alexander got in the driver's seat of a silver convertible Porsche and immediately sped off. Helen was already sitting in the passenger seat, but for some reason would not even look at him. She just watched the beautiful scenery as the duo drove towards their destination. It was her first time in Brazil, so she was just admiring its beauty. That was the excuse she was repeating to herself. It was unfortunate that, because she was turned away the entire time, Alexander did not notice her slightly blushed cheeks and missed out on some beautiful scenery himself. But with the wind blowing in his hair, the vibration of the purring engine felt through the steering wheel, the song, Unstoppable, blasting on the speakers, Alexander was feeling good. In fact, he was feeling very good. So while various forces plotted and planned, not only for the upcoming games for the dominance of each of their respective worlds, he, as a yet unknown player, was simply enjoying himself. Even he did not know that by acting according to own wishes for the first time in his life, he was planting the seeds for a legend that would one day rock the very universe. Softly, without realizing it, he started humming along to the song. He was unstoppable today. Chapter 144. Ready, set, start gambling. Alexander and Helen drove all the way to a private airport, far away from any town or city. It was not the kind of place you could accidentally stumble into. After confirming his identity, the two of them were led to a hangar with a military helicopter. Getting in the pilot's seats, the two of them hurried through the takeoff protocols and left. Alexander was naturally trained to pilot all vehicles so that he could deal with any situation, and Helen, who had been trained to be a wife to a cultivator, excelled in various seemingly random skills. Piloting an aircraft was just one of her many talents. This was exactly why among his close friends group, when he still had one, Alexander would usually trust Helen with a request rather than the others. As much as he tried to hide it, he found it difficult to relate to the usual unengaged and unmotivated rich kids his age. At least Helen always applied herself in whatever she was doing. About an hour after they started flying over land completely untouched by civilization, they suddenly found themselves in a very well-hidden base in a valley. After having his identity confirmed, the two teenagers landed in one of the Morrison family's hidden military bases. While the Morrisons had a minimum military presence on Earth, it wasn't as if they had none. Yet today, the base was a lot busier than usual. Before the midnight games began, Alexander had spent some time talking to some of the other guests. He had learned from Chen that Vegas Minima was not the only planet that humans populated within that solar system. Despite that, the other planets were not mentioned by the Innkeeper when he announced the upcoming event. That led Alexander to suspect that only people from the named planets would be able to participate. While he shared his suspicions with his family so that they would make any preparations they needed to, it was only after carefully selecting soldiers for his own small battalion. Technically, organizing a personal battalion for himself would take longer and more careful planning, but this would suffice for his current needs. After careful and deliberate consideration, he selected 1,000 of the best Foundation Realm soldiers under his family's command. Originally, he thought that the number was overkill, and that there was no way he would need so many to follow him in the games. As it turned out, the number was still not large enough. But it would have to suffice. Moving any number of troops from one planet to another took time. The only reason he'd even been able to gather 1,000 Foundation experts was because most of them were already on Earth. The ones he had sent from Mars were only the elite few. "How is their battle readiness, Commander?" Alexander asked the man in charge of this base. "They're fully armed, fully prepped and fully briefed. We can have them ready to go in 30 minutes. "Excellent. Do it. I want to be out of here ASAP." The commander nodded and quickly ran off, screaming some commands in the distance. The teenagers simply remained where they were and watched as 1,000 soldiers fell into 100 straight lines in front of them. Alexander naturally did not know all of them, but he had had detailed conversations with all the team captains. They had rehearsed different formations and covered a lot of what to do should communication be disrupted during the games. But, since Alexander had only theoretical knowledge in leading troops and no practical experience, he expected there to be a learning curve, which is why all the captains were also wearing cameras. Alexander would later on review the footage to see how his orders actually reflected on how he could improve. Once he was satisfied, he nodded towards Helen, who opened a bag full of keys. A few hours ago he had her go to the inn and retrieve them. According to the latest update he had received, Earth had not registered any of their participants yet at all. They were involved in whatever they were planning and had not made any actual moves yet. Or, even if they were making moves on Earth, they had not reached the inn yet, which was great for him. Once everyone had the keys, Alexander gave the command and they all simultaneously teleported away with a flash of light. They appeared at the inn in a relatively open area, away from the buildings in the manor. Yet almost instantly, their presence was noticed by the various guests. Their numbers were fewer, and they did not carry the same aura as the Jotun soldiers, but they looked impressive nonetheless. "I'd like to register for the tournament," Alexander said to his personal hologram, the same as every one of his soldiers was doing. "No problem, just give me a moment to start the registration process. We just need to make sure you are eligible to enter the tournament." He could not feel the system scan him, but after just a few moments, he saw a holographic screen appear in his vision. Contestant name: Alexander Morrison. Contestant affiliation: Earth. Contestant ID: E0001. Contestant points: 0. In just a few more minutes, the rest of his troop was registered as well, the last one receiving the ID E1001. The E represented Earth, and the numbers represented the order in which they registered. Once the tournament started, there would, of course, be a rankings board, and with thousands of names it would be difficult to identify which planet each participant belonged to. The ID number would make it easier. "Your registration is complete," the hologram said politely. "Please refrain from returning to your world during the period of the games. If you are not present when a game begins, you will automatically be disqualified." "Sure," Alexander replied casually. The teenager expected that soon he would be summoned by his grandfather and the others, inquiring over his entry and why he didn't at least coordinate with them first. But oddly enough, the summon didn't come. It was ironic then that the highest echelon of Earth remained ignorant of the army that entered under the banner of their planet because they were in a meeting, yet everyone else learned of it. It would be a few hours more before the Earthling realized what had happened and quickly reacted. What their reaction was and how it affected their plans, only time would tell. Lex was too busy to pay attention to what was happening at the inn. As for what Lex was doing, he had returned to Earth and was looking up some information on the latest idea he had. Not that he couldn't figure it out on his own, but he wanted to know how he could benefit the most. As for what he was looking at specifically, why, he was looking up how to set up gambling at the inn. More specifically, he wanted to know how to set up the stakes. There was no way in hell that he would go around setting up stakes that gave twice or thrice the returns for a single bet. He had read enough light novels to know that all it took was some lucky, MC-type character and a very unlikely bet to completely destroy his setup. For a moment, he wondered if he was being corrupted. He himself had never gambled in his life. He hadn't even bought a lottery ticket, but now he was setting up gambling on an interstellar scale. Then he saw a banana store that sold phones for thousands of dollars and then sold the chargers separately. He then realized he was not corrupt. He was simply embracing the human heritage of pursuing profit. When dealing with so many species across the universe, it was important that he remembered his roots. Just like that, the hours flew by and the time came close and closer to the beginning of the games. The inn became unprecedentedly crowded. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers filled the once empty gardens. Anticipating such a situation, Lex had preemptively taken care of things. Sending the soldiers into their separate individual rooms may cause a problem later for their commanders, so he had 3 makeshift bases built representing the 3 worlds. Hundreds of tents filled each of the base, taking care of everything from temporary housing, dining, plumbing to even things like meeting rooms and storage tents. The 3 armies looked vastly different. Even though 2 of the armies consisted of humans, the ones from Earth were wearing a mix of Kevlar and spirit tech, while the ones from the Jotun Empire appeared to be wearing armor that looked like it came out of a Renaissance fair. The beasts, of course, were not wearing any armor, but the fact that many of them were shrunk to the maximum height cap made it evident that once the time came, they would be of a formidable size. It was 3 armies, because as of yet the devils had not brought theirs. But he had no doubts that they would make it in time. Lex almost wanted to take a picture. In fact, once the idea came to him, he could not get it out of his head. Taking out his phone, he took a few snaps of everything secretly. This would be a great story to tell one day. Chapter 145. Lex's Woes. Lex was sitting in his room, casually sipping a cappuccino, observing his inn. Setting up the 3 bases had cost him 30,000 megapixels, and he deposited another 220,000 megapixels in setting the stage for the remainder of the games. That 250,000 megapixels expenditure wiped out most of the accumulation over the past few days, but fortunately, the truth was quite different. This was a direct result of the many soldiers and beasts at the inn. Even though Lex had notified the Jotun leaders that the zombies would likely participate, they did not bother to send back their soldiers. Those 10,000, along with the eventual 10,000 beasts that eventually arrived, made his inn tremendously crowded. Earth had only summoned 5,000 of the Foundation soldiers that would participate in the games, as they absolutely could not afford to bring so many golden core cultivators and have them simply wait. Even though they had their individual bases, they did not stay there all the time. At this point, the inn's lack of growth in size became an issue, as there was no place that remained free of guests. Even the forest surrounding the greenhouse was full of crowds by now. They mistook the formation surrounding the forest for some kind of puzzle or game, keeping in theme with the rest of points of interest at the inn. The sloth and the devils had been unable to reach the middle, fortunately, and Ragnar had not tried, so Lex's farm was safe. The farm, ironically, became Lex's main source of income during this period. His services were not made to handle such a load of guests and were thus always at capacity, and so limited his daily income. But his spirit food, at the cost of 10 megapixels a meal, could simultaneously feed many. Just counting the soldiers, the 25,000 soldiers and their meals 3 times a day earned him a whopping 750,000 megapixels. But there were not only these few, as most of the guests who had participated during the first portion of the games also came and went at varying frequencies. He also managed to sell 5 more of his MI suits. This resulted in him making a total of 810,000 megapixels in the last one day. Naturally, with his spirit food literally being his cash crop, he was especially concerned with not running low on supply. He had stored as much as he could leading up to the event, and using the liger as fertilizer had greatly helped in boosting production, though he had no idea why that would accelerate production speed instead of affecting yield quality. Still, the area of his farm was limited and so could only produce a limited amount at a time. While Lex could do nothing about increasing the size of the farm, at least at the moment, he spent 100,000 megapixels upgrading the greenhouse to the maximum amount his authority would allow. That upgrade, along with the tremendous aid provided by the Sovereign Galactic Turtle, ensured that he would be able to barely meet the demand. For now, as much as Lex enjoyed the feeling of sitting on a pile of MP, he used another 500,000 megapixels as the deposit for setting up gambling through the event panel. He would get the deposit back along with whatever profit he made once the event was over, so it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. Lex let out a sigh as he rubbed his head. Managing an event with thousands of people, even with the help of the system, was a great hassle. He had decided, after this event was over, he would take a break and maybe go on a vacation himself. He was constantly on crisis control. As it turned out, while he was enjoying the cultural show, Gerard, under the command of Mary, had been working non-stop. Although there were no upfront fights anymore, there were more than a few minor altercations between humans and beasts. This was mainly a result of beasts still thinking of humans beneath them, and not realizing their actions or words were offensive. More than once, one of the giant beasts had almost stepped on a human, and was only stopped in time by his guards. Another series of incidents that happened with embarrassing frequency was Earthling cultivators getting high and not being able to handle it. They were too used to the kind of substances produced on Earth, which barely had any effect on them once they cultivated. Yet many of the guests from Minima Vegas, who were mostly locals of the planet who had been accepted into one of the cities built by the Empire, brought a supply that the Earthlings just could not handle. These did not end up in fights or arguments, but Lex did not like having intoxicated guests lying around. Eventually, he had to make an announcement limiting such substances to their rooms only. There was still another group who were causing Lex problems that left feeling severe, crippling fear because more than once he had reacted similarly to how his parents used to react to him when he was young. This was a group of over 100 students from Troy Academy, the school that Alexander was technically still a student of as well. These students, naturally being connected to the crème de la crème of Earth and society, were given the opportunity to come here when enough of their parents visited the inn and discovered how amazing it was, especially for cultivation. The dean of the school, as a man of great influence, happened to be one of the earliest humans to be invited by the 5 families when they were still recruiting people for the cultural show. Once he had seen everything for himself, and was assured by the 5 families that the inn was safe, immediately coordinated with the parents he was able to meet at the inn and organized a field trip. These students were only the first batch to arrive. More would join later. Truth be told, Lex did not mind the kids. In fact, he thought many of them were pretty clever and fun. But when they kept inadvertently leading Gerard into racing with the other chauffeurs, kept trying to climb Little Blue to ride, kept flirting with Velma, and more than once tried to convince the girls to go skinny dip in the tiny lake, as the person responsible for everything. Lex had to deal with the situations. He needed to find permanent, non-aggressive solutions, as he could not keep following the kids repeating, "No." The skinny dipping incident especially nearly gave him a heart attack. They were all underage. Lex did not want to go to moral jail. Rubbing his forehead, Lex cast a look towards the gamer's den. The bright side in all of this was that Z had seemed to find a friend. At least, he thought they were friends. There was a girl with an appearance similar to Z's age sitting with him, watching an anime called Full Wooden Alchemist, both of them struggling to hold back their tears. He wished them both the best. Just as Lex was watching a group of kids who had discovered Icarus wings, just trying to imagine what kind of trouble they were about to cause, something happened to divert his attention. The Devil's Army had finally arrived at the Minima Vegas camp in a predictably sinister fashion. They did not have the discipline of the human armies, nor did they have the naturally aggressive aura of predators that reeked off the beasts. But hundreds of partially rotting corpses astride various sized zombie beasts that were rotting as well made them intimidating in a way that could not be replicated. Just their presence was an assault of nauseating smells. But that was not all. The army of zombies was not being led by a devil, as Lex had expected. Standing at the forefront was a 7 feet tall massive humanoid being covered in an armor that looked more like a collection of scales of various animals than anything forged. Since the requisite to join the games were that they had to be from the planet, Lex assumed that this must be another kind of demon that the devils had assigned on the planet to lead the zombies. He was only partially correct, as while this demon did lead the zombie armies, it was born and raised on Minima Vegas. The devils had merely discovered and used it, not sent it to the planet. Curiosity got the best of Lex and he checked its status. Name: Promid. Age: 17. Sex: male. Cultivation details: Peak Foundation Realm. Species: Nightmare, Heart Demon. Midnight. In Prestige level: 1. Bloodline: Human. Remarks: do not invite him over for dinner, lest he eat you up. Lex frowned. Promid's species was clearly indicated as a demon, yet its bloodline was stated as human. Could humans turn into demons? Or was this one of those instances where two species procreated and gave birth to a being with a unique bloodline? Chapter 146, Yandere Zombie. The soldiers of the Empire were naturally the first to notice the newly arrived zombie army after Lex. A hush fell upon the entire camp as they angrily eyed the undead horde, wishing that they could attack. As much as the large forces of the universe treated the demons as natural resources to benefit their cultivation, the lower echelons of all civilizations detested them with a burning passion. Many, if not all, of the soldiers present in the camp had suffered the loss of a close friend or relative at the hands of demons. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that, as soldiers, they were more likely to encounter demons than random people. But fortunately, their discipline held, and no one made a move. They had already been informed that there was to be no fighting at the inn. Of course, if the zombies made the first move. But unfortunately, despite their desire to attack, Promid had a firm hold over them. The demon moved his head, as if looking at the soldiers surrounding him, but there were no eye holes in his scaly armor. Still, after glancing at everyone, he followed his personal hologram as it led him to their part of the camp. Yet even as he led his army away, unbothered by anyone or anything, another army appeared to take its place. These zombies did not appear to be rotting, and some of them could even be said to look somewhat clean. These zombies, all in the Golden Core realm, had various shapes and figures. Though it was still evident that their form used to be basically humanoid, all sorts of extra limbs grew out of them now. Some of them had scales, some of them had wings, some of them had long black nails and hair long enough to be Rapunzel's. Besides looking more disgusting and dangerous, they also looked more intelligent. These zombies stood in a somewhat casual formation and carefully observed their surroundings. They growled at the humans nearby, but despite their instincts, they stopped themselves from attacking without the need for someone to command them. Yet, even though they did not need to be commanded, a leader was still assigned. But unlike Promid, the leader this time was a zombie. A 4 feet tall, fairly ordinary-looking girl stood at the forefront of the army, focusing intently on a small mirror in her hand. Ignoring the various onlookers, she slowly and carefully applied foundation to her face, ensuring that, despite her undead state, no one would be able to tell. In fact, if it weren't for the ridiculously strong demonic aura she was emitting, many would have actually assumed she was a human. Lex checked her status as well. Name: Harriet Shelby Ruby Selma Jane. Age: 122. Sex: female. Cultivation details: Golden Core species. Zombie Midnight in prestige level. 1 condition, the patient is suffering from the side effects from a failed artificial animation. The Midnight Inn currently does not have the means to cure the patient. Remarks. Do not let her fragmented mind, undead body, and devious intent fool you. This is a true yandere in the flesh. Lex was confused by the unusually long list of first names that made up this zombie's name, and the rest of her status did not make much sense to him, either. Was she, as a zombie, sick? Did zombies need medical attention? Would he one day have a zombie as a guest, who would then try to use the recovery room? While Lex was pondering, Harriet seemed to finish up her last-minute makeup. She looked at the crowd with a bright smile and then frolicked away. If one did not see the army of zombies following behind her, they really would believe that this was a little girl having fun. By now, the rest of the inn also became aware of the arrival of the zombies. The guests from Earth stood in line at a distance and watched with awe as the hordes disappeared into their own tents. No one had expected such well-behaved zombies, and some of them were even a little disappointed at the anticlimactic arrival. Even Alexander, who was having a serious discussion with his grandfather, was informed of the commotion and came out to observe them. His personal plans did not go over well with the rest of the families, and the fact that he was unwilling to relinquish control of the soldiers following him was a point of contention amongst the humans. Ultimately, they had reached a compromise, but while Alexander was uncaring, the rest of the families were furious at the compromise. Brandon was too supportive of his grandson. The grandfather and grandson duo stood and observed in silence. While Brandon's thoughts were unknown, Alexander's arm slowly started to tremble as he watched the undead army. His eyes wandered over his future enemies, and the more zombies he saw, the tighter his hand clenched into a fist. As it happened, Alexander caught sight of Pramod just as the demon was about to enter its tent. The teenager could not determine the other's cultivation, but his intimidating visage attracted the boy's attention. Pramod, as if sensing a gaze upon himself, stopped and turned directly to Alexander, who stood in the distance. The two stared at each other, as if inspecting prey. Alexander could not stop himself from revealing a smile before his hand suddenly stopped trembling. He turned to leave, suddenly becoming indifferent to whatever was happening. He needed to hone his mood before the games began. His excitement was affecting his control. There were only 2 hours left before the games began and a lot of people could feel the tension in the air. The soldiers did not get nervous, but as the clock came close and closer to the moment of truth, their murderous aura started to leak. Movement across the inn settled down, and slowly everyone returned to their rooms. Even the children from the academy were summoned by their teachers and forced to enter their respective rooms. An artificial silence took hold of the inn. An hour before the event began, the innkeeper appeared at the Colosseum. A display of fireworks over the Colosseum attracted everyone's attention, letting them know it was time for another announcement. The leaders of various factions made their way to their seats and awaited any news their host had to give. As if unaware of the mood that had gripped his guests, the innkeeper let out his usual smile and greeted everyone. Welcome, one and all. The time for the next portion has nearly begun, so I thought I would kick things off and start the party. Lex had been so busy handling the various affairs of the inn that he did not even realize that he was no longer feeling nervous. He was dealing with things as they came and was so preoccupied with making sure everything went smoothly, he appeared before the largest crowd the inn had even held without a second thought. There are just a few things everyone needs to know before we begin. Firstly, as with the previous performances, you will be able to view the games from anywhere in the inn. You can choose to focus on any person or army, and your screens will show them. You can also stay in the Colosseum and watch as it shows the most heated parts of the games. Each game will last 12 hours at most. If the node is not destroyed within that time frame, the game will be considered a loss and no one will receive any points for the destruction of the node, though you'll still be able to receive total points for number of participants survived, and individual points per participant for number of zombies killed. A giant screen appeared above the innkeeper with a few headings: zombies killed, achievements and total points. But where's the excitement of watching such a game if you don't feel involved? Before the match begins, you can bet on your favorite armies and contenders. Which person will have the highest points? Which planet will take the lead? Who will have the highest kills? Will your favorite contender survive the round? Will the node be destroyed, or will the zombies be able to defend it? Show how much confidence you have in those you support with your bets. The innkeeper flashed everyone a grin. All bets could only be placed before each game began, and Lex, aware of the deep background of the Jotun Empire and the Devils, had placed an upper cap on each bet. His deposit was only so much, he could not risk it. But that was just a precaution. It was unlikely that anyone would place a single bet with such high stakes. When the game begins, each planet's armies will be teleported to a random place and will begin from there. As for what they can expect once they arrive at their location, well, I can't give everything away now, can I? Unlike previous times where the Innkeeper would disappear after each announcement, he walked off stage and took a seat right in front to watch the games. Even he was feeling excited. Chapter 147. And so it begins. All eyes were on the massive numbers above the Colosseum as they counted down from 15. The guests, the soldiers, the beasts and the various agents, waiting to report back to their planets as soon as the event began, almost felt as if their heartbeats synchronized with the countdown. Loretta and the mysterious devil watched while sipping some green liquid. As casual as their demeanor seemed at first glance, the slightest increase in pressure as she clenched her teeth said otherwise. The sloth that had practically wreaked havoc back on Nibiru looking for eligible beasts, and for the first time made its presence known on the planet, sat extremely comfortably. It had forgotten that it still could not control its strength, and its very sight could destroy mountains back on Nibiru. It would go back and fix things later. Anthony was standing in his room surrounded by various recording and analysis equipment. He planned on recording each game for analysis and review later. Lex was also patiently waiting, though he was no longer sitting alone. A couple of the guests he hadn't had the opportunity to meet before came and introduced themselves. To his left sat Akihiko Tanaka, a Japanese man in his 50s. Oddly, despite his apparent vast influence, he had decided not to cultivate. To his right sat a young man named Remy Laverne. He was an interesting person. He directly came up to Lex and informed him he wanted to use the inn to host a meeting for a secret society and was wondering what kind of benefits Lex could provide, which as could be expected triggered a quest. Lex told him to come and ask him once the midnight games were over. He didn't want to focus on two long quests at the same time. As the seconds passed and the numbers got lower and lower, the anticipation that filled the air was practically palpable. Alexander, adorned in a thin silver armor that only covered his chest, was completely still. His excitement, his anticipation, his anxiety and everything else that he was feeling were buried deep. A mistake he had made when he met Russian Princess 77 was overconfidence, and Alexander never repeated a mistake twice. Even though he was adamant about doing things his own way, he was treating this extremely seriously. So while everyone was looking in the air as the countdown went from 3, to 2, to 1, Alexander only looked forward and tightened his grip on the sword in his right hand and the briefcase in his left hand. The next second a bright light flashed across the inn, momentarily blinding even the strongest cultivator. All the Foundation-level armies disappeared. The screens in the air turned on and a wild grassland appeared in view. The plains were vast with nothing but random shrubbery, trees, and tall grass. The devil besides Loretta frowned as he recognized the area, but this was only the beginning. A massive horde consisting of tens of thousands of zombies of all shapes and sizes suddenly appeared right in the center. About 5 miles away from the zombies in 3 different directions, 3 different armies appeared. The beasts and earthlings still had a moment to adjust, but for the soldiers of the Empire, the battle began immediately. Right as the event was about to begin, Ragnar had the entire planet under supervision, not only by the several Juggernaut-class vessels that surrounded it, but with his own spiritual sense as well. He even had special spatial fluctuation detection devices installed planet-wide so that he would know immediately when the various armies arrived on the planet. But things did not play out according to the simplest and easiest prediction of teleporting the 3 armies onto the planet, which in a way is exactly what Ragnar expected. The spatial fluctuation devices started beeping, but before anyone had any time to investigate their results, Ragnar physically felt a change in the fabric of space around the planet. He opened scans of the planet from the Juggernaut's view and 10 opaque domes became visible on various parts of the planet. He located the closest one and immediately dashed towards it to investigate. Completely ignoring the hordes of zombies that surrounded the dome, Ragnar approached it and tested it out using a device because he was doubtful of his suspicions. But the result corroborated what he thought. The area within the dome had somehow been transformed into a pocket realm, without actually cutting off the space from the planet itself. How this was possible, Ragnar did not know, nor could he understand. What he was able to determine, though, was that, because the space was not cut off, the pocket dimension shared the same atmosphere and ecosystem as the planet instead of developing one itself. This also allowed the nodes to continue to function, as if they had been teleported away or moved into a pocket dimension cut off from the formation they were supposed to be running. The formation would fail. But that was not all. All zombies above the Golden Core realm within the dome were being ejected outside. He suspected that likewise, all zombies above the Foundation realm were being ejected from whichever dome was hosting the current game. Just as he was about to return, he noticed a particularly strong demon ejected from the dome. A demon of this level was not supposed to be on this planet. Clearly it had been hiding near the node, protecting it, but how could it escape the sight of the Innkeeper? Ragnar was now thoroughly convinced that the Innkeeper was many levels above himself. The general and the demon exchanged looks, but did not engage. Ragnar was still the stronger one, but a fight of their level would activate the formation surrounding this planet. He had no choice but to let the demon leave. Ragnar returned to his command room and gave the order for an all-out attack. While the games handled the destruction of the nodes, he would handle the rest of the planet. The moment the game began, various beasts and humans disappeared from the inn. One particular beast reappeared in a jungle, face to face with a massive snake. "The games have begun," the beast said, "and the sloth is preoccupied. It will not return to Nibiru for at least 12 hours while the games take place. I did not spot Igashima in the Colosseum, but it is likely in its room. Considering a lack of response from Red Nation, I think it's still unaware of the situation. It likely won't return before the games end." "You've done well," the snake replied, its voice much happier than its expression portrayed. "Pass down my orders, begin a full assault. We must take all of its territory before it returns. I'll have a nice surprise waiting for it when it comes back home." "Yes, sir," the beast replied, and immediately left. On Earth, a virtual meeting was once again taking place in the bunker under the Sahara. But no one was speaking, they were all waiting silently. Eventually, a person appeared in the room as if teleporting from somewhere. "The games have begun, they will be occupied. But they'll likely return the moment they get news that something is happening. Are you sure you want to do this? Why not wait till the Golden Core soldiers are committed instead of the Foundation ones? Cowardice will not ignite the flames of revolution," said a feminine voice. "We were preparing to take on their full strength anyway. The disappearance of a few thousand Foundation realm experts is already a great boon. Not to mention, the longer we wait, the longer there is a chance for a mistake. Since the preparations have been made, we will begin now. Pass down the orders. Everyone get into your marked positions and prepare the weapons. In 2 hours exactly, we'll strike all targets at the same time. Even if the family heads return, the moment we start, it'll be too late for them to do anything." Without replying, the various holograms started disappearing. In 2 hours, the destiny of Earth would change. On the battlefield, Alexander quickly scanned the terrain for potential threats the moment he appeared. Seeing no immediate danger, he sent out a few scouts before kneeling to start the device that looked like a briefcase in his left hand. It took him a few minutes, which was enough time for his soldiers to secure the surrounding area. Fortunately, there were no enemies nearby, so they would be uninterrupted in the short term. The rest of the human army separated from them, clearly acting under a different commander. Alexander did not mind. When the device was ready, he took a few steps back and watched as a dozen mini-satellites were launched into the air. When they reached high enough and their rocket trails ended, the satellites activated their cloaking mechanism, hiding them from plain sight. They could still be detected using spiritual sense, they weren't completely covert, but this was good enough. In only a few minutes, Alexander obtained a live projection of the entire terrain. Identifying the location where the Empire's soldiers were clashing with the zombies that arrived with them, Alexander passed out orders and began moving. Even if he wanted to test himself, he would do it in the smartest and most efficient way. Chapter 148. Kara Deathsorn. The sound of screaming, fighting, explosions and the clashing of metal resounded as Crawford 41 directed his troops. The moment they were teleported, exactly 100 zombies adorning their zombified beasts each assaulted them. Their suicide attack was vicious and extremely lethal. These zombies had some kind of ability that affected a large area which directly immobilized the side of the Jotun forces facing them. Acidic mucus rained down upon them while sharp bone splinters crashed against their defenses, threatening to split them apart. The ground was split asunder as bloody tentacles erupted from beneath, trying to cut through anything in its path. The roars of over 100 angry zombie beasts thundered across the army, threatening to tear their eardrums. With claws sharp enough to tear through metal, they slashed at the defending soldiers. It was as if Armageddon was raining down upon the humans. An overwhelming evil was crashing against a small army, one that had gripped the entire universe with fear and hate. Yet even as fire and fury rained upon the humans, like a scene depicting the end times in many religions, the humans stood firm. Against steel and bone, against bloody maws and spiked claws, against the full strength of this suicide squad, not a single soldier fell. Shoulder to shoulder, the front line dug in and stood their ground, protecting their brothers and sisters behind them. Death could not scare them and a maelstrom of attacks could not make them stumble. Wielding shields that grew into massive, 8 feet tall and 3 feet wide versions of themselves, these soldiers were the pride of an empire. Known only as the Bulwark Team, they were the dedicated protectors of each Jotun army. Finally, the zombies reached the soldiers and crashed against the makeshift wall of shields. The beasts rammed their bodies as the zombies used their unusual limbs and claws to cut through the barricade. The very ground shook from the force of the collision, and even the viewers back at the inn trembled unconsciously as they saw the sight, but true to their prestige, the Bulwark Team's defense remained unpenetrated. From the time the game had started, not even a minute had passed. Yet the moment the zombies crashed against the shields, their momentum was interrupted. This was the opportunity that the Jotun soldiers had been waiting for. Squads 3 and 5, circle around and attack from behind. Bulwark Team, hold them down. Crawford 41 commanded. In a calm yet quick way, the soldiers started moving, acting according to their orders. The purpose of this suicide squad of zombies was to hold the soldiers in place as the rest of the zombies retreated to meet with their main force. Tier 3 zombies, equivalent to Foundation cultivators, started to attain intelligence, but it was still in a very primitive form. They could understand their instinctual desires to feed, and to a degree plan how to get what they wanted, but the concept of teamwork or long-term planning escaped them. The Jotun forces did not know how big the main force of zombies would be, but under the command of a proper leader such as Pramod, their lethality would increase exponentially. Pramod wanted to get to the main force while maintaining his initial number of zombies, while the Jotun soldiers wanted to stop him, no matter what. While the soldiers fought, Pramod and his mounted units had already gained a huge lead. Soon, a chase would begin that would determine how the rest of the games went. As strong as the army was, dealing with suicidal enemies was not easy. It took an entire 30 minutes before the zombies were dealt with no Jotun casualties or injuries, of course. Once the suicide zombies had been eliminated, Crawford 41 checked on his soldiers as well as the fallen corpses. After running a quick scan, they realized that these zombies had been poisoned with a deadly, fast-acting virus. Had even a single soldier been injured, within minutes he would have died, and then subsequently turned into a zombie. It was unknown if only the 2,500 zombies were poisoned, or if all of them were. Depending on the answer, this could be even more dangerous. Furthermore, none of the zombies dropped cores. This was because the devils had attached a collection formation to each node to automatically collect all zombie cores within a certain area. Since they knew a battle was upcoming, there was no reason to leave such a boon to their enemies. According to preliminary scans, the chances of this battlefield being Sector 776 are incredibly high, a technician informed Crawford -41. As we move, I'll continue to scan the terrain, which should confirm our location. Once the location has been determined, we can cross-match our location with a scan of the planet to get a detailed map of the area. Good. Once the location has been determined, forward the map to me. Everyone, assume pursuit formation and immediately begin chasing after Target 1, but keep an eye out for ambushes. They will not let us catch up easily, but we cannot let them meet up with their main force. Needing no further instructions, the soldiers reorganized themselves to facilitate a chase and immediately began. As expected, Pramod had left behind various traps and ambushes to slow them down. The good news was the Jotun soldiers suffered no casualties. The bad news was that Pramod and his army, atop their mounts, were gaining the lead. While Crawford 41 and his soldiers gave chase, and Alexander and his soldiers made a beeline to cut Pramod off, the rest of the human soldiers had set up a temporary camp and started scouting the area using drones. Their first objective was locating the enemies and understanding the terrain before making a plan of action. It was not as simple as simply fighting the zombies, as the Innkeeper had said unexpected things may happen during the games. Since their objective was to get as many points as possible to prove their worth, they had to act accordingly. Unlike the humans, who all moved with clear purpose, the beasts divided themselves into 3 different groups, each with their own plans. The largest group was formed of wolves who were originally from Bloodfang's territory. They wasted no time whatsoever and ran off on their own. They were searching for their prey, and would decide what to do once they found them. The second largest group was one made of elephants. The elephants all boasted a natural advantage in brute strength and defense. They had been forced by the sloth to participate, and behaved begrudgingly. They knew that if they did nothing, there would be hell to pay once the game was over, yet at the same time, they did not want to be too proactive. The sloth might have been a little more lenient had any of the elephants inherited the fiery mammoth bloodline, but none of them had. It was not so far as to say that the elephants were disposable, but forcing them to participate in the games, at least, would not get the sloth in trouble. The third and smallest group was a random collection of strong beasts. Some of them came willingly for the promised rewards by their territory leaders, some of them had been threatened, all of them were uninformed about what they should be doing. Reaching an unspoken consensus, they decided to simply follow the elephants from a distance. Only 30 minutes had passed and another 11.5 hours remained, yet even while most were still planning their moves, the crowd at the inn was going wild. Everyone was expecting a clash right at the start due to the presence of the zombies, but the ferocity of the fight had taken them by surprise. The humans hooted and chanted for the valiant soldiers, and the 5 Naskants looked on with the utmost seriousness at the soldiers that surpassed anything they could have imagined. Not a single soldier had died so far, despite the onslaught. It let them know firmly what their place in the universe was. Lex was especially amazed, this being the first time he'd properly seen cultivators fight. It was a shame that he had to maintain his distant image as the innkeeper, otherwise he would be chanting with the crowds as well. Even he did not know what surprises were in store for the participants, so he, too, was watching on in suspense. Besides the various screens showing what was happening to the participants, another screen depicting the points received a lot of attention. The Jotun Empire had 200 points for killing 100 zombies and 100 of their mounts, but the distribution for the individuals was what attracted the most attention. While most of the names on the list so far had 1 or 2 kills to their name, a single name stood out: Kara Deathsorn, V2001. Kara Deathsorn was her name and V2001 was her registration number. The V let people know that she was from Vegas Minima. The reason why her name attracted so much attention was because of the number of points she had accumulated, 29. While each of the soldiers had 1 or 2 kills, she had 29. A lot of the guests found themselves turning their screens to her and watching replays of her fight. Maybe a lot of them were expecting to see some beautiful warrior, cutting through the zombies like a valiant hero. Unfortunately, they could not see her face under her helmet, and armor was not designed with visual appeal as a priority, so it did not look too flattering. What they were able to catch was a moment when her armor was damaged around her arm. Before the armor stretched itself to cover the damaged area, the guests were able to catch a glimpse of rock-hard, extremely lean muscles. It woke many of the viewers up to the truth that Deathsorn was not a fairy warrior out of an anime. She was a soldier, and she was built like a killer. For some reason, that only increased her number of fans. Chapter 149, Pride of the Weeb Community. A few minutes into the chase, the crowd started diverting their attention to the other participants. At first, it seemed that the others were just doing their own form of recon, until someone noticed that Alexander and his army were moving too quickly in a straight line for it to be reconnaissance. Unlike the actual participants, the guests had access to a map which showed the location for each of the participants. When someone finally realized that Alexander was moving directly to intercept Promid, excitement filled them and they spread the word. Alexander was coming from Promid's left, and based on the distance would intercept them only 1.5 miles away from the main zombie horde. The fact that the previously mentioned horde was also slowly moving outwards made the point where the two would clash uncomfortably close, but only for the participants. For the guests, the possibility of a larger clash only made it more thrilling. One would think that Alexander's family would be worried for him at this point, as the other Naskants slightly were, though their reasons were different. No, the Morrisons could be seen sitting together, casually chatting amongst themselves. Brandon would sometimes whisper something in his wife's ear that would make her chuckle, while Ragnar and Hillary, Alexander's mother, seemed to be discussing the details of the other armies. A few moments of peace filled the time, but instead of boring the guests, it only served to build the anticipation. Alexander's clash would be extremely dangerous, especially considering that he was outnumbered almost 2-1. He was aware of this fact, as his satellites gave him the most detailed information amongst the participants. He knew he only needed to hold them long enough for the Jotun soldiers to catch up. He was not doing this because of some agreement with the Empire, or because his family told him. This was simply the best course of action for him. Numerically, this was the smallest target and also one with the greatest return in terms of weakening his enemy. The wait was not long. In only a few minutes, the two armies came within sight of one another. If he did not move into position to block them, Alexander would have employed a long-range attack, but that would only slow down their speed. So at this moment, he urged his troops to move even faster while the enemy had not noticed them. This was a drawback of having zombies as subordinates. They could not warn Pramod of the approaching army, even if they spotted it due to their lacking intelligence. But they were fighting in a plain, the view was largely uninterrupted. Pramod finally noticed the army when they were almost directly in their path, and without hesitation, passed out a command. The army of zombies split in two, one continuing to move in a straight line and another turning right and moving that way. Alexander had no way of knowing which of the groups Pramod was in, as his satellite was not capable of providing such detailed information, not that he could have done much even if he knew. In a few moments, Alexander got into position to block the incoming horde. Lay down suppressive fire, Alexander commanded into a mic, prompting a barrage of artillery fire. But even as bullets tore through the air, they were unable to deter the oncoming horde. The zombies launched their own counterattack as they neared, ready to directly tear into Alexander's army. Yet the spirit tech used by the Morrison family, while unable to match the quality of the Empire, was extremely imaginative. Some of the soldiers were wearing an unusual backpack out of which hundreds of mini drones kept flying out. Flying in front of Alexander, they seemed to form some kind of formation. They remained unreactive as friendly fire passed them by, but whenever an enemy attack neared, an electric field was formed between the drones that zapped the attack. Unfortunately, while the field served to destroy some of the attacks, some of them were only weakened. As the soldiers suffered the attacks, the stark difference between their armor and gear compared to the Jotuns once again became evident. Although there were no casualties so far, many soldiers were already injured in the first volley. But since the two forces were different in many ways, there was no need for them to use the same tactics. Alexander was not planning on taking on a direct collision of a charging force. He was planning on tearing them apart. Penetration Tactic 1, Alexander calmly commanded, as if he was not under attack. Behind him, his 6 blades became airborne. The defining difference in combat between Foundation realm cultivators and those below that realm were the spiritual techniques that one could use. They became more versatile, and a wider array of options were available to you. While most techniques served a single purpose and were driven by the energy a single person could provide, such techniques were less common in war. 100 of the soldiers behind Alexander wielded unusually heavy weapons that had the shape of a rocket launcher. The fact that, despite their cultivation, the soldiers were struggling to hold it demonstrated their weight. But while there were only 100 soldiers with such weapons, a thin blue line was formed in the air, connecting the weapons to the rest of the surrounding soldiers. They were all using an energy build-up technique. Such a spiritual technique was usually the build-up for a larger attack, but this took things one step further. In the presence of another person using the same technique, a blue line made of spiritual energy connected them, multiplying the speed at which they gathered energy. In the presence of 1,000 people using the same technique, a web was formed and the energy buildup was so quick and massive it threatened to blow up the very people using the technique. Then, via the blue lines, the energy was transferred to the weapons, which had already been aimed. It barely took a few seconds for all of this to happen, and just as the zombie horde was about to crash into the soldiers, the weapons fired. 100 blue balls of flames launched with the ferocity of a bolt of lightning and roared like a continuous clap of thunder. Completely eviscerating the zombies in their path, the blue flames traveled 50 feet before destabilizing and exploding. The force of the attack launched the zombies in the air, the heat of the flames burning those in its path to a crisp, the shockwave of the attack causing them to fall over. Yet this was not meant to be Alexander's main attack. This only broke the momentum of the charging army. Sword in hand, blade hovering behind his back, Alexander was the first to charge into the zombie horde, followed closely by his soldiers. Originally, Alexander would have liked a long-range battle where he could use his spirit tech to destroy the zombies before they even got close. But since they were already too close to the horde by the time they blocked their path, he would not shy from doing things up close and personal. Considering his recent entry into the Foundation realm, Alexander should have been at a disadvantage. But someone forgot to tell that to his blades that were ripping through enemies like paper. He could not act with the flexibility and precision he liked, and so often only cut off limbs instead of beheading zombies, allowing them to survive. But his soldiers would take care of the weakened zombies, he only needed to guide them and lead them on the path to victory. His blades carried a red hue, a visual effect of the spiritual technique he was using, unending solder. Its effect was simple yet powerful, it gave his blades a massive increase in cutting power. A zombie that had somehow turned invisible suddenly latched itself onto Alexander with octopus-like tentacles and bit at his throat. Yet before the zombie could succeed, a blast of spiritual energy emerged from Alexander's body and ripped the tentacles away and threw the zombie far away. This was the effect of a defensive body technique Marlowe had gifted him when he entered the Foundation realm, magnetic pulse. Unfortunately, Alexander's grandfather got his hands on the technique and changed it just a bit before Alexander learned it. As a result, Alexander's hair was not standing up straight as his body was surrounded by a visible, golden aura, looking very much like a certain anime character. The 100 students from Troy Academy who were watching their senior fight were losing their minds as they screamed and shouted. This was the pride of their academy. This was the pride of Earth. And this was the pride of the weeb community. Alexander himself did not notice his peculiarity and continued to ruthlessly cut down his enemies, which only kindled the passion in his fans' hearts. Even some of the Jotun soldiers who were watching the fight were attracted to the literal golden child of Earth. Chapter 150. Anthony's surprise. The crowd was heated up. The hooting and the chanting were the least of it. Whether it was the demons, the earthlings of the Empire, they were all analyzing each and every moment, recording all the data they could for their own reasons. Earth's technology was subpar, as expected, but their application of it was interesting. The most interesting, though, was the way the soldiers fought. Charging behind Alexander, they cut through the zombie ranks like grass. Once surrounded, they broke off into pairs, each wielding a sword and a shield. Each pair attacked and defended when needed, making up for their partner's weaknesses. It went beyond simple partnership, that was not something unseen in the universe. The pairs used spiritual techniques one at a time, alternating between them, but it was almost as if each technique strengthened the subsequent one. It was as if the new technique was feeding off the remaining spiritual residue of the previous one, somehow increasing its own strength. But the accumulation had a flexibility to it that seemed almost impossible. The duo did not need to attack consecutively to gather energy, even if they used a defensive technique, it fit perfectly into the cycle of gathering momentum. It almost seemed as if the soldiers had an entire repertoire of techniques that fed off each other. Finally, when the accumulated strength reached the limit of what the soldiers could maintain, they slashed their swords in the air together, releasing a blade of spiritual energy that traveled through the zombie horde, cutting them in half. As if that wasn't impressive enough already, the spiritual blades somehow didn't injure the other earthlings at all. At this point, even Anthony admitted that he had severely underestimated these specific humans. Their technology was backwards and so was their cultivation. Many of them were getting injured as they fought, a much shakier performance than the soldiers of the Empire. Instead of fighting like one large, cohesive army, they were fighting in smaller, weaker units. Yet, despite all that, they were killing the zombies faster than the Empire had. They employed a way of fighting Anthony had never seen before. Recording them as they fought, Anthony was sure that when the experts of the Empire saw this footage, they'd be able to identify the underlying logic and create even better techniques. For now though, Earth had the lead in this new way of fighting. While the soldiers fought in pairs, the Golden Boy of Earth, a title that he had officially earned now, Alexander fought on his own. Two of his blades were spinning like the blades of a blender at imperceptible speeds, mincing any zombies that tried to attack him from the back. The other 4 blades attacked the zombies at his sides, as if they had eyes of their own. In front of him, Alexander used his own sword to cut a path, though occasionally he would be overcome by barbaric tendencies and smash the zombies in his path with his free hand. To the viewers, it seemed like an unending symphony. To them, he was dancing flawlessly, finding the perfect way to move in a situation where the slightest mistake would cost him his life. It was the epitome of elegance. To Alexander, it was chaos. It was heat. It was loud. And it was bloody. This was not the first time he had led soldiers on a mission, but it was the first time he was in a war. His mind was working in overdrive, not only to anticipate how the zombies would attack him and what he needed to do to retaliate, but also keeping track of his soldiers. He needed to give orders if their performance deviated, or if they were doing better or worse than expected. Yet, after a certain point, he could no longer keep track of the soldiers. As much as he didn't want to, he ended up making the decision that the best thing he could do in this situation was kill as many zombies as possible instead of keeping track of the army. So, he went from doing his best to going beyond his limits. He was already using spiritual and body techniques at the same time, a feat that marked him on a level beyond genius. Now it was time to do even more. His speed and strength suddenly increased, and the golden aura around him intensified. He went from reacting to the zombies' attacks to cutting them down before they could even make a move. With his blades in the air and his sword in his hand, Alexander attacked in each direction, becoming a cyclone of death and devastation. 5 minutes into the battle, the chasing soldiers finally caught up. As surprised as he was to see the situation, Crawford 41 did not waste any time in giving his orders. Like a charging cavalry, the soldiers crashed into the zombies that had their backs turned. Over 100 zombies died immediately, and the remaining ones were only just beginning to realize that they were being attacked on both sides. Alexander immediately felt the change, and dove even deeper into the horde, moving away from the relative safety of his soldiers. His efficiency increased, and now that he no longer felt overwhelmed, Alexander finally began to feel exhilaration. This is what he was searching for, to prove himself through fire and steel in war. Amongst the bloody and ugly horde, Alexander suddenly caught sight of a single soldier in a familiar armor. It was the armor of the Jotun Empire. Quickly, he realized that the Empire had joined and passed new orders into his mic. Retreat and initiate tear-down tactic 2. With reinforcements grabbing the zombies' attention, he could take more effective and less dangerous methods of attack. The battle was evolving quickly, and before even realizing it, Alexander found himself fighting closely with that soldier. It was then that he realized, despite not having as many weapons as him, this soldier's killing efficiency was close to his. As the soldier's two-handed sword cleaved down to split a zombie in half, one of Alexander's blades collided with it just a little, causing the blade to deviate. Instead of slicing the zombie in half, it only cut off the zombie's various tentacles, giving Alexander's blade just enough time to cut its head off. The soldier looked at Alexander for a split second with a frown under her helmet, but didn't waste any time on him. She continued her attack, but quickly noticed that every time she was about to go for a kill, one of the flying blades just happened to deviate her sword just a bit. "What the hell are you doing?" she finally roared at the teenager, unable to keep her anger suppressed. "Winning," was his one-word reply. He did not slow down his assault, nor did he turn to look at her. In fact, his killing prowess increased. Kara ground her teeth as she stared at him like she wanted to slice him in half. She finally understood what was happening. He was preventing her from getting kills and stealing her points. Truth be told, she did not care for the points at all. But the more Alexander stopped her from getting them, the more she wanted them. Tightening her grip on her sword, the lone soldier went on an absolute rampage. At this point, it seemed more like a competition between the two than an actual battle. But the competition ended quickly. With the zombies diverting their attention to the new soldiers, the Morrison troops were able to retreat and got enough time to assemble and ready one of the heavy weapons they had brought. "Tear down tactic 2 ready," Alexander heard a voice say in his ear. "Take cover," was all Alexander said to the soldier, before leaping into the air to escape. Caught unprepared by the sudden action, Kara did not know whether to listen to the Golden Bastard's instructions. That's when she heard the roaring, and leapt for cover. Back at the inn, all the guests were once again filled with excitement as they saw all the Morrison troops once again connected to one another with blue spirit lines. But this time, instead of feeding the energy to 100 soldiers, it was fed to just one. The soldier, whose legs were bolted to the ground using tethers and plates dug into the dirt, pulled the trigger. As the barrel started spinning, it seemed for a moment like any other ordinary gun. That illusion was quickly dispersed the moment it started firing. Red spirit bullets started shooting out of the gun so fast, instead of a stream of bullets it seemed like the soldier was shooting a laser. At a speed of a little over 150 bullets a second, this gun, at the cost of a massive amount of spirit energy, completely eviscerated everything in its path. The soldier was able to fire for almost 2 minutes before the strain of so much spirit energy coursing through his body made him collapse, but that was enough. Only a few zombies were left anyway. Some of the soldiers that followed Alexander had died, many of them were injured and almost all of them were exhausted. Compared to the near-peak state of the Jotun forces, their performance seemed pathetic. But that was only if you could not see the points board hanging in the air in the Colosseum, which showed just how many zombies the army had killed in a little under 20 minutes.